on YouTube. Hit that like button on your way in. Salute to everybody that's on Clubhouse, a dying app that we finna run the hell away from because the feds been on that mug. You know what I'm saying? We got 5 minutes, no curse words. Hit that MF like button. Let's get to the content. We just waiting for our people to come in. It's some real nasty work, man. I hate to bring y'all this, but hit that like button. We still got a lot of people waiting to come on. Matter of fact, while we waiting for the people to come in, hope everybody go to run up over to YouTube, run up that Yael, Joe Moses, Coyote for Hire. Matter of fact, let's play that real quick, man. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna take y'all a minute to get in. And I don't want people to miss the most integral parts of what I run down because it's long and you definitely need to hear it from the beginning. We going to this Yael single, man. You know what I'm saying? Section featuring Joe Moses, Coyote for Hire. Let me make sure that y'all can hear it. Hold on. Because y'all might not be able to get this on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Y'all might not be able to get this on YouTube. Hit that like button. We can take our time since y'all take y'all time to get in here with them like. We can wait. We got the content. You know what I'm saying? Show a little bit of respect. The voice of the culture. The hottest music. Hot content.
I'm a day one from my section. It ain't nothing you can tell. I stay dangerous and keep a weapon. I'm a real one from my set. I'm a day one from my section. I'm on 15s, I was there in them trenches. I'm GTG, I was trained to go get it. Niggas that know me know I'm with the business. Don't go back and forth with no nigga like tennis. If you from the hood, why you acting all timid? Niggas rap cap and they gon' pretend. Live what I rap what I live. You a day one, nigga. I'm a day one from my section. It ain't nothing you can tell. I stay dangerous and keep a weapon. Cause I'm a real one from my set. I'm a day one from my set.
I've been around and out and went hard. The Sharky locals having meetings in his backyard. They don't know about the shit that I done been through. Facts. Niggas talking all that shit, but we don't know him. We don't know you. Facts. I put some money on my stones. They went to jail. I bought all this kid clothes. My nigga, like you say, we can't beef over no hoes. Every car I done drove, my day one and drove.
I'm a day one from my section.
That's real.
It ain't nothing they want to tell. Blood. I stay dangerous and keep a weapon. Cause I'm a real one from my set. I'm a day one from my section.
Just got off the phone with my dog, he said the fish watch. Gotta watch the circle you keep, the street skies. You know that they hate to see racks in your pocket. Chains with gold watches, dickies, real flashy. Dickies with a little eye, just got it from Rodeo. I can blow a check, but I'd much rather stack and lay low. Post up with a baddie, mold of mine like it's Play-Doh. And now she on my payroll.
Addicted to
I'm a day one from my section. It ain't nothing you can tell. I stay dangerous and keep a weapon. Cause I'm a real one from my set. I'm a day one from my section.
Salute, salute, salute. So it pains me to bring the bad news. I hate being the bearer of bad news, but one thing for sure, two things for certain, man. It is what it is, and you can't run for reality. You gotta face it. That's what men do. Being melanated in the United States, we've been attacked since the minute that these colonizers attacked this land, stole this land. enslaving our people. Then starting to bring Africans, well, should I say, the lost tribes and Africans over here to serve as slaves. So the judicial system was never written for or to help us. In fact, majority of their biggest programs have been targeted towards those populations of people that look like us. The United States, a land of 300 plus million people, which holds 25% of the world's prison population. Oh, it's big business. But even with that big business, we get caught up in the trap. We get caught up in them jungles. We don't make it. We don't help. Hey, Yael talk about I'm here so I don't get fired. Yael, if you don't, well, listen, if he at work, he can't, he know I got his back. He'll be tapping in, you know what I'm saying? Trust and believe that. But the Damu Kiwe conversation reacts to Big U's RICO conspiracy indictment. It is officially an indictment. We're finna get into it. Let me get into the chat real quick. Shushimo, Minimo, salute Deuce and y'all. Dose of Reality TV, salute Arcade TV. I'ma call y'all back. Salute Trips, love and salute. We appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? I see them active chucks in the chat. Active chucks in the chat symbolize them riders. West Coast. Ain't no coast like the West Coast, man. Steffi Weffy, we see you in all of your assets on display. You know what I'm saying? And Big Messy, what up, bro? Salute, my bad. Hey, y'all wake up on Clubhouse. Messy came up here. Y'all didn't even give him his bean. Regulate that chat. If not, we don't even need no moderators. Let's go. Raider Q, what's up? Watch Baby for Life. What's up with it? You know what I'm saying? Money Grip. Hey, Raider Q, listen, man, me and you was getting along quite fine. Please tell me that the Raider Q don't stand for the bum-ass Raiders. You know what I'm saying? Hell, hey, bro, you better quit being so disrespectful. Hey, Blood, Bicky. Old Blood. You know what I'm saying? Hey, but to all of the, hey, could y'all beam up Hell's Kitchen, man, please? Polo Ken, salute everybody who don't know. Jack Ripper, salute. We on YouTube, man, at Active Chucks. We on Facebook. We on Instagram. We on Clubhouse, man. You know what I'm saying? YouTube at Active Chucks. You know what I'm saying? We finna get into this shit real quick. Just let us finish hollering at the chat. You know what I'm saying? Oh, hold on. Let me put that pin that on Instagram. All right, we got that now. I see active in the chat because the chat's where it's at. Bank Link, salute. What's happening with you? Money Grip, what up, bro? Salute to the Keyways. J-Boy, Jungle Boy TV, salute to the live. Salute to you, my bro. Dirt Gang, Papa Dirt, salute. You know what I'm saying? G-Mac, 2 P's and 1 B. Damu and Kiwe conversation is the realest in a real way. We active for show. Active Chucks is in the chat. You know what I'm saying? King Kong, salute. Kesha, I see you, shawty. You know what I'm saying? King Rock Daddy, what's up with it, homie? Appreciate you. Shout out to the homie Big Rock Daddy. That's one of my G homies right there from the set. He down in the A, so if you in the A and you a player, man, tap in with my player partner, my G homie, man. Rock Daddy, man. You know what I'm saying? Free Big U, that's a fact. Slime Ball TV, I see you with your looking ass, nigga. You don't talk. One day you was talking like a motherfucker. You ain't never been that. All you do is look. You know what I'm saying? You see a lot, but don't say a lot. That sound like a real street nigga. I mean, not today's street nigga. I mean the street niggas in the 80s and 90s, early 2000s. You know what I'm saying? See a lot, but don't speak on nothing. You know what I'm saying? Stand on it media. Salute to that brother. Duke Sims the Don. Yeah, for sure. Bro, you working, you grinding, you own it. You lock like a terrier over there. Y'all make sure y'all go support Stand on the Media. He be running that content. In fact, I think we're going to use one of his videos today. It was his reaction to Scandalous Los Angeles TV. Damn, nobody stood tall. They all folded. That's heartbreaking for our code of conduct. Our code of conduct is fuck our code of conduct. There's reactions to that. People, it pervades our communities. We're filled with turncoats. So fuck the criminal lifestyle. Now when the government says that y'all finna be the debt, pay the debt to China, and y'all working in camps and in for the federal government because of poverty and chaos and all of that, and they re-enslave physically, enslave you to other governments and or to this government, and you ready to buck, you know what I'm saying, run to the swamps, you know what I'm saying, run away from your slave masters. Oh, don't worry about it. You ain't gonna get too far. You better not tell nobody. So now how you gonna trust somebody to help you get away? They broken our code. They broke it first. Us realizing that they were, and disarming us and realizing who our real enemy was. You know what I'm saying? Them boys still trying to sway public opinion on a case 600 at no jumper now. Of course they're going to do that. You know what I'm saying? These nuts, Whack 100 CS2 back, snitches on Clubhouse, records it, then 600 makes content on it saying it's okay because he's speaking about what's on the internet. You both are informants, period. Hey, bro, if people can't see that and they go for that, then I got some property to sell them. You know what I'm saying? Because listen, bro, they're playing semantics. Oh, well, it's not on internet, but I got a YouTube team. So even if it's incriminating or implicating people in crimes, and even if it's fucking up the jury pool and changing popular consensus on the facts of this case before it even starts, I let the YouTubers hear it first, so that then once they sit this, 600's not snitching. No, nigga, you ratting, and this nigga 600 ratting. I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to LA from Brooklyn. Y'all stay strong over there, man. Hey, man, y'all stay strong over there in Brooklyn, man. Salute to y'all, man. Bad Mother Trucker. Salute to Active Chucks. Evelyn Holly. Salute. James Raymond. Hey, hit that like button, and we finna start this content, man. We kind of down on them, Boule Productions. Salute, bro. Mike B, what's happening, bro? It's nasty. It's nasty work. So I'm finna pull this up real quick. And it's not nothing that makes me proud at all. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't wish jail on my worst enemy. And though at one point I thought Big U was my enemy, because that's how we were raised and brought up. And I come to find out he was an asset that I could rely upon whenever I really needed it. You know what I'm saying? So we're going to get to this one. On the Department of Justice menu, long time. Oh, y'all can't see it. Let me pull it up. And we're going to get into this chat. There it go. So let's go. Long-time Rolling 60 neighborhood Crips leader charged in a 43-count indictment, alleged murder, extortion, fraud, and tax crime. Listen, man, let me tell y'all something before we even get into reading this. Like I was saying on Clubhouse before you guys on YouTube pulled up, there's an old saying amongst lawyers that the feds would indict a cheeseburger. You know what I'm saying? And it's easy to convince a grand jury of crimes when you bring witnesses that corroborate stories You bring evidence, and it's only the prosecutor that's in there with this evidence, with these witnesses, presenting it to a grand jury. But there's a thing called the Sixth Amendment of the federal Constitution, a right to face your accuser, a right to not be to challenge and put all evidence through the crux of examination and cross-examination to determine what really are the facts of the case. Because see, what's being labeled right now is all allegations, and they were able to convict enough people in the grand jury to drop this indictment. You know what I'm saying? And people say, well, Maria just called me from the shop, her and one of her clients, and they was like, hey, Duke Sims, we need clarification. Big U was indicted now on the RICO. What do you think? Doesn't that mean, you know, they got such a high conviction rate? Doesn't that mean that he's going to be guilty? I said, hell no. They do have a 97% conviction rate, or 98. I mean, it's high. But you got to understand that many people don't take the feds to trial. They're intimidated, and they should be. Because more than likely, when the feds come get you, they got wiretaps, rats on top of rats on top of rats. They got controlled buys, drug buys. You know what I'm saying? Video footage of controlled buys, audio footage of controlled buys. So once they come put this on the table, boom, and they sit in front of you, hey, buy this amount of drugs with these weapons, you're a career offender, you'll be doing 360 months to life. That's 30 years to life in the feds. Now, you can cooperate with us. We'll give you a dub. And we asked the judge, hey, is it all right if we'll recommend to the judge that he takes that into consideration, your cooperation into consideration. Poppy Blanco TV, salute. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna check it out. But I already got shit lined up of how I'm running it, bro. So just because somebody's indicted, it doesn't mean that they're guilty. That's why it's called accusations at this point. I went to trial twice against the feds. I lost one, the conspiracy to bank robbery, and the 924C, which is brandishing a firearm during the commission of a violent felony. That's an 84-month mandatory minimum. So that's 7 years ran bow-legged to the 3 years I got for the bank robbery. Yeah, bank robbery doesn't hold that much time. I mean, the maximum is 20 years, but it doesn't hold that much time. But them pistols, brandishing a pistol, 84 months plus the 3, that was 120 months. I get re-indicted for assault of federal correctional officers, 2 counts. Officer Gutierrez said that I punched him in the nose and broke his nose. His nose was fractured, and he was able to convince, and they were able to convince a grand jury that this was true. Officer S. Flores. I got the paperwork. In fact, we're going to run through that so that y'all can see that nigga ain't cap. Y'all know we demand receipts in the Damu Kiwe conversations. But, and I went to trial. But see, in trial, through the crux of cross-examination, a lot of these statements that were just presented to the grand jury didn't hold up to cross-examination. They find out that these witnesses and snitches they brought in were lying. So sometime in there you had jailhouse snitches on every unit, right? And those jailhouse snitches, they got drug addicts. They drug addicts. They might got a drug problem. They need a fix. So they'll give bullshit to the police. Oh, yeah, Deuce Sims broke the police nose. I seen when he hit him. Right? But when we went to trial, it didn't stand up. I was acquitted by 12 jurors in federal court. And I'm part of the percentage of the people that have won against the federal government, the Department of Justice, when it's United States of America versus Lamonte Sims. They have the resources of the federal government, all the power that holds. There is no other stronger power in the government than security. Security controls everything, right? Hood Tycoon, salute. So let's get into this real quick. Don't get spooked. Your spirit's down. Big U got a big fight ahead of him. But a fight nonetheless. It ain't over till it's over. But one thing for sure, the weight of the federal government was just thrust upon the shoulders of Big U, Eugene Henley Jr. At 58 years old, this CEO, this philanthropist in South Central Los Angeles, the Crenshaw District to be exact, has to fight these allegations or lay down and do the rest of his life in prison. There's a lot of bitch-ass niggas and a system of YouTubers who've contributed to, who slandered, who brought facts, because everything ain't live, but who also slandered Big U, helping to contribute to this indictment, to those that participate in that type of behavior, that hold no type of morals, that will want to see someone else in jail eat up off of his flesh so that they can eat off of these clicks and likes on YouTube. You're a parasite. You're a leech. You're a degenerate piece of shit. We ain't forgot about you sellouts. But that's cool. I'm glad that y'all documented what side of the law you stand on. Y'all document how for your own self-gain, you would help another rat put a motherfucker that looked like you in jail. Take away one of the foremost leaders and a symbol of South Central Los Angeles, away from the community of the Crenshaw District. I pray, Lord, forgive you because you know not what you have done. Los Angeles, a federal grand jury has returned a 43-count indictment charging a music label owner and purported anti-gang activist who is a longtime leader of a South Central Los Angeles street gang with dozens of felonies, including fraud, robbery, extortion, tax evasion, embezzlement of donations to his charity that receives public money, and running a racketeering conspiracy in which he allegedly murdered an aspiring musician, the Justice Department announced today. Well, let me stop right there. So, just happen chance, just like the false charges that I face about assaulting and breaking this police nose and uppercutting and dropping another police, making them tear his meniscus, and I beat them. So imagine this is reported by the Department of Justice. It's in the LA Times. It's in all of this media. This long activist, anti-gang activist and longtime leader in South LA. Is the news and the media going to utilize these same resources to rebuilding the faith from within his community that he had prior to these allegations. I thought not. That'll be forever damaged if he beats every charge on this indictment. Not saying that he is, because he up against it. That shit is not easy. You know what I'm saying? So, anyway, Eugene Henley Jr., 58, a.k.a. Big U, of the Hyde Park neighborhood of Los Angeles, is charged with 1 count of conspiracy to violate the Racketeer, Influenced, and Corrupt Organizations Act. That's RICO. 2 counts of conspiracy to interfere with commerce by robbery and extortion. So they're charging him with two counts of conspiracy to interfere with commerce by robbery and extortion. That's under the Hobbs Act. 1 count of Hobbs Act robbery. 9 counts of attempted Hobbs Act extortion. 5 counts of Hobbs Act extortion. 1 count of transportation of an individual in interstate commerce with intent that the individual engages in prostitution. That's up under the Man's Act. 15 counts of wire fraud. 5 counts of embezzlement, conversion, and intentional misapplication of funds from an organization receiving federal funds. 1 count of bank fraud. 1 count of tax evasion, and 2 counts of willful failure to file a tax return. That's a lot of white-collar crimes. But what's key in that, out of reading all of that, is 2 things. Manny, formerly worked with Trap Kitchen. I guess they're accusing that he was trying to fuck up on some broads. He was in Vegas, called her, thinking she was in Vegas. She's in LA. I don't know if they flipping broads together or what, but I guess he's alleged to have sent some money to this broad that he's been having sex with, allegedly. This is if they do have evidence and proof of such, right? Me and Makita been getting it on, right? And she in the girls, I'm in the girls. Hey, bring some girls. We trying to have a ball. Oh, I'm not in Vegas. Damn, I'm in Vegas. Where you at? LA, I'm going to send you 1,000. I don't want to play. I'm stressed out. I'm under investigation. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to relieve this stress. I sent her $1,000. And they drive 4 hours to Vegas, and we go up. Now they're saying that was prostitution and that prostitution traveled interstate commerce, which makes it a federal crime. That gives the federal government jurisdiction over such a crime. That's nasty work, bro. I guess you gotta only fuck local bras. You know what I'm saying? They can't. And if they do, they better have their own money. You know what I'm saying? You can't make sure that they got gas money, food money. They might have to take off of work that day to go get flipped by you and your bitch. You know what I'm saying? That shit is ridiculous. But anyway, the other thing was the government will have the burden of proving intentional misapplication of funds from an organization receiving federal funds. So not only that he did it, because, you know, you might do your taxes, miss a number, they hold your taxes, audit you, you go see, oh man, it was $200 over, or it was $100 under, right? That's not intentional. They're alleging that they're going to be able to prove he intentionally misapplied funds from an organization receiving federal funds. So Henley, a longtime member of the Rolling 60 neighborhood Crip street gang, has been in federal custody since March 19th after being charged in a federal criminal complaint. His arraignment is scheduled for April 8th in the United States District Court in downtown Los Angeles. He has a detention hearing scheduled for April 10th, also in Los Angeles Federal Court. Also charged in today's indictment are Sylvester Robinson, 59 years old, a.k.a. Vay of Northridge. Valley. Shout out to the Valley, man. Martin, 50 years old, a.k.a. Bear Claw, of the Beverlywood area of Los Angeles. They live in good neighborhoods. Damn. You know what I'm saying? Termaine Ashley Williams, 42, a.k.a. Loose Cannon of Las Vegas. Wait. That shit is hilarious. I remember, I'm going to go find that clip where that nigga Lucy Gucci, Loose the Liability Cannon, was saying, first of all, he from 60s. They got him being from Vegas, right? Also, he said in one of the videos, where do you guys get this? I'm not 42, I'm 31. Nigga got a twin brother that's 42, just like him, but he was lying about his age. I wonder how that's going to go over in trial for his credibility, right? I wonder how good that's going to go over his credit. He even lies about his age, lied about Gigi, but Loose Coochie Cannon is also indicted formally. Armani Afilije, 38, a.k.a. Mani, of Koreatown neighborhood of Los Angeles. She was living in Koreatown. That's pretty good over there, closer to the Wilshire district. You know what I'm saying? It costs a nice little piece of change, you know what I'm saying, to be living like that. I think the cost of living in Los Angeles comfortably in 2025 is $130,000. That's what your income got to be. Frederick Blanton Jr., South Los Angeles, 43. And Tiffany Shranrika Hines, 51, of Yorba Linda. Okay. So it's sad what they doing with Monty too, because it's obvious from the crime that we were just saying they were alleging, that they're mad that she didn't meet back with him when they first went to her house. They mad that they told her not to tell Big U, and they allege that she did tell Big U, and that's why they dragging her like that. Nasty work. Even had their confidential sources run to the internet to put her life in danger, accuse her of snitching. That's how I be able to figure out who the confidential sources are. See, the indictment in its entirety, breaking down each crime that's being alleged, hasn't even dropped. Very few facts have been dropped about who made statements, what statements were made, and exactly how they're alleging in this indictment each role that was allegedly played. But you got people who've been accused and have been exposed as being confidential sources on multiple cases, lying about their paperwork on multiple cases, running to the internet just as mad as the federal government who charged this woman and alleged that this woman is an informant. Anybody who been to the feds know in your mind, you might have a feeling about who's solid and who's not, but you don't ever know what's in those people's heart until their heart is exposed. You got to conduct bypass surgery to see what's really in a motherfucker's heart. Most people who've been to the feds understand until sentencing, you find out some of the rats, you know what I'm saying? Because all rats aren't confidential. But until trial or sentencing, you will not know who majority of the people working with the federal authorities were until those times. So when you hear these niggas saying brick baby snitch, I can't vouch for nobody outside of myself. And nobody else can vouch for nobody else outside of themselves. But just hold reservation and do not believe, because the internet is undefeated and they don't understand what they do. The defendants are in federal custody and are expected to be arraigned in the coming weeks. As the indictment alleges, Mr. Henley led a criminal enterprise whose conduct ranged from murder to sophisticated fraud that included stealing from taxpayers and a charity, said acting U.S. Attorney Joseph McNally. Eradicating gangs and organized crime is the Department of Justice's top priority. Today's charges against the leadership of this criminal outfit will make our neighborhoods in Los Angeles safer. I beg to differ. By the time Big U finishes trial, we're going to get the statistics from this point and the statistics at that point. Mark my words. A lot of fires that Big U put out are finna burn people's homes and neighborhoods down. Y'all just lost somebody who helped to keep LA safer with his experience, relationships, and diplomatic capabilities. But because he didn't work for y'all, y'all made sure y'all found anything you can to charge him. According to the indictment returned on Wednesday, from 2010 until March 2025, Henley's criminal group, identified in court documents as the Big U Enterprise, operated as a mafia-like organization that utilized Henley's stature and long-standing association with the Rolling 60s and other street gangs to intimidate businesses and individuals in Los Angeles. Henley is widely regarded as a leader within the Rolling 60s and rose to prominence in the street gang during the 1980s. While the Big U Enterprise at times partnered with the Rolling 60s and other criminal elements for mutual benefit, the Big U Enterprise is a distinct and independent criminal enterprise engaged in criminal activity including murder, extortion, robbery, trafficking, and exploiting sex workers, fraud, and illegal gambling. Not only did the enterprise expand its power through violence, fear, and intimidation, but it also used social media platforms, documentaries, podcasts, interviews, and Henley's reputation and status as an OG, original gangster, to create fame for and stoke fear of the Big U Enterprise, its members, and its associates. For example, in January 2021, Henley murdered a victim, identified in an indictment as R.W., an aspiring musician signed to Unique Music, Henley's music label. Henley shot and killed R.W., who had recorded a defamatory song about Henley. Henley then dragged the victim's body off Interstate 15 in Las Vegas and left it in a ditch. Henley also committed other crimes, including fraudulently obtaining a COVID-19 business relief loan for Unique Music, which operated at a loss and was ineligible for such relief. He used his anti-gang charity, Developing Options, as a front for fraudulent activities and to insulate other members of the Big U Enterprise from law enforcement suspension. Wonder how they're going to prove that. Henley further embezzled large donations that celebrities and award-winning companies made to Developing Options which Henley immediately converted to his personal bank account. According to the indictment, developing options is primarily funded through the City of Los Angeles Mayor's Office, through the Gang Reduction Youth Development Foundation, portions of which receive federal funding, but also receive donations from prominent sources, including NBA players. So, for all of those who said that GRID program receives their money through 77 Division, LAPD, and all of that, well, I guess that kind of debunked the exposers, the debriefers, should I say, and the fact that they want to argue that the money didn't come from the mayor's office. That's at LA City Hall. That's downtown Los Angeles. I guess they call them the White Castle or White something, right? But that's where his money come from, not LAPD 77 crash unit. So anyway, guess he wasn't ratting after all, huh? Finally, the indictment alleges that as a part of the racketeering conspiracy charge, that during the early morning hours of March 19th, while law enforcement was arresting other members of the enterprise, Henley turned off his cell phones and fled his home that day. They said he turned his phone off and fled his home that day while they were raiding other houses. How do he know they were raiding other houses? How he didn't know him and his wife was trying to go have some private time together? Or maybe he wasn't with his wife. Maybe he was with this side chick y'all alleging of. But how y'all know that he didn't do that and turned his phone off because he was spending time with a mistress? These people just allege anything. But anyway, that day, Henley posted to the Crenshaw Cougars Instagram account claiming racial profiling, blaming his co-defendants and opponents for the criminal charges filed against him in a federal criminal complaint, and instructing the public not to associate with his co-defendants and known opponents, meaning whack 100, 600, loose coochie cannon, Rico the Rat Rose, all of his opponents, or the government is arguing on the behalf of whack 100. The government is arguing on behalf of the Crip cop, loose coochie cannon. They feel a need to attack Big U and make sure that they let him know that those dudes are victims and need the federal government's protection. Right? Because he let it be known who not to associate with, because those co-defendants and known opponents, you know what I'm saying, are working with the federal government. I guess the feds really didn't like that information came out. They seem a little bit hot about that information being known to the people. See, they would prefer y'all to keep saying, oh, them niggas just running content. Don't talk about all that black shit now. Oh, that nigga guilty. He told on himself. So you saying that these niggas didn't assist in the investigation? Are you saying that Whack 100 didn't narrate by making sure he pressed all of his platforms to proliferate these accusations implicating Big U in a lot of the crimes that's in this indictment? That's what Whack 100 did. You ain't got to ask me. Ask Adam, who idea was it to interview Loose Cannon? He said he didn't even know Loose Cannon. Well, at least that's what he told Vlad. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he's the one lying. Maybe he knew all along and was in on it all along And they both wanted an interview. I don't know, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? Adam Grand Mason. Can't trust a man that don't look like us in these type of situations. And his name is Adam Grand Mason. Sound like this might have been a psyops from the beginning. But anyway, I guess they felt the need to let the courts know that these dudes have been exposed. Hashtag ETE in the chat. Expose the exposers. Yeah, that part. An indictment is merely an allegation. Remember I started by telling y'all that? All defendants are presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt in a court of law. If convicted, Henley Robinson Martin would face a statutory maximum sentence of 20 years in federal prison. For the RICO count, the bank fraud count is punishable by up to 30 years in federal prison. The Hobbs Act, conspiracy, robbery, and extortion, and the wire fraud counts each carry a statutory maximum of 20 years. We're at 70 years already. The Mann Act count and the theft concerning programs receiving federal fund counts each carry a penalty of 10 years in federal prison. The tax evasion count carries a statutory maximum sentence of 5 years in federal prison, while the willful failure to pay file a tax return count is punishable by up to 1 year's imprisonment. And the FBI's Los Angeles Metropolitan Task Force on violent gangs, the IRS Criminal Investigations, the United States Department of Justice Office of Inspector General, the LAPD. I wonder if Darren Dupree from the whack handler, Darren Dupree, I wonder if Darren Dupree was one of the people that worked on this investigation, which just happened to start exactly when Big U found out that Wack was confidential source to back and cut them off. And then also the North Las Vegas Police Department all investigating this matter. It's official. We should be getting the indictment papers shortly. I'm expecting. Oh, my bad, Yael. I didn't even see you. I was reading the damn paperwork, bro. Hit that like button. Yeah. Munchie was on No Jumper yesterday. Salute, Melrose.
Damu Kiwe conversation. Salute, man. You already know I'm at the plantation getting it in, but man, you know you holding it down till I came around, man. Appreciate it.
What I always tell you, just watch your front.
And you got my back, man. Yeah. Salute, dudes.
Hold on. How the F active chuck of blood look, big ass an asset, and these fake Crips think he's the enemy. Yeah, that's nasty, bro. Yeah, they say they will indict a ham sandwich. Yeah, that's what it is. Rock Daddy from the hood, he know. Nigga, that's how the lawyers say that the feds will indict a ham sandwich, bro. So even though we looking and we saying that they will indict a ham sandwich, we cannot live in a false sense of reality and not understand that they just positioned Big U's head up under the gauntlet. With allegations that if found guilty, that gauntlet will chop his head off. You know what the old saying is, right? Knock off the head and the body falls. They're definitely trying to cripple the structure that's within Los Angeles. You know what I'm saying? No bail money. Those reality TV on T. Hey, man, say, man. Yeah, man. You was over there really supporting that, man. Let us, have you had to change your heart after seeing this whole thing play out? Like, damn, Deuce Sims and them wasn't lying. This nigga targeted his enemy, put the feds on him, and made sure he brought to and utilized his platform to help the investigation to take Big U down. And they did it every day for years. It's not like they did it once, twice, every single day. They were dedicated to bringing down Big U, the Crip Cop, Loose Coochie Cannon, Rico the Rat, Rose, Whack 100. And don't forget the platforms that were all with it. We got Rose Rat Ass in the chat. Hey, Rico the Rat, Rose. Hey, I hear that you might have been in witness protection in Arizona the whole time. Now that they he was talking about who was snitching on him. So we gonna get rid of you up out of here. We know the feds is listening, but we don't want you up in here feeling like you could breathe the same air as some real niggas. You know what I'm saying? It's a different feel. We a different vibe. You know what I'm saying? So you're excused. You're excused. Nia, what up with your sexy ass? We ain't even seen you on here. We got 400. Let's get 500 people in the chat. Was you able to hear any of the stuff I was talking about, Yael?
Me, Blood?
No, I'm talking to Yael.
What you say, Deuce?
Was you able to hear me reading about the actual indictment? Finally,
so they actually
indictment, yeah.
So they actually indicted him now. So what's the conclusion of that? Is it set tone official, or is it?
It says that, and let me make sure I read that again. And I guess you wasn't here for that. No, I explained that an indictment is still only allegations.
Correct.
Right? They put that at the bottom. This is the Department of Justice official statement. And let me blow this up real quick so everybody, this can stick in their brain, right? An indictment is merely an allegation. All defendants are presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt in a court of law, right? Y'all see that, right? So it's official that Assistant United States Attorney and the federal agents were able to go in there and present all of these statements that these rats is making, the rats that they making, present all of the wiretaps that they have over this 4.5, 5-year period. Hold on, Stay True 154 say they usually have a high conviction rate because they would give them a deal that is fair and drop the charges to a lower plea. Nah, nigga, they don't give you a deal that's fair. Bro, dude, I know motherfuckers who took a deal for 20 years. Baby Gangster from Santana. OG TV on YouTube. He took a deal for 20 years. He would have been facing life. You know what I'm saying? And he was lucky to get that. You know what I'm saying? But, yeah, that doesn't necessarily mean. Let me get to this real quick. Let's go to Active Chucks. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Yael, real quick. Congratulations on the Section song. Getting over 2,000 views organically. Thanks to the chat and everybody who supports the Damu and Kiwe Conversations podcast. Music, we be dropping more music for y'all coming up, but that is the new anthem. And with 2,000 people liking it, I love to see the video dropping soon. When we drop that, we're going to need y'all to show the exact same enthusiasm about the video. And we definitely got to worry about making sure we get a promotion and take that one seriously. We obviously got something right there. What do you got to say about that, y'all?
Man, first off, let me salute the whole Deuce. I appreciate you. Everybody behind scenes, Papa LQ, Bomani, the whole team, Selena. I'm gonna call y'all back. Everybody in the chat that usually supports you. We got Mike B, Steffi Weffy, Black Lady is God, Fam TV, Fam West TV. Everybody who supported the song, people who just supported, you told a friend to tap in. It's very highly appreciated, man. Like I said, it's 2,000 views. It's little to some, but it's a lot to us because it's organically. You know what I'm saying? I just want to say thank you. I'm humbled. I'm appreciative of the views that you guys gave me. Can't wait for you guys to see the video. The video will be dropping soon. I will be dropping a snippet of it with a promotional, dropping that. And again, man, I'm working. I'm working every day, trying to make this thing happen. And I couldn't make it happen without the support of my team, my brother for sure, 100% Deuce M's, and all of the understanding and information that I've, gathered throughout the years dealing with Deuce, and Jazzy Management, everybody just helping out. And like I said, it's a small accomplishment, but it's great, and it feels good on the inside knowing that organically we have 2,000 and some change people within not even a whole month, tapping in and listening to the record and reposting it. So again, thank you, appreciate you, and again, thank you for tuning in to the live. Like always, on time, reposting, sharing the content. It's a very highly salute and appreciation. Thank you guys.
And for sure. And it what it really is, it's the beginning. It's the beginning and the declaration from the people. We loving this music. We want more. We're going to support it. And so what we need to do is put our resources into it and work this record. See, that's not just a rap song. It's what you call a record. And there's a difference between a song and a record. So we're going to work that record. Believe that. Also, congratulations to all of the Damu and Kiwe Conversation subscribers. We are officially at 7,000 subscribers on YouTube. 7,115 to be exact. I think it's something like that last time that I checked. You know what I'm saying? There was no smut on my rap. I was selling zones in a set. You know what I'm saying? But look, I'm looking for this paperwork real quick because I want y'all to see this indictment. And when we keyed in, the fact that Yael asked me, does that being officially like that he's convicted or something, just showed me the utmost necessity of having to explain that just because you're indicted, it doesn't mean that you're guilty. You know what I'm saying? And I pray that everybody give you that. I know it's a lot of self-hate, Willie Lynch syndrome that goes on within our communities nationally. You know what I'm saying? The young people hate the older people. The older people hate and despise the younger people. You got that generational gap. Light skin versus dark skin. The brothers versus the sisters. There's all of these dynamics because of self-hate. They really, what Kanye said, they made us hate ourselves and love their wealth. That's why Shorty hollering where the ball is at. And that's a sad fact. So some people don't even give you the bare minimum. I mean, even these devils give us what's called due process of law in court. Even the devils do that. But yet, you're going to get niggas who say, oh, he's done, he's guilty, or they wouldn't have indicted him. They said if you want to hide something from a black man, all you got to do is put it in a book. But those legal books obviously haven't been read by these dudes that's already writing them off as if this is a conviction. But I got the paperwork over here. Let me get to it. We didn't took too long already. We got to run through it now. But this has a lot of layers to it. So many different allegations. But I want to go through some of the main ones. And I want to, oh yeah, it should be coming up right now. Okay. Boom. All right, here we go right here. Boom. Oh, no, that's the Main Street paperwork. We gonna get into that too. You know what I'm saying? We finna cook today. So if y'all thought this, get your blunts, get your little drink, take a shot, because we finna go up today. Hit that like button. While y'all in here peeking, but y'all ain't speaking, man, let your pointer finger do the speaking. Now this is messed up. Damn, it done messed up. Let's get to this other video and I'll find that. Damn, y'all done left again. Let's get back down to the bottom of the comments. Salute, salute, salute. Let's go ahead and go like this. Shout out to East St. Louis. Hey, man, I appreciate that, Teasy. Each one teach one. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my brother, Scandalous Los Angeles TV. We always talk about Rap 100, CS2 back, but we don't give his counterpart, the Crip Cop, as much coverage. Let's get into this, man.
I know you be getting a lot of hate, man. So I want to let you know, man, you was a handsome, high yellow brother, man. You handsome.
Thank you.
Handsome as hell, boy.
Thank you.
I like you, boy. I love you.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Welcome back to Scandalous Los Angeles TV, where we expose the exposers. Lieutenant Lard-ass Loves Boys never fails to deliver guys. A year ago, I made a video showing how Loves Boys tried to justify Lucy's ratting, claiming that Lucy wasn't a rat when he said Big U had 20 guns and was selling them to his homies. Fast forward to today, someone who apparently watched the video called into Loves Boys' live stream and asked him why would him and Porky let Lucy be an exposer, knowing he's a known rat. When Loves Boys tried to deny knowing about the interview, the caller mentioned that he'd seen my video, where Loves Boys himself said Lucy wasn't snitching. Once Loves Boys heard the caller had said my name, he started lying on me, saying I'm not credible and that I somehow used AI to alter his voice. It was hilarious.
Run it like a field day, hit him with the freeze spray, feeling like a movie, catch up on the replay, flash them lights all.
Hey, you live? What's going on?
Hey, 600, how you doing, man?
I'm all right, man. What's poppin'?
So were you being serious when you put out that video saying that Loose Cannon was a snitch?
You said that I put out a video?
Yeah, I looked on your page and it said one day later, and he was talking about Big U selling 20 guns. Was he a snitch?
Well, you have to look at the video, sir. So if you go look at the video, right?
Right.
And did you see where I cut the video from?
Yeah, it was off No Jumper.
Right. So you can make your determination.
No, so what do you really think? Were you just poking at him, or do you really feel he was a snitch?
All I'm saying is this, bro. If you look at the video, you look at what I posted, you get your answer. I didn't delete it.
I seen the nigga get like 20 guns, and when he got 20 guns, he's selling them to the homies. But I'm like, why are you writing down the serial numbers? So it's like he was doing like shit like that. And I'm on a phone, he FaceTimed me. So he FaceTimed me and stuff like that. He was like, Nipsey just got killed. I'm like, 6-0. I didn't hear that. So I hang up with him. I called Nipsey, and I'm like, Nipsey, what's up? He was like, oh, what's up with it?
Nipsey answered.
Nipsey answered. He answered the phone. And I was like, I love you, cuz, or whatever like that.
Did you tell him the call you just got? Or you didn't even mention it?
I didn't mention it. And it was like, I could have probably stopped it, or it had it.
Stop what? What do you mean? What are you talking about?
No, because listen, so after I talked to Nipsey, and I was like, yeah, I love you, cuz, or whatever like that. I'll see you later, or whatever. So I hung up the phone. I thought Big U gave wrong information. 30 minutes later, the homies blowing me up like they just killed Nipsey.
Well, yeah, you said he snitched. My question is, if he snitched, then why did you guys let him expose her after that? You thought you guys didn't hang with snitches.
Well, this is the thing, bro. I wasn't there when he did that video. I wasn't in that room when he did that video.
Somebody asked you about it. They put a video up, but you said it wasn't snitching. So how come?
No. I never said that. I never said that wasn't snitching, bro.
If you had 20 gallons selling, was that snitching? To answer your question, well, if he's the police, if he's working for the LAPD, no, I don't think it's a problem with busting out the police.
Sure you did. There's a video where you said it's not snitching because he busted out the police.
I never said no. I've never. We're gonna stay on this phone. Send me the link to this phone where you say I said that's not snitching. I want to see this.
If you had 20 gallons selling,
there go the link.
Was that snitching? To answer your question, well, if he's the police, if he's working for the LAPD, no, I don't think it's a problem with busting out the police.
Oh, you talking about some goofy people? They listen, bro. All they do, listen, sir. All they do is make fake content, AI videos, crop pictures.
That nigga tried to undermine Scandalous Los Angeles credibility to a white man. These niggas is really the police. Hey, look, bro. Hold on. We're going to get to this. We are now at a point where black traders' lies on social media will be used to take out real black men trying to build up our community in this racist paradigm against all odds, like Big U, in my honest opinion. We already there. They don't hang with snitches. They are the snitches. That's a fact. Super chat from Awkward Beginnings, $1.99. It's Atavani Free. Big U, we are still black. Hey, man, salute to Awkward Beginnings, man. Hey, and to 600's lace front, you know what I'm saying? But look, this nigga tried to, imagine that, a white man who obviously has some kind of sense, right? And he's been paying attention. He's a fan of Scandalous Los Angeles TV. Who first told y'all that my nigga Scandalous was the GOAT, nigga? Who told y'all niggas Scandalous Los Angeles TV was the GOAT? I'm the first one, nigga. I works with this nigga. He's the GOAT. So even a rational mountaineer is calling 600's line saying, what's up with this seal foul, right? And then why did you say that Loose Coochie Cannon was a rat, wasn't a rat, and now you go back and you're saying that he was a rat. Now that you guys have threw him, kicked him to the curb, use him to implicate Big U in the investigation you and the exposers were conducting in joint unison with the federal authorities, Las Vegas Police Department, LAPD, and others, right? And other authorities, right? And this nigga says, oh, he all he does is crop pictures, uses AI. He has no credibility. But the white guy isn't being thrown off and allowing this nigga to deflect. He pressing him, and now Scandalous, the GOAT, done seen it, nigga. So now Scandalous is went and prove that the white boy knew what the fuck he was talking about. And you could block Scandalous Los Angeles TV, Do Sims, and all of that shit. You could block us because you get mad at the truth. But now here you got a mountaineer, nigga, that ain't letting your ass up off that hook. See, where truth appears, falsehood disappears. And that don't got no color. The truth is the truth, brother. Now, let's get back to this. The Crip cop getting exposed by scandalous Los Angeles TV.
Hey, I'm saying what happened was he used my voice. Listen. Hey, dudes, look, check this out, homie. He used my voice, okay? Let's just get that straight. You know, I went to Maestro's. I was at Maestro's eating wagyu.
No, this is on your page. It's still on your page.
Nah. What you not finna do, this is what we not finna do. See, you niggas is busters. And what y'all not finna do is play with my name. I did this before. Listen, I helped the feds. I seen the feds at Big U's house. I helped them. I seen them. And you niggas is over here trying to use AI. Y'all told y'all L to do it. I know voiceovers. It's the voiceover, and you niggas use my voice. It's plain and simple.
Hey, you know what's crazy?
Neighbor.
Those dudes over there on the other side, they probably would believe that because they want to believe it. Let's go, man. Nasty work.
I've never said that wasn't snitching, sir.
I got if you had 20 gallons selling. Was that snitching? To answer your question, well, if he's the police, if he's working for the LAPD, no, I don't think it's a problem with busting out the police.
I got 2,000 videos up, sir.
Man, I look up to you, man. You're a great boxer, a great fighter. I was hoping to see you fight against Shannon Briggs the other day. You said that fight fell through. I just want you to continue to be credible, man. I think you said that it wasn't snitched.
I didn't say that, bro. Listen,
so
sir.
Look at the video.
Sir,
if you look at the video,
I don't. Those people that you bringing up are not credible. They use AI. They twist up voices.
You were talking to. He asked you a question.
Sir.
You specifically know.
Sir, I didn't say that. I didn't say that, sir. They twist up stuff.
If you had 20 gallons selling. Was that snitching? To answer your question, well, if he's the police, if he's working for the LAPD, no, I don't think it's a problem with busting out the police. But that probably needs to be addressed. We probably need to ask him that and speak on that. Because no one talked about that yet.
So this wasn't you, huh?
That wasn't me, sir.
Okay, so you're admitting that you guys didn't know that you knew that whole.
Sir, the video that you just said, I said that was not me. That was AI. That was fake.
So if you had 20 gallons selling, was that snitching? To answer your question, well, if he's the police, if he's working for the LAPD, no, I don't think it's a problem with busting out the police.
Thanks a lot, Lovejoy. Enjoy, brother.
Thanks. Yo, you live? What's happening?
Hey, how you doing, man? I'm just giving you a quick call back. I watched another video too, and I was seeing you talking to Big U, and you said that you got your first case in 2005, and when you got that case, you turned yourself in so your home didn't get raided. Was I correct about that? Was that 05 or 03?
When the detectives gave the family information updates on their investigation, bro, I gave you warning, nigga. Like, hey, bro, they got your DNA on that dead body fingernails, bro. Get up out of there, nigga. Go do something, bro. Instead, you stayed around and ignored it, bro.
Let's
and
stop
you got your
right
family
there.
involved, bro. You feel what I'm saying? Nigga, when I caught my first...
Let's stop it right here. So, here you got the Crip cop talking about trying to play the hero, saying that he gave Big U a warning to go running, and he left his family. To be involved, right? Basically, trying to turn his family against him as if he put them in harm's way of a crime, right? Which is BS. But I want y'all to pay attention, because first, you saying that if somebody is snitching, it's okay to snitch on them. That just means y'all snitching on each other. Y'all both snitches. So not only do you bust ass niggas not know how to read no paperwork, you rat ass niggas is already over there trying to justify snitching. Now snitch is a snitch is a snitch is a snitch. It ain't about who told first. It's about who told, period. Officer Lovejoy reports to duty 10-4. Then one of the YouTube channels, we played it last night. I forgot who we could credit for that. But it was a video saying how Whack 100 lied, claiming that he contacted and told Big U's wife to get up out of there. The blood was found under the fingernails of the kid. All of that was to do exactly that, to try to get Big U's wife locked up so the feds would have leverage over Big U to either plead guilty and maybe even cooperate with the government just to protect his wife and make sure she wasn't being locked up, the mother of his kid, right? This is what they were trying to do by claiming she ain't talked to no motherfucking Whack 100. Show the records, nigga. Show the records that it was a 5-minute call, a 2-minute call right then. I bet they can't. Also, y'all saying that the police, that the RW's sister and wife told y'all that this Big U's DNA was found up under the fingernails of the dude with a complaint shows that that was a lie. So how did y'all really know that the feds was finna charge this case? Right? This is really nasty work. If y'all saying that y'all learned from RW's parents that the indictment was coming, and his sister, his mother and his sister, and then come to find out that was a lie. In fact, the sister, who's supposed to be the sister, we can't even confirm that was the mother and the sister. But the sister said that her brother was unalived in 2021. She got the year wrong. I'm quite sure somebody mourning that was tight with their sibling would remember the day, not just the year, the day that they lost a part of them. So I'm not convinced that that wasn't a play. But in any event, it looking like it was a play. His DNA definitely wasn't found under RW's fingernails. In fact, the DNA that was found is inconclusive. So they got an uphill battle on that. But let's get back to the content. How this AI, because his voice is AI. You know, Scandalous Los Angeles is anonymous. You know what I'm saying? Let's go.
Case in 05, my nigga. I avoided that, bro. I don't want them kicking down my mama, though. I think it's 05.
Okay. What was that case for?
Sir, go look it up, man. Go search my name.
Why you rushing me out, man? I just had a couple questions. I'm not being rude like the other college.
No, you're right. It was 05, bro. It was
He's under
Let me
pressure.
ask you this question. How were you able to get a drug diversion program? You got drug trafficking. How did you get that?
That's the only time you qualify for a drug diversion program is if you get caught with drugs.
No. Did you guys just hear that question? The white man got common sense and he says, hey, how did you get a drug diversion for a drug trafficking case? See, drug trafficking has to do with large quantities of drugs and money. This is weight. You know what I'm saying? A drug diversion is only for amounts of drugs that someone can claim that they use. You know what I'm saying? This nigga got caught with some weight, and he said he was doing a Tony Montana, nigga. Like he was snorting mountains and mountains and kilos of coke or pounds and pounds of weed. This is nasty work. This white mother, hey, let's back this up, bro. We gonna have to run this shit back. This white boy is fucking the Crip cops slow ass over. Hey, Wack sure know how to pick them. These niggas slow as molasses. The nigga getting caught up in all his lies. The nigga is frustrated, trying to rush him off the phone. He like, man, I'm not even being disrespectful like the previous callers. You got one man calling this nigga handsome that might be a bati boy, sound like a bati boy. Why is a man calling you saying you're one handsome boy and all of this type of shit consistently, and you don't got an issue with hanging him up or trying to rush him off the phone, but this white man gets up on here and you got an issue with the pressure that he's putting down on you. Let's get to it.
Okay, so you're admitting that you guys didn't know that you knew that whole time.
Sir, the video that you just said, I said, that was not me. That was AI. That was fake.
So if you had 20 gallons selling, was that snitching? To answer your question, well, if he's the police, if he's working for the LAPD, no, I don't think it's a problem of busting out the police.
Thanks a lot, Lovejoy. Enjoy, brother.
Thanks. Hey, yo, you live? What's happening?
Hey, how you doing, man? I'm just giving you a quick call back. I watched another video too, and I was seeing you talking to Big U, and you said that you got your first case in 2005, and when you got that case, you turned yourself in, so your home didn't get raided. Was I correct about that? Was that 05 or 03?
When the detectives gave the family information updates on their investigation, bro, I gave you warning, nigga. Like, hey, bro, they got your DNA on that dead body fingernails, bro. Get up out of there, nigga. Go do something, bro. Instead, you stayed around and ignored it, bro. And you got your family involved, bro. You feel what I'm saying? Nigga, when I caught my first case in 05, my nigga, I avoided that, bro. I don't want them kicking down my mama, though.
I think it's 05.
Okay. What was that case for?
Sir, go look it up, man. Go search my name.
Why you rushing me off, man? I just had a couple questions. I'm not being rude like the other callers.
No, you're right. It was 05, bro. It was a lot of stuff.
Let me ask you this question. How were you able to get a drug diversion program when you got caught drug trafficking? How did you get that?
That's the only time you qualify for a drug diversion program is if you get caught with drugs.
That's not what they usually give somebody for drugs like that.
Sir, that's what they give you. If you get caught with drugs, you're eligible for a drug diversion course. That's the only time you're eligible for a drug diversion course.
Okay, well, let me ask you this question. How come you went on the internet 3 different times and gave us 3 different stories for the reason that your case was actually sealed? First thing you said that it was the criminal records relief. Why were you saying?
Those were all the reasons for it. But that's all in the paperwork, sir.
But that's not the reason that your case was sealed. Your case was sealed because you finished a drug diversion program in 2012.
That's what it says in the paperwork, yes.
That's not what you told us. You told us it was because of the criminal records relief of 2023. Remember that?
I did find out while it was sealed. So basically, in California, it's called a criminal record relief. It's automatically sealed.
Okay, sir. I never even, sir. Let me explain to you, bro. When I said that criminal record relief thing, that's what I thought it was. I never actually went back to go look it up. Once I look it up, it was already sealed and done, order sealed by the judge before 2023.
Well, you told us that you would drive out to the black courthouse and get it unsealed. How come you never did that?
I ain't got no problem with coming to just drive 3 hours to the black courthouse to the arresting office. What the fuck my case is and get the whole thing if I have to.
For what? For what?
So we can see the reason why it actually got.
Bro. You can look up the case number. It's all public. It's all public record, man.
It's not public record. We've already all looked it up.
Sir. It's public record.
I'm just wondering why you didn't do what you said you were going to do.
Sir, all you gotta do, look up the case number. Everything pops up. It tells you. Listen.
Okay. Last question. I asked you earlier about Wack, and what was his name? Loose Cannon.
Sir, I don't want to talk about these other people. Listen, sir. They all have their own channels.
Why do you want Wack deflect this way?
Sir, they all have their own channels.
I understand that, but we don't get to talk to them like we get to talk to you.
Well, that's the beauty of it.
Let me ask you this quick question about you. Do you mess with snitches?
This guy. You live, man. What's happening?
Hey,
I
shout
love
out to my
multitasking
brother
products.
Scanless
That's why I love
Los
Elta
Angeles
MD,
TV.
especially.
Oh, he gonna bury a nigga. Nigga, diversion for drug trafficking, nigga. Nigga, you the motherfucking police. Hashtag diversion for the number 4 drug trafficking in the chat. That's some nasty work, nigga. And he didn't want to talk about it with the white boy. See, they could go over there on the 100 EBT side and get away with them lies. You know what I'm saying? But nigga, that white boy and Scandalous ain't let them niggas get away with that lying, nigga. We know what's going on with the Crip cop. You know what I'm saying? The Crip cop is working, nigga. Nigga, this is some nasty work. Let's see what we got going on. Oh, man, Instagram, popping. Let me see what they was talking about before we get into the next video. You know what I'm saying? Salute to everybody on Clubhouse right now that's listening. Salute to Whack Police, Jamal Green. Hey, bro, you stating the obvious, bro. You stating the obvious. You ain't going to get no fight over here. I'm going to Chase Doe say, blood, this shit hilarious. He ran from dude. He gave multiple excuses. Clearly, this man can read and is educated. Shout out Yael and Deuce Sims. Crip cop is hilarious. No, he the Crip cop. The hip-hop Crip cop. Go look on his channel. He embraced it after I exposed him enough. Me and Scandalous Los Angeles TV. So, we're going to get into some more reading, and then we'll get into some, But yeah, the Crip cop, and I got some paperwork on the Crip cop I want to show y'all. I got to look for it. But let me read this, and then while we play another video, I'll look for it. This is the LA Times. Let me go ahead and show y'all this. You know what I'm saying? Back to the Big U thing. Accused Crips leader indicted. A Grammy-winning witness. NBA All-Stars $3 million debt. And here go Big U. A federal grand jury indictment returned this week. Accused gang leader Eugene Big U Henley revealed new details about the reach of his alleged mafia-like organization and the celebrities who were entangled in it. Henley, who helped launch Nipsey Hussle's career. Hey, for all the Nipsey fans and CS2 back dick suckers, the whole Oscar Mayer mafia that claimed that Nipsey Hussle career started on his own, get off Nipsey dick. You niggas sound like fanboys when it's, just historically founded that he was signed to Unique Music and got the deal through Epic Sony Urban. Through Unique Music, Big U put him in the game once he got the recording equipment from Suge Knight. Damn, nigga came that this song was talking about Big U because he said he did it on his own and you believed him. Nobody that has success does it on their own. They could get short-term success, but along the way, you got to build a team. And Big U and Steve Lobel were very integral and important in the career of launching the career of Nipsey Hussle on the business side. Henley revealed new details, even the nonprofit side. Nipsey didn't have a charity. All of the things that you guys said that Nipsey was doing for the community and popping up in the community, the charitable acts, I'm willing to assume without a nonprofit, all of that was through his manager, Eugene Henley. So the dude known for charity and philanthropy wasn't Nipsey Hussle. He was being used like Big U used all of these other celebrities and led by developing options, led by Eugene Henley Jr. Henley, who helped launch Nipsey Hussle's career, was previously charged in a 107-page criminal complaint and eventually arrested last week. The 43-count indictment returned Wednesday means a grand jury believes there's enough evidence to charge Henley. Facts. The grand jury indicted Henley 58 on charges including fraud, robbery, extortion, tax evasion, embezzlement of donations to his charity, which receives public money, and running a racketeering conspiracy in which he allegedly murdered an aspiring rapper, according to a U.S. Attorney's Office in L.A. Henley's attorney, John Targowski, said his client looks forward to a vigorous defense of these charges and maintains his innocence. As the indictment alleges, Mr. Henley led a criminal enterprise whose conduct ranged from murder to sophisticated fraud that included stealing from taxpayers and a charity, said acting U.S. Attorney Joseph McNally. Eradicating gangs and organized crime is the Department of Justice top priority. Before turning himself in, Henley made videos denying the accusations against him, saying, "I ain't did nothing." Right? I ain't been nothing but a help to. I ain't been nothing but a help to our community. Henley said on the videos, "This the price of being black and trying to help somebody, trying to help your community and do what you can. You just guilty because somebody else don't like you." In the indictment, prosecutors referenced those videos, calling them an attempt to poison the jury pool. But I guess that these two confidential sources that he referred to as rats when in these same videos that were released on this channel, and as we're talking about him finna turn himself in, they send me the videos and we released the videos, and you guys are saying that this was an attempt to poison the jury pool. But you guys never mentioned CS2 Bat, the Crip Cop, and these two women who claim to be the family of RW, claiming that Henley's DNA was found under the fingerprints. Which one do you think was worse at poisoning the jury pool? Why isn't that in the indictment? Y'all see how getting indicted by a grand jury is so one-sided? Like they said, they will indict a ham sandwich. According to the indictment, Henley phone stopped reporting location data around 12:30 a.m. on March 19th, hours before law enforcement executed arrests tied to the case, before allegedly fleeing his home in South LA. Authorities said Henley left a subpoena related to the investigation on a table near a hat for the Seattle Mariners, a sports team adopted by Rolling 60 neighborhood Crip members as a symbol of the game. So they said he left the subpoena related to the investigation right next to his S-Dome, and he fled his home knowing they were coming that day. So how did he find out that they were coming that day? We got a text. I got a text from Veggie Wrong, the Orca. You know what I'm saying? And he told me that Big U's in trouble, will be arrested by Easter. So for them to come that early was a shock. But this is what they want to portray so they can try to say like he tried to run. Federal authorities say Henley is an admitted member and original gangster or OG of the Rolling 60s. More than a dozen alleged members or associates of the Rolling 60 Crips, including Henley, have been charged in the sprawling criminal case. The indictment further expanded on Henley's purported grip on LA and the alleged victims who were required to check in with Henley in order to obtain protection before arriving in the city. According to the indictment, Henley recorded a video of a film crew in Hyde Park in about 2017 and said on the recording, anytime you want to do movies in the hood, just check in. But if you don't check in, we're going to check you in, all right? We're going to check in all your equipment. Let me talk about that real quick. Imagine you being poor, right? Growing up in South Central Los Angeles, dudes that you known since teenagers were unalived at the age of 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, dying for these blocks. And you, I think Big U owns 3 houses all in Rolling 60s territory, right? The one on the AG, one on the Overhills, and then the other one, right? 3. So this is a community he's been around majority of his life, right? Grew up with, know these people, their families, and all of that. And imagine some people that don't look like us, right? Bam! Come think they're coming on your block to shoot a movie about your culture and exploit your culture without involving or talking to the people around there. The way that they're being portrayed, the way that they exploit our culture. Nah, get that equipment and shit up over here. Y'all not doing shit over here. Nigga, y'all making money up off of where we grew up off of our culture, and you motherfuckers think y'all just gonna come get the fuck up out of here. But now, I guess people will prefer to run to people that look like this, mountaineers, and confess their sins on No Jumper. Implicate other black men on No Jumper, on Vlad, Poetic Flacco, Whackademics. I guess they would rather, I guess you guys would prefer to be exploited in our culture, to be exploited by these culture vultures. See, that's what's going on. You got somebody who wasn't about to let these people continue to exploit us and make sure we were inclusive into anything that had to do with our community. And they saying not no more. You didn't want to work for us. You didn't want to be our puppet. Now those contracts is gone. You want to make it hard for us to come in through LA. You symbolize economic independence, the end of exploitation of your people. We're going to kill all that. Right? So, that video has also made the rounds on social media in recent days. That was an old video. It was nothing that was hidden. The indictment also provided more information on the circumstances surrounding the Las Vegas murder of Rayshawn Williams, an aspiring rapper. Authorities have accused Henley of kidnapping and fatally shooting Williams in the face and leaving his body in the Las Vegas desert in 2021. Okay, yeah, so I guess they said 2020 or 2022 on that call. My bad. But they definitely had the years mixed up. According to prosecutors, Henley had arranged for Williams to record music at a studio owned by a Grammy-winning producer in Las Vegas. That producer, identified as witness to in a criminal complaint, Marley Marl, for those who don't know, the one that Loose Cannon put a video out of him beating up Marley Marl, and I don't know what else he was on with Marley Marl. I don't know if he robbed him or nothing there, but it was a video of him beating up Marley Marl that he put on the internet, and I guess he was telling Marley Marl to pay him money and was telling them that Big U had him, sent him to charge him for money, and he believed him. And I guess the prosecutors believe him. So, according to Henley had arranged, okay, that producer identified as witness 2 in a criminal complaint told authorities that Henley was using his studio for free based on the fear and power dynamic imposed over witness 2 by the Big U enterprise for years. I was scared, so I let him use my studio for free. And they believed it. How they know that he didn't do it for the debt that he owed Big U? Cokehead producer, right? Ex-pimp, informant, producer, right? In the affidavit filed with the complaint, Andrew Rosa, a special agent with the FBI, said that before Williams' death, the young rapper recorded a diss song that Rosa believed was about Henley. So now you got somebody named Andrew Rosa, who's supposed to be a connoisseur of hip-hop or something, because Williams, before his death, recorded a diss song that Rosa believed was about Henley. But what they ain't saying is in the complaint, they said they're not even sure that Big U even heard this diss song, if it was about him. But this is their motive for murder. Nasty work. That murder, I believe, will be the first case dismissed off of this indictment. And I believe it will be because there is no murder weapon, because there is no DNA. The theory that it was a murder because he made a diss song against him is not believable at all to me. Like, he couldn't just beat the guy up if he had a problem with it and actually heard the rap song, like just straight to murdering him, right? A 24-year-old rapper on your label, you made a diss song on me, I'm going to kill you. That's a hell of a reach to me. But hey, maybe Andrew Rusa, the FBI agent, knows more about hip-hop and our culture than me, right? So, in addition, according to the indictment, Henley allegedly arranged for a co-conspirator to collect an illegal debt in November 2022 from a current NBA All-Star player who purportedly owed $3 million to a Big U enterprise associate. So somebody in the NBA owes somebody in the Big U enterprise. What the fuck is the Big U enterprise, nigga? What the fuck is that, bro? Somebody he knows, you're calling it an enterprise, they owed him, and now you're giving it to that. I wonder how much of that $3 million Big U was supposed to get, because there's no way that somebody in the NBA is going to owe me $3 million, somebody in my crew $3 million, and I don't get a ticket out that thing, especially if I'm risking my freedom and everything I've already established. I might want 2 out of it. Henley, in multiple wiretap calls, allegedly recounted sending a co-conspirator to Minnesota to collect several $100,000 on behalf of someone he referred to as Jew Boy. Okay, go pick up my money for me. I'm busy, got to deal with these kids. Okay, Henley allegedly took a portion of the debt owed as a fee for collecting it. The indictment also included details. Did Henley even know that was an illegal debt? We really need more facts on it. I can't wait till the indictment drop. The indictment also included details from wiretap calls in which Henley allegedly said he was bigger than Nipsey Hussle and that he had disciplined Hussle before the rapper's murder in 2019. And Hip Hop Uncovered, a 6-part documentary series for which Henley was an executive producer, he said Hussle made a diss song about him after the two had a falling out over music equipment. Okay, he made a diss song about him. Nipsey was a far bigger star And rapper, at the time of his diss song, I think that was the Marathon. I think that was on the Marathon or on TMC. The Marathon Continues. As opposed to RW. But for RW, it's just straight to killing him. Ain't no DPs. We unaliving this nigga who's friends with my son because he made a diss song. But Nipsey Hussle made a diss song about him, who's a bigger star, and had a disagreement about the music equipment, which belonged to Big U, and all he got was a DP. I ain't no rapper, I'm a scrapper. Okay, right. On the show, Henley said he attempted to pick Hussle up to get disciplined, but that Hussle brothers intervened and wouldn't let him go. According to the complaint, LAPD records documented that violence erupted when police officers arrived on the scene. A firearm was present and discharged. Henley said he and Hussle talked that night, and it was never nothing after that. In 2023, well, it's something for these feds, huh? They don't live and let live, nigga. 2023, Eric Holder was sentenced to at least 60 years in prison for unaliving Hussle. Although social media posts have tried to blame Henley for Hussle's death, authorities have not linked him to the murder. Hip Hop Uncovered also referenced the conspiracy theories, which Henley called the dumbest shit in the world. All these weirdos pop up out of nowhere with different stories to sell this, Henley said. On a wiretap call in January 2023, Henley confirmed that he wasn't feuding with Hussle, according to the indictment. He allegedly added that no one could beef with him because if they did, I'ma kill him, period. I am going to murder him. This is what they said he said on a wiretap. Henley is in federal custody and his arraignment is scheduled for April 8th. His detention hearing is scheduled for April 10th. Let me stop real quick, right? So the LA Times, who works all of these press, crooked media, the crooked news media, works with the law enforcement hand in hand since the 60s with these artificial dissemination campaigns, right? COINTELPRO, they did this to the Panthers, to the supporters of the Panthers, and Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, all of the leaders in melanated communities. But here, they went and brought up the fact that Big U, that a lot of social media posts have targeted Big U to Nipsey Hussle, responsible for Nipsey Hussle's death, but authorities have not linked him to that murder. But they get to speaking about it. They show that Henley has already debunked it. The homicide detectives have debunked it. But then they show, but he does say that he'll kill somebody that was beefing with him, that nobody can beef with him. This is what they want the people to remember, those that's just being introduced to who Big U is. Oh, this is a cold assassination of his character and painting a narrative which would help people believe that he actually killed R.W. Also charged in the indictment, Sylvester Robinson, a.k.a. Vay, of Northridge, Mark Martin, 50, a.k.a. Bearclaw, of Beverlywood area of Los Angeles, Termaine Ashley Williams, 42 years old, a.k.a. the fake Loose Cannon, a.k.a. Loose the Liability, a.k.a. Loose Bowels of Las Vegas, Armani Affiliate, 38, a.k.a. Manny of the Koreatown neighborhood of Los Angeles, Frederick Blanton Jr., 43 of South Los Angeles, and Tiffany Shanrika Hines, 51 of Yorba Linda. And that's what we got from the LA Times, the crooked news media, The feds can indict a turkey sandwich if they want you that bad. Hey, that's facts, bro. That's facts, man. But everybody hit that like button. Oh, we got a $50 super chat. Salute everyone. Hit that like button, subscribe, and to Active Chucks. Support the anthem section. Yael featuring Joe Moses and Coyotes for Hire.
Damu Kiwe, Conversations.
Anything you want to say about what I read, brother?
Snitches! All of you niggas is telling.
Man.
The cold part about it is, and let me refrain from saying certain things, right? Lie snitching, you mix that together, you blend that together, you got people making up things to make it seem credible and deemed credible in the eyes of the people and this rotten judicial system. The fact that you got Loose Coochie Ashley getting on all these platforms, spreading these lies like a goddamn virus, and these platforms are allowing him to do so, and such as with CS2 back and 600 people still supporting, still, saying like, oh, well, I don't know. I don't know if this is a play, or I don't know if he's being funny. Let me tell you something. There's nothing funny about somebody lying on you and lying and putting alleged stories and crimes on somebody, and you snitching on them allegedly, because none of the things that these individuals said has been stamped to come back as a truth. You had people who didn't even like Deuce and Yael and listening to the platform. Now they're supporters. You want to know why? Because of the facts, because of not just throwing out fish lines, because of a title. You just throwing stuff out to see if somebody's going to bite. And then when you bite, we reel you in with the juicy gossip. No, this is not gossip. This is clearing the air and reframing from putting allegations on individuals without the receipts. And the fact that you got 3 major agents, I'm talking about Agent Whack, Agent Back, Agent 600 Pennies, Agent Loose Ashley Cannon. You got these 3 major agents in our community and our culture masquerading around, emulating and perpetrating that they're one of us. And you got idiots out here. You got idiots from my community. You got idiots from the Damu community. You got idiots that's just idiots that don't even care to ask the question, is this true? Let me research it. A lot of you niggas is just believing shit because it sounds believable. It sounds believable. It sounds persuasive. Without doing your own due diligence of research to make sure that this is a truth, you choose not to. And then you like a gossiping female or a male who just sits back on their ass and click on the button and say, let me hear the gossip, and don't even care about a man's life being at freedom, being at jeopardy. Don't even care about that. But we do. Sims does. If he don't do the research and bring it to the table and say, let's investigate and give names for people to research, do his own due diligence, get the help, we don't have the content. And we don't bring the facts. I thought people wanted the truth. I thought people wanted authenticities. Well, guess what? If you tired of the lies, you tired of agents running around on the internet, putting lie snitches and dry snitching and wet snitching all on your name with fake stories to blame, come over to the Damu Kiwe Conversation way. Come over to our lane, where we'll navigate you through this whole thing and give you nothing but facts and receipts. No lies, no fluff talk, no extra added, no 20 on the 10 to try to fit in with these other YouTubers, because ain't no other YouTube page out here quite like the Damu Kiwe Conversations page.
That's a fact.
So everybody who got a curiosity to know how Deuce M's and Yael get down, well, come on over. We're going to show you how to get down. We're going to show you how to get down the righteous way. We don't put allegations on people without the facts, and we're going to give it to you straight like that. Man, thank you for tuning in to Damu Kiwe Conversations. Man, you were sitting in one of the hottest lives on YouTube with Deuce M's, the Don, and Yael, the Kiwe pop star, and on Clubhouse. Salute to Clubhouse. Salute to everybody on stage. Salute to the mods that's on their job. And if you in the goose, salute to you too. And if you're on stage, make sure if y'all all as a collective share the room 3 times so in the hallway we got that shine. And if you on YouTube live right now and you in the chats, y'all already know that's where it's at. Salute to the Blue Wrench mob that's always on their job. And if you a friend that told a friend to tap in, guess what? Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe and repost this content. This is very edifiable for those who don't know. Now you can know. The voices of the culture and the West Coast with the most authenticity, bringing their receipts every time. Damu Kiwe Conversations.
My mother brother. You know what I'm saying?
We do got a super chat. We do got a super chat, Deuce.
Go ahead, do your thing.
Man, we got Iceman Vamp with the $5 super chat. White dude calling the crib cop a handsome boy. Adam 16 telling CS2 he got a muscle booty. I'm starting to see a pattern here. Well, guess what, Iceman Vamp? You're correct. They are promiscuous devos. They're promiscuous devos and closet freaks. And y'all know what that is. Man, salute to the super chat, man. Anything and everything that is given to the Damu Kiwe Conversation team is highly appreciated. Iceman Vamp, salute to you, your family, and your tribe.
Yeah, man, we're gonna be we finna get the flaming these niggas up. Don't think we ain't, you know what I'm saying? So if you haven't hit that like button, hit that like button. You know what I'm saying? Show a little bit of support. We up in here. I ain't saying y'all gotta send a cash app. I ain't saying y'all gotta send a super chat. We gonna be active in the chat real quick. I want to see what some of y'all feeling. But before we do that, I definitely want to find that paperwork that I still was not able to find, even though I know I posted it in my community. You know what I'm saying? But in the meantime, in between time, I want y'all to hear me talk to Stutterbox. That's what we can do while we doing that. I want y'all to listen to me interview Stutterbox, and then we gonna break that shit down. Let me get up over here real quick. Yeah, what up?
We got one more super chat, man. We got C Rails W with the $20 super chat. This Wells from District 13. 600 just admitted to the obstruction of justice on NJ. This means WAC was complicit too. And warning big, the feds was on him, so he may escape. So why the fuck these rats ain't get picked up? Question mark. They working. Well, guess what, C Rails W with the $20 super chat? You 100% right. And anything and everything given to the Damu Kiwe Conversation team is highly appreciated, man. Salute to you, your family, and your tribe.
All right, we finna get into this documentary, the long documentary, part 1 of that hip-hop documentary series. Yeah, we're gonna get into that. And let's go. While we doing that, I'll be looking for that other stuff for y'all.
See, this is what y'all fail to realize. Hey, Dominique Mayweather, I talk to box. I don't give a fuck about what y'all.
Y'all can't even
dog. You know,
my bad.
He allegedly gave dog my address, homie. If I get killed,
started back over. My bad.
My bad, bro.
Thank you, guys.
Yo, it's Duff for the Cloud Chaser TV, man.
Previously in part 1, we found out from Robert Ross, also known as Stutterbox, a Main Street Mafia crip and WAC 100's neighbor. That WAC 100 or CS2 back got his house raided for getting caught on a wiretap on a conspiracy to commit murder.
What is it exactly you want to clear out and I air it out, clear it out, however it got to go.
On the video, when you said something about conspiracy to murder, what actually did you hear on audio of Whack 100 that the feds had, but haven't charged him for conspiring to murder?
His house got raided because he was on the wiretap with Dog. You know, he allegedly gave Dog my address, homie. If I get killed, whoever gave him my address gonna get conspiracy to murder. But if I don't get killed, they can get conspiracy to attempted murder because they shot up my Rolls Royce, put 17 holes in my Rolls Royce.
Let's play Stutterbox talking to Whack.
This is what I'm trying to figure out, though, Box. Help me understand this, because me and you both know that whole case was your thing. What is Mark saying I had to do with the case, bro?
Whack, listen, in the paperwork, it said you tried to call Dog, remember?
I tried to
and he
call
wouldn't take
Dog.
your call. And I said it to you. Saying he didn't talk to you, he wouldn't take your call. Dog said he was cool, he didn't want to talk to you in the paperwork.
Mark
That's what
tried
you said
to
is going off of what
that whole Main Street shit, that was your play. I had nothing to do with it. I was a victim.
Because they said when Dog called you, his phone was hit. That's how they got on your line.
No.
And you play. That's what they say, what?
No.
As you can see by now in this first part, Stutterbox clearly implicates Whack 100 into this case, not only in an interview with Deuce M's and Stats 280, but also right to Whack's face on the recorded phone call. In part 2 of this video, let's take a look at the actual paperwork from the case, which exposes Whack 100 as a confidential source in the Main Street Mafia Crips case.
We're gonna get into the paperwork. The paperwork is a transcript of a wiretap. And once I get into this paperwork, you're gonna understand that Back was one of the names that the feds used for confidential source number 2. So Back Whack also says CS2. Back. CS2, for those who don't understand law, is code word for confidential source. But once I get into this paperwork, you're going to understand that Back was one of the names that the feds used for confidential source number 2. So Tiny Draws told that nigga, you on paperwork, nigga. Yo, what's up, Back? What's up, Back? And didn't nobody understand why he was calling him Back.
You lying. Are you dumb or something?
How young Back?
Go ask
How
your
young
uncle if he didn't see my daughter.
How young Back? Let's talk about a little Back.
Who's Back? I don't know.
You know who Back is.
I don't know.
You know
who that
exactly
is.
who Back is, nigga.
I don't know who that nigga is.
You know exactly who Back is. Stop playing
I
these
don't
games,
know
nigga.
who that nigga is.
You know about Marky Mark. You know about Stutterbox. You know about Dale Dog Back. Stop playing these games, nigga. Stop playing these weird ass games, nigga. Yeah, stop playing these games, nigga.
Hold on, what Stutterbox got to do with something?
Yeah, you know.
Hey, what Stutterbox?
Man, put that on Pyro. Put that on Pyro. That's gonna be another story we gonna talk about later.
What Stutterbox got to do with something?
I'm talking about that paperwork, nigga. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
You saying I'm on paperwork?
Bro, am I lying? Put that on Pyro, you not.
Wax on paperwork?
Put that on Pyro, you not.
Put that on 6-0 Wax on paperwork.
6-0 Crip, nigga, you on paperwork. Put that on Pyro, you not.
Put that on.
Man, put that on Pyro that you not on that case.
Produce it.
Put that on Pyro that you not on that case.
You know I'm the one got told on,
Put that on Pyro, you didn't make statement.
So Tiny Draws said that the nigga name was Back and that he was on paperwork. Well, the paperwork is a transcript of a wiretap, and it's from Deldorf from Main Street Mafia case, rest in peace. So we goes to the first page, and it has the session 18202. This is the wiretap, date and time 8/5/2008 through 9/22/38 to 9/29/39. Duration for 7 minutes, 1 second. This is the feds breakdown. Dale tells Stevens that your boy Box, referring to Stutterbox, we can all agree to that, right? Went south. Back wants Dale's phone number. Back needs to talk to Dale. It's important. Back Whack, right? But it also says CS2 Back. CS2, for those who don't understand law, is code word for confidential source number 2.
At some point, you get a phone call from Whack 100, Cass Jones. What did he contact you concerning?
He wanted to reach out to Dale Dog, rest in peace. I got the whole transcript, of the whole wiretap. Lawyers that was involved, they was able to get the discovery.
But when you get the discovery, was part of that the actual wiretap? Do you see your conversation with Cass Jones in them transcripts?
Paperwork, they put him as Back. B-A-C-K. I kept asking the lawyer, like, who the fuck is, I ain't talked to no back. And they said, nah, that's whack. But they put him as back because he a blood.
Was this back also referred as confidential source number 2?
Yes, sir.
So you get into Dale talks about Box incident and Back wanting to talk to Dale. Wack wanted to talk to Dale Dog. Mafia talk and someone talking too much. Box with a question mark. Sound like Back, which is Wack, has info on Stutterbox and talking about phone lines being compromised. So Wack is wanting to talk to Dale Dog, so he goes through the Mafia's talk, who we gonna use as Mafia talk for this, not to involve nobody else, right? He tell Mafia talk, look, I need to talk to Dale Dog. That nigga Stutterbox went bad. Well, Wack knows Stutterbox because that's his neighbor. In fact, that's how Wack even know Dale Dog. So the only way you would know that the wires is tapped, and the only way that you would know that Stutterbox that went bad, nigga, is if you done went and talked to them people. Wack admitted that he did go talk to them people on the 64th floor.
Raided my motherfucking crib, didn't find nothing. Cut my wife up, searching, going through everything. They ain't found nothing. When I went down to the federal building with my attorney to get my shit they took out of my office, every bitch was on that floor with FBI flak jackets on. That's the first thing I saw. I'm like, damn.
It goes into saying Box punked the gang. 2 messages on Mark's phone. Mark is involved on the gang business and operations. Duke. Back is calling on another line to Mark. It says, hit me about 3 times. He want me to give you a number, so I'm calling to clear with you first before. So Dale Dog was like, I'm cool on that, brother. Right? Nigga, he don't even want Wack to know his number. So the nigga Mafia, he come back and say, oh, okay, you don't want? All right, so you don't want to do no hollering, all right. He said, what's up with you though, man? Dale Dog changed the subject. So the dude Mafia style say, what we'll talk, man, you know, I just need to know, man, you when I talk to Back, which is Wack 100, I'm just gonna tell that nigga, man, oh man, well, you know, homie, you been on the phone with dude and you know, like basically you been on the phone with Stutterbox and you know, like, you know what? I'm saying you right, man. No telling what lies he told a nigga on the phone. You know what I'm saying? So they already own Stutterbox and Wack 100. And then also this Dale Dog. And then when you call the dude, you make the dude talk about certain stuff on the horn, you know? You know that's what they got going on. He talking about Stutterbox and Wack 100 got that going on. I ain't got no time for this dude. So then Mafia style say, I mean, you know that's good information. See, now I know how to, like I said, I ain't helping the Wack boy in a minute. The Wack boy in a minute. You know what I'm saying? He called me out of the blue yesterday. Not yesterday, last night. Left me 2 messages. And this morning. And I just need to know how to play it cool. You know what I'm saying? Nigga probably said, man, nigga going to jail, you know? Laugh. The nigga got to laugh. So that's the first page. Hold on, we ain't finished. We got some more shit that's gonna talk about that. Or confidential source number 2, aka Wack 100. Go to the next page with other leaders of the large gang organization. CS2 is able to provide limited information regarding violent assaults committed by the mainstream Mafia Crip, including shootings, burglaries, and murders. Confidential source 2 is unwilling to testify in court against members of mainstream Mafia Crip because confidential source 2 is fearful of retaliation against confidential source 2 and or confidential source 2's family. Tiny Draws called that nigga back because he already has seen this, bro. That nigga wasn't capping and he knew he could stand on that. Wack 100 is confidential source number 2.
They put him as Back. B-A-C-K. I kept asking the lawyer, like, I ain't talked to no back. And they said, nah, that's whack. But they put him as back because he a blood.
They say that he provided reliable information previously. The nigga say confidential source number 2 has provided reliable historical information concerning the Main Street Mafia organization. However, confidential source 2 is only aware of certain aspects regarding the organization's criminal activity and narcotic distribution network. So he only know a little bit about how they move and work. Confidential source 2 has no knowledge or information regarding the methods in which narcotics are being transported to the Los Angeles area and distributed to Main Street Mafia Crip gang members. Additionally, confidential source 2 is unable to provide information regarding the narcotic customers, flows of narcotic proceeds, and methods that they are using to laundering their narcotic proceeds. Confidential source 2 is only able to identify a limited number of Main Street Mafia Crip gang members. Confidential source 2 is unable to provide specific information regarding the organization's extortion activities, methods of monetary collections and distribution of proceeds, because he ain't from Main Street. He only was dealing with the nigga Stutterbox. This nigga Whack 100 been on paperwork. Confidential source number 2, aka Back, aka Whack 100. He was the one calling the Main Street trying to get in contact with Del Dog, saying that Stutterbox told him. When Whack asked for the number, he refused. He told the homie, nah, nigga, this nigga been on the phone with him, nigga. That's how I met him through that nigga. If Stutterbox, and he could be a rat and all that, that don't mean he lying about Whack 100 being on a wiretap talking about conspiracy to murder. That holds the same exact time as a murder, a life sentence. And if that's what you on wiretap for, and if that's what they came for you for, then how you out of jail?
Coming up in part 3, Deuce M's and Stats 280 speak exclusively with the last key remaining character in this case. And the person Whack 100 directly calls on the wiretap, according to the paperwork. Money Mark Stevens. In this bombshell interview, Shaq's business manager Mark Stevens exposes Whack 100, aka Cash Jones, the former Death Row affiliate, and Pacoima Piru Blood, as a confidential informant for the FBI, with detailed corroborating evidence and paperwork that leaves no doubt that Whack 100 is in fact confidential source number 2, or CS2 Back.
Right. Salute to the whole team. That's the viral
Our crew services cars
video
from bumper to
part
bumper.
1, the longer version. You know what I'm saying? Oh, no, that was part 2. Because that says the next part was the interview with Mark Stevens. Let's stop sharing that real quick, right? We can come back to that later. I want you guys to see some things, right? Let's go over here to IG. So, when we talk about Whack 100, I want y'all to remember a couple things. See, in hindsight, you might be able to see things in a different light after y'all watch him orchestrate taking down Big U, right? This indictment, how he cooperated with law enforcement and made sure that he did everything that he needed to get this, here it go right here, boom. So, we're going to share this with y'all. This is a post from Active Chucks. When I first got into it with Whack and I told him I didn't want to do business with him, he back-channeled me, right? Y'all can't see it. Added to the stage. Boom. You sat at the... Now, mind you, I'm telling him, look, we got into it about the Tekashi 6ix9ine thing. I tell him, look, I ain't on no bullshit with you, but I don't want to do no business with you. I'm on something else. He gets back a couple days later. You telling people you check me? And I'm like, man, listen, that shit's on the internet. People gonna get from it what they get. People look at it from different angles. And you definitely got checked. You didn't know about FHN, and then you was nice as hell. I tell him, look, bro. He said, but you're really a fan. I tell him I'm not a fan. He tells me, you sat at the table with real lost and real broke individuals. That's street shit. I'm on business shit. You keep up the good work, and I'm sure the feds will keep up their good work. You know he can't as well. You know he can't spell that good, so he spelled there wrong. There, in this context, should have been T-H-E-I-R, right? Not T-H-E-R-E. But anyway, I just don't want y'all to overlook all of this police fed shit he been doing, we've been exposing, and isolated. You guys might not see it the way that we see it, right? But we also got something on that indictment. I told y'all I wanted to show y'all that federal indictment, right? This was a post that I've been posted of my indictment, and this is what we'll be getting on Big U's, which is probably going to be a whole bunch of pages. But this is what we're going to get on Big U's indictment now that it's dropped, probably from legal. So let me blow it up for y'all to be able to see how it looks, right? So, United States for the Central District of California. Y'all able to see that? Let me make sure. Yeah, y'all able to see that. United States of America, the plaintiff and the defendant is Lamonte Deshaun Sims. Hey, hold on. I forgot to get into this. The boogeyman cites 18 U.S.C. subsection 1071. The person acted with intent to prevent fugitives' discovery or arrest. This is what Wack and 600 were attempting to do, but they knew that they wouldn't be prosecuted. They were quite sure. You know what I'm saying? They owe favors from them people still. You know, Wack, they still owe Wack favors. So this indictment was the United States in October 2009. So that means I was already in jail since February 2002 for bank robbery, right? Conspiracy to armed bank robbery. And we can show y'all that if y'all ever want to see that in the future too. I got all my work. You know what I'm saying? It's public record, right? But on here, 18 U.S.C. 111, assaulting a federal officer resulting in the infliction of great bodily injury. 18 U.S.C. 113A 6, assaulting resulting in serious bodily injury. And then 18 U.S.C. subsection 111A1, assaulting a federal officer resulting in physical contact. So I had 3 counts of assault, and I'll read it to you because I want you to know in the indictment, these allegations is heavy and they really hurt you. On or about March 11, 2007 in San Bernardino County within the Central District of California, defendant Lamonte Deshaun Sims intentionally used force to assault, resist, oppose, impede, intimidate, and interfere with A. Gutierrez, a Federal Bureau of Prisons correctional officer at the Federal Correctional Institution 1 at Victorville, California, while A. Gutierrez was engaged in the performance of his official duties, resulting in the infliction of bodily injury. Right? Bam. Count 2. On or about March 11, 2007, in San Bernardino County, within the Central District of California, and within the special maritime and territorial jurisdiction of the United States, namely the Federal Correctional Institution 1 at Victorville, California, defendant Lamonte Deshaun Sims intentionally assaulted A. Gutierrez, resulting in serious bodily injury. And then the last one, and I can't see the top, the Central District of California defendant Lamonte Deshaun Sims intentionally used force which resulted in physical contact to assault, resist, oppose, impede, intimidate, and interfere with S. Flores, a Federal Bureau of Prisons correctional officer at the Federal Correctional Institute 1 at Institution 1 at Victorville, California, while S. Flores was engaged in the performance of his official duties. So it was that indictment was passed, signed. I was recharged and brought back to California from the SMOO program, which is the Special Management Unit in Talladega, Alabama, right? It was new. In fact, that was the first SMOO program. I opened that shit up, right? Before it even opened up, I was there. You know what I'm saying? In the hole, being held. Well, it was another riot after this one. You know what I'm saying? But that, I show that indictment because you look at that indictment and you be like, damn, Duke Sims that injured 2 police. Officer Gutierrez's nose was broken. And Officer S. Flores tore his meniscus. Officer Gomez said, while I'm beating a Sereno, an essay with a fire extinguisher, beating him and hitting him with that, he reached for me. I took a step back, dropped the fire extinguisher, cracked him in his nose, fracturing his nose. He fell on his back. Then S. Flores said, while him and a bunch of other correctional officers are trying to restrain me and handcuff me, I'm resisting, slid him a left uppercut while he reached for me, bam, hit him in the chin, he falls and tears his meniscus. Now, what's crazy, the evidence shows that they both went to medical and they both went to the hospital. Gutierrez's nose was fractured and S. Flores's meniscus was tore, right? But when I went to trial, these statements made by the police on what happened and the fact the video footage didn't show what these people were accusing me, and the lies and the cover-up and a whole bunch of other shit showed that they were just mad because both of these Hispanic correctional officers, one who wore his pants creased up every day, CO, hang with the essays, was so embarrassed and upset that they people got punished, and me being the main perpetrator in the assault that's withstood the assault by the Serenos on black inmates, even exceeded that, chasing them up out of the unit, beating them with broomsticks, irons, fire extinguishers, knives, then went outside after that, where all of this occurred at. We went looking for more after chasing every one of them up out of the unit, right? We on some gangbang and protecting our people shit, and once it turned up, we looking for it. We here for it. We go outside, and that's where both of these police were injured. I went to trial, and this is how fucked up the judicial system is. During the trial, they came back during deliberations. They came back with a hung jury, right? So I'm not believing. I'm Spooky Johnson. My stomach, my heart's in my stomach. You know what I'm saying? Nigga can feel that shit beating. I've been down about 8 years at this time on a 10-year sentence. I'm supposed to be going to the federal halfway house, and my life is in these people's hands. Jurors, who some of them might just look at me because I'm black, look at me because I'm already incarcerated, and not even hear out the facts of the case. And somebody, one of the jurors at least, was already doing that. So they called us up into the court, and they tell the judge, Your Honor, we got a we got our findings. They like, okay, well, was it unanimous? And they said, nah. So he's like, well, I'm going to advise you guys to go back to deliberations and start from the beginning and try to get a unanimous decision for the court. So now I'm really Spooky Johnson, like, oh, hell no. It's Friday. These people been on this grand jury for days. They want to get back to their own life. Somebody, but my lawyer like, well, at least one person is fighting for you, Deuce Sims. At least one juror understands that this is bullshit. They don't tell us what the ratio of the deliberation was, just that it was a hung jury. So I'm like, man, that motherfucker might just want to go home today, man. They might want to go back and get their bag because bills is overdue and this $100 a day ain't enough. You know what I'm saying? They might stop fighting for me. He like, no, you can't think like that. You got to think positive. Bro, I don't have no faith in the criminal justice system at all. I don't believe in this government, let alone the criminal justice system. So they take me back. Mind you, I had to put my my trial clothes back on my suit, come up in there with the ponytail hanging, you know what I'm saying, looking fly for life. You know what I'm saying? I had to go take that off. They put me back in the holding tank with the other inmates or convicts. And they give me my little sandwich. Mind you, when you go to trial, it's so exhausting. You waking up at 4 o'clock in the morning every day. You're only eating sack lunches, orange juices, milks, apples. Like, you're not in the building or a penitentiary where you get any hot meals. And throughout the day, you're sitting in court to go wake up and do it again the next day. You know what I'm saying? So I go to the holding thing, and I'm like, man, we probably ain't going, they started from the beginning. We probably ain't going to get a draft. The police, the U.S. Marshals say about 40 minutes later, bro, Sims, court. I'm like, what? Said a verdict is in. Said, oh my God. Nigga, if my heart was Spooky Johnson from the beginning, it was 10 times that at this point. Nigga, 40 minutes later, when they start arguing from the beginning, nigga, I'm thinking the worst. Nigga, they done hung me, right? And I put my suit back on. I go down there. I tell my lawyer, the jury came back with a verdict, unanimous verdict. The foreman, it was a woman, a girl, pretty, looked like Chili from TLC with that caramel, beautiful complexion, right? And curly hair. She was stayed out in Lancaster. Hey, if you out there, hey, tap in, right? But she was the four-person young girl, maybe about 25 years old. Beautiful, beautiful girl. And they're like, you got a verdict? Yeah, it's a unanimous. Yeah. She read the verdict. We find Lamonte Sims not guilty on count 1. In count 2, we find Lamonte Sims not guilty on count 2. On count 3, we find Lamonte Sims not guilty on count 3. Man, I broke down and was crying like a hoe. I couldn't even stop myself from crying. All of the stress over a year of preparing, going through legal documents, making sure, arguing with my attorney who didn't believe I'm going to try to get you a deal. Oh, yeah, hey, man, I'm innocent. They don't believe you're innocent. They not necessarily looking to get you vindicated of false allegations. And I was innocent. Hands down, we claim no stripes we ain't earned. We punished the essays. Dead homies. Embarrassed them. Right? Embarrassed them. But we didn't beat up no police. I didn't beat up no police. Our issue wasn't with the federal correctional officers. So why would I be targeting them for assault? But there was still one jury. When they had a hung jury, we asked the jury, my lawyer talked to him. It was one jury that was prepared and voted to convict me on all 3 counts. One juror prepared to convict me of something I was not guilty of after hearing every single fact that they heard before. What if Big U doesn't get that good of a jury? What if there's more than just one person who's already convicted somebody based upon their race, based on the fact that he's incarcerated, based on the fact that they heard the Crip cop and CS2 back tell people his DNA was found, the RW's DNA was found up under Big U's Big U's DNA was found up under RW's nails. Bold-faced lie. Fuck him, he's a bad guy. What if one of the jurors is a Nipsey Hussle fan and believe the conspiracy theories that this indictment right here clearly says they have found no link to suggest that Big U had anything with Shitty Cuz knocking Nipsey down? People, I know it's hard. I was a Nipsey fan. It's hard to imagine somebody with such a bright future, somebody who symbolized and you relate to, that you have this emotional connection to. It's hard to believe that they did wrong at the same time as doing great. I bet you that there's dudes in the rolling 60s that Nipsey done fought, Black Sam done fought, jumped on, put in the hospital, all kind of shit that might have had a vendetta or a problem with these dudes and the All Money in record label. Shitty Cuz was one of them. So as much as you don't want to believe that someone so important died to something so small and over something so small to the rest of the world, that's the truth. That's what happened. That's what the courts found out and determined happened. But imagine Big U got one of those people, or 2 of those people, or 3 of those people on his jury, who deep in their mind that's already been prejudiced, right, to believe Big U has something to do with Nipsey's getting unalive. And these charges I was facing would have got me 10 more years because of my past criminal history. They would have doubled that up. I would have did 20 more years if I would have lost that trial. After doing 8.5 by this time. Some of these charges Big U got is 20 years each. And sometimes it's 16 counts under the Hobbs Act of robbery and extortion. Can he get a fair trial? They're talking about Big U tried to taint the jury pool with the videos he sent by suggesting that Love Boy and Whack 100 was informants. But not once did they mention that Love Boy and Whack 100 tried to taint the jury pool and assert that the RW Big U's DNA was found under RW's fingernails. The complaint and the indictment clearly shows that there was no match to DNA with Big U on RW found. Kind of see how they put their thumb on the scales of justice to tip it in their favor. They already got all of the resources. Oh, this is not the state. This is not that goofy shit y'all seen on the thug case down in Georgia. This is going to be totally professional, everything lined up, organized, with the most technology, money spent, federal funds spent towards the best researchers, right? They're going to touch through every piece of history of Eugene Henley's life. Every piece of evidence that was submitted in this indictment. And they're going to utilize every piece of it that they can to secure conviction. So just like that assault case that I had against the feds, who have a 96.7% or something like that conviction rate. That's because so many people don't go to trial against the feds. They're intimidated by the feds. But sometimes you get cases like the Dale Dog case where they had to go to trial because he was being career offender, like the 3 strikes law. He was facing life. And they get off because they fought. But imagine if you had 2 at-bats, your percentage, if you struck out those 2, would be terrible. But imagine the more bats you got 20 at-bats. Now you batting like a 380, 360, right? Batting average, because you got more at-bats. So those numbers and the federal conviction rate, it'd be a lot different if it was more people challenging that system, which is corrupt, and going to trial. I know y'all couldn't see. Y'all can see now, though. Hit that like button, share, tell a friend. So we got more stuff for y'all. I was just wanting y'all to see how these trials go. And an indictment is allegations, not any facts that have been proven. The facts will have to be proven in trial. So reserve judgment. I'm going to reserve judgment. I know some of this shit is bullshit. Just because I didn't had enough time studying Loose Coochie Cannon, the Crip Cop, Rico the Rat Rose. It's been 3 years we've been running content on them niggas. I know a lot of the lies that they're using right now, like the Meek Mills one. Even Wack admitted today, this morning, that Meek Mills was never kidnapped. Meek Mill's chain was never taken, but the feds ran with this and indicted Big U on it. You got the rats admitting that they lying, that Loose Cannon was lying about facts that Big U's being indicted for right now. He's up against it. Don't underestimate the power and the leverage that the federal government just formally put against Big U. He fighting for his life. And you see these rat-ass niggas laughing about it, celebrating it. You know what I'm saying? This is nasty work. Some of the same shit y'all see online that they get away with daily, talking about guns. Y'all want to talk about guns? Let's talk about guns. We finna go to CS2 back. All right, let's go over here and talk about some guns. Hit that like button, share, tell a friend. Y'all in here with Yael and the Dime. It's 2 Sims. You know what I'm saying? So, let's, hold on. Let's talk about lies first before we get to the guns, right? Let me show y'all this real quick. You know what I'm saying? Just one lie that's in this indictment that we know is a lie. Loose Cannon putting the murder of claiming that Big U called him and had knowledge of the murder of Nipsey Hussle 30 minutes before he was unalive. Let me show y'all some of this so y'all can see this, right? So, Nipsey Hussle, I'm assuming, was shot and killed. What day was Nipsey Hussle killed? So, Nipsey was unalive March 31st, 2019, right? So let's show y'all this. Here's a picture where if you look at the, wait, what day was that? March 31st. So April 7th, in 1 week, that baby face boy, Loose Coochie Cannon, right here, grew a full beard. Y'all see that? Y'all see a full beard with the gold tee and all of that over here when he's supposed to be FaceTiming Big U? But remember, he said he had was shooting a reality show. So the reality show got the actual video footage of the whole FaceTime call. But if you look over here, April 7th, 2019, 7:07, here's Loose Coochie Cannon with a full head of hair design and a full beard that he done grew in 7 days. It's kind of like a chia pet. Just add water, right? These are the type of
Chia.
Chia.
Bro, I'm over here crying, dude.
Then you look at this video. Now, remember when I was reading the indictment and it was talking about Big U telling a video crew to check in, or they're going to check in their equipment and tear up their equipment? This is the video of Big U from that video. So this nigga Loose Cannon not only didn't provide video footage and audio footage of this FaceTime call that he promised he would do, he tried to supplement that with a picture that he took off the internet with a picture of him when he said that he got the call and was in the bed. He's in the car. He's in the car. He said he got the call from Nipsey baby mama China, and he was in the bed with his wife. Gigi told us when we interviewed her, the nigga was lying. That the nigga didn't even have Nipsey's number. Nipsey didn't even have his number. And the federal government wanted this black man off the street so bad that they mentioned Nipsey Hussle and Loose Coochie Cannon's statement on No Jumper, implicating him in foreknowledge of Nipsey Hussle's death. See, these is the facts that at trial is going to crumble the credibility of the Fed's star witness. Well, one of them. It looks like they all turned against Big U. Looked like they all wanted them contracts, $2 million a year contracts. You know what I'm saying? It looks like they all had their eyes set on the goal. I wonder who gonna be the government's puppet and work with CS2 back. You know what I'm saying? So what we finna do is allow y'all to hear a lawyer this was from yesterday, so this was before the official dropping of the indictment. We're going to have this lawyer go ahead and break down some of what the things that they believe. And this is how lawyers is going to talk to a man fighting for his life and against liars. Oh, wrong one. My bad. I'd have added the wrong one. Let me share this, the right one with y'all, man, the right screen. All right. Check out CLR Bruce Rivers. I disagree with some of his stuff, but a good message is stop self-snitching. Them stop self-snitching hats. I believe that he's correct about that. But Big U, let's go.
One of these Instagram posts, every one of these, you know, you got to check in or it's going to get hot, you know. All that is going to bite him in the
Bruce Rivers, he's the criminal lawyer. Bruce Rivers, he's the criminal lawyer. Bruce Rivers, he's the criminal lawyer. And what he do? And he's gonna react to all the self-snitching.
Hi, this is Bruce Rivers. Welcome to another fun-filled episode of Criminal Lawyer Reacts. I'm Bruce Rivers, your very own board-certified criminal defense lawyer. Today we are reacting to the Rolling 60s indictment in LA. Rolling 60s is a gang out in the gang. It's a club. It's not a gang. Well, it is a bunch of people who are getting indicted for RICO in the LA area. And before we get to that, though, first of all, you know, I can't remember who gave me this, but somebody gave me, well, I think her card is here. Mary, whatever, Mary W. Mary, you crocheted these nice coasters for me. Thank you. And they match the painting behind me, which is really nice. And it's just a nice gesture to talk about Michael. And she sent a nice prayer. And I got some other cards here today too, about 3 or 4 cards. Every day I'm getting about 3 or 4 cards with well wishes about Michael, the former content genius, my son who passed away in November from a drug overdose. And I'm telling you, if you know somebody like that, step in, do whatever you can. Don't stop. Don't quit. Don't give them a lot of shit for being an addict. Be as supportive as you can. And if you have to do an intervention, do an intervention. If you have to, commit them. I mean, fucking commit them. I mean, if Michael was in jail right now for doing drugs, he'd be alive. So sometimes that helps. And I didn't realize how bad it was until it was too late. But that is what it is. So just remember that it's really important to support anybody that you know that's struggling with addiction. And sometimes it just means giving him a meal. One of the last things I did with Michael was I washed his hair because he thought bugs were all over him. And I was just trying to be kind to him. And he was 6 feet tall, 127 pounds when he died. I don't mean to keep bringing it up, but he's the reason I'm even here doing this. And so, anyway, and then also we have some news. Grandma's still in the basement. And she's going to probably resurface around April 1st. So keep an eye out for Grandma, who's in the basement doing her thing. So we're talking about the Rolling 60s. You know, like here they had the Rolling 30s. You know, that was an association of fellas who were in and it's the streets. You know, it's the number of the streets. The Rolling 60s. And Big U, it's in South Central Los Angeles, and it kind of started in 85 or thereabouts. And Big U is one of the figures in the industry who came directly from the street, according to Boss Valtown. But he is from the Arlington and Slauson, which is known as the 60s territory. The Arlington gang was led by Big U's cousin, Chili Capone. And as time went on, Arlington guys would call themselves Rolling 60s as they were from the same area. Now, here's the thing. Big U and Chili did not start the gang, but they were like the second generation. These are not people to mess with, you know, and they all have, you know, a teardrop, not necessarily a teardrop, but they have earned one anyway. You know what that means. And Big U, who's like their main guy, claims not to have any directly said he didn't directly join the 60s, but that the affiliation was a natural one, as he was an AG member, Arlington gang member, and he built his reputation on being an excellent fighter, learning martial arts, growing up, and possessing natural leadership skills. And when Chili Capone died, they all die young, right? He became the next leader of the AGs, or Arlington gang. And as the years went on, that just kind of morphed into the Rolling 60s. So they've indicted about 20 guys. I'm doing one right now where they've indicted well over 45 guys, and they're continuing to indict people. They're pulling people out of prison who are serving 30-year sentence on a homicide to indict them on a murder case.
Did y'all just hear what he said? They're pulling people who have 30-year sentences to life out of prison, rewarding them to put Big U in jail, to testify and snitch or lie snitch against Big U. They're definitely going to use all the resources. Let's go.
So they never get out. I'm telling you, this is not... If you're sitting there thinking, hey, it's a cool idea to be in a gang, or if you're thinking, I have to do this, think again, because this is happening all over the country. It happened in Atlanta, and we know what happened there. The prosecutor fucked that case up royally, and Young Thug had just amazing lawyers, and they didn't give up, which is just amazing. As the crack epidemic came in, the focus shifted to getting money, which brought more enemies meant more firearms, and the gangs now had unlimited access. Big U would also rob dealers, and after attempting to rob an undercover officer who posed as a dealer, he was sent to prison for 23 years, serving only 12 before going to prison. Big U managed to corrupt in 1990, who would go on to sign with Death Row Records after Big U went to prison. All these guys go to prison. You're in a gang, guess what? You're going to prison or you're going to die, one of the two. And it doesn't matter how long and usually it's either for large drug crimes, and now it's RICO, which they can take any little thing and say it was in furtherance of the conspiracy. So what's a conspiracy? You remember what we said. It's an agreement between two or more people and an act to do a criminal act, and then an act in furtherance of that conspiracy. They have a motto in the Rolling 60s, and the motto is, you not 60s until you smoke one. You know what that means, to smoke on your ops? We've talked about that. Imagine wanting to be part of an organization that has a motto basically saying you ain't a real one unless you backdoor and kill your brother. Example, what happened to Nipsey Hussle and, Sandman Niggas. The amount of fame and clout Nipsey brought to them only for a tweaked out J-Cat from his hood to kill him. Oh, that's from the Boy Mess, whoever that is. And some of this stuff is just put together by our team here, and we're really trying to highlight, and what I'm trying to do is highlight the dangers of being in a gang and the dangers of not building a good life. It might seem like a good idea at the time because you might be intimidated, you might have this, you might have that, and you might not have a choice. You might think you don't have a choice. Find a mentor. If you're 10 years old, you got to have somebody that's a strong, if you're a 10-year-old black kid in the hood, in the inner city, if you're, whether it's Chicago, LA, Minneapolis, or New York, Detroit, Houston, Dallas, Jacksonville, Florida. I mean, there's over 50 unsolved homicides in the last 5 years. And it's probably grown since then because that's an old statistic. But if you're a 10, 12, 13-year-old kid, find somebody close to you, that's not in the shit. That's not, somebody that's solid. Because there are men out there, just solid men. And gravitate towards them every day. Every day build with that. Listen to your mother. Listen to your auntie. Listen to your sisters. Because they're not in that shit. And if they are, make other plans. I hate to sound like an old fucking white dude who doesn't know what he's talking about, but I see this every day. I see the aftermath of this shit because I'm a criminal defense lawyer. So I know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm not just some Mr. Rogers dude putting on his fucking sneakers and his cardigan, sitting by my fake train and, trying to talk about shit I don't know anything about. So let's watch the press conference. And this is what I want you guys to take note of. They're mining social media to get you indicted.
Proven otherwise. Let me talk a little bit about Mr. Henley and the street gang here. As I said, Mr. Henley is a widely known leader within the rolling 60s. He rose to prominence in that gang decades ago, and he has since been a fixture on the internet, talk shows, and podcasts, all things that law enforcement have looked at closely as part of this investigation.
Oh, gee. What did I tell you? He's on podcasts. He's, I like the fame. What did the mob fucking hate more than anything else? Notoriety, attention. They wanted everything quiet. Why do you think John Gotti, wound up where he was? Remember, he was the Dapper Don. It's no different than these guys. And why is that? They wanted it quiet because they didn't want to fucking make noise, because the empty barrel is the loudest one.
He has maintained the image of an entertainment industry entrepreneur running a music label, and of somebody who gives back to the community here in Los Angeles, funding a South LA-based charity, Developing Options, which purports to help at-youth risk escape gang life and escape the perils of gangs in high-crime areas. The facts...
Well, don't think for 1 minute that won't be part of the defense strategy.
The facts alleged in the complaint paint a very different picture.
Let me stop that right there. That was a hell of a lawyer already knowing that when they say that he stopped gang activity, the statistics support that Big U, who was probably the most known gang interventionist in Los Angeles, with the biggest football program for the kids of multiple age groups, right? Even though they're not the best, Joe Moses, shout out to LA Chiefs, Joe Moses and them was whooping motherfuckers' asses. And Big U knew he couldn't fuck with Joe after these last 3-4 seasons or whatever. But the influence is, you can't argue against it. The effects were definitely effective at bringing down gang violence within his grid and throughout Los Angeles. So he's saying, believe the defense counsel will be arguing that, because the fact that they're trying to say gang, well, listen, I'm not a gang banger. I'm a gang member, and I utilize my membership with this club. Remember, he said it's a club, not a gang. I use my membership with this club to not no longer start gang wars, but to stop gang wars, to minimize the unalivings that's going on in our community. Hey, it's definitely a fight that's going to happen. Let's go.
A thief, a liar, and a cheat, and the criminals that enabled him. For example, Mr. Henley engaged in a murder of a musician signed to his label in 2021 and dumped the victim's body in Las Vegas off of the I-15 freeway. He then attempted to evade and obstruct the investigation into the murder, including ordering witnesses not to speak with law enforcement. Henley's criminal enterprise also engaged in other crimes, including transporting prostitutes across state lines, extorting strip clubs, marijuana dispensaries, and other businesses, and fraudulently applying for COVID loans.
So this sounds just like organized crime, does it not? That's how they're being treated.
In the form of a business relief loan. On that application, Mr. Henley falsely stated that his music label, Unique Music, operated at a $200,000 profit in 2019 and was entitled to government assistance, despite the reality that the company had operated at a loss and was ineligible for such relief. Finally, Mr. Henley is accused of embezzling.
Some of those document crimes are so easy to prove for the government, but the bigger picture is that they are part of an organization, and that is how the RICO part of it plays into it. And so it's an overt act in furtherance of a conspiracy.
Donations made by celebrities, professional athletes, and businesses to his charity, Developing Options, which, as I said, purports to give South LA at-risk youth alternatives to gang violence, drugs, and other criminal activity.
So if you have a charity like Donald Trump did and other people, you can't just take that, money and use it for your own purposes, and you ever hear that show, that Cars for Kids, 187, whatever the fuck that is. Remember that?
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
I mean, I think that is just a total scam. I could be wrong, and that's just my opinion. I don't have anything to back it up, but it sounds like bullshit. I mean, they have, what do they have? They have got ads nationally, and you hear that ad all the time. Who believes that's just for kids? Nobody does. Stealing from their own charity to do whatever, and then doing other things that are supposedly for and all of a sudden you're looking at your credibility when you get on the stand. It doesn't fly.
Henley used this charity as a front. He used it to conceal his fraudulent activities, his criminal enterprises activities from and evade detection from law enforcement. If convicted on the racketeering conspiracy, he and his co-conspirators face approximately a 20-year federal prison sentence. I want to thank our federal law enforcement partners, our state law enforcement partners who brought about the result here today. The Los Angeles Metropolitan Gang Task Force from the FBI. It's comprised of FBI agents, LAPD officers, IRS criminal investigation, the U.S. Department of Justice Inspector General's Office, Los Angeles Police Department, the North Las Vegas Police Department. This case is a great example of state and federal law enforcement working together to address harm from a criminal enterprise. I also want to thank our...
You hear all the organizations involved in this case? You get a lawyer involved. First of all, I guarantee these guys don't have a lot of money. I mean, some might have a little bit of money, but certainly not anywhere near the resources that the federal government has. That's for damn sure. And not only that, you don't have the resources that all these different agencies have specializations within their own departments, like the IRS, like the Postal Service, like the Gang Strike Force, like the U.S. Attorney's Office and the District Attorney's Office. So if you look at Operation Drawdown, you've got 19 there. And we're going to black out their names because I just don't think it's fair to plaster that shit all over the place when you haven't been convicted of anything yet. But look at the people up there. You got the IRS, you got the LAPD, you got the U.S. Attorney's Office, you've got Department of Justice. You've got all these different logos. Now, I'm going to read you from the indictment. In February 2021, FBI Los Angeles Metropolitan Task Force on Violent Gangs launched an investigation into Henley's criminal enterprise, the Big U Enterprise, and its association with the Rolling 60s neighborhood Crips street gang, the Rolling 60s, which the Los Angeles Metro Task Force Against Gangs, Violent Gangs, began investigating in August of 2020. The Big U Enterprise is a mafia-like organization that utilizes Henley's stature.
Hey, salute to my brother Mike B. He said they act like they want gang violence to stop, but they don't, because they'll be out of a job. You're right. They won't be able to use taxpayers' money to justify raising taxes to hire all of these correctional officers, police officers, etc. So they let you do your thing for so long, they get people like CS2 Back 600 and Loose Coochie Cannon. Hey, man, great comment, man. Mike B, always.
And long-standing association with the Rolling 60s and other street gangs to intimidate businesses and individuals in Los Angeles. The Big U Enterprise is led by Henley. You just heard about Henley. Henley is a self-admitted member and original gangster, or OG, of the Rolling 60s, a violent criminal street gang with associated sets in several other states. Henley is widely regarded as a leader within the Rolling 60s. Now, Eugene Henley, known as Big U, aka Unk, aka Draws, aka Hannibal, aka Hannibal Muhammad, aka Anybody Killer, aka Dave Austin, aka anyway, so many aliases, right? When they start reading that shit in open court, It doesn't look good for you, aka Bear Claw, for a violation of 18 U.S. Code Section 1962D, racketeering, influence, and corrupt organizations, conspiracies. And what they're doing now is they're treating them like organized crime. It makes it easier to prove and to get them off the street. And I guarantee you some of these guys are probably already in prison. How do they build a case like this? Well, how do you think? Two ways: snitching and self-snitching. So the sources to build the case include confidential human sources, surreptitious recordings, in other words, wiretapping, including Title III wiretap, search warrants for social media, iCloud and Google accounts, financial records from both individuals and companies and organizations, toll records showing communications between conspirators, victims, and big U enterprise members and associates, cell site location information from numerous phones, including Henley's, these guys, City of Los Angeles records, public filings, and other publicly available information, and interviews of witnesses and victims. The investigation employed various additional investigative techniques, including surveillance, vehicle tracking, poll cameras, recording devices, interaction with confidential sources, and information gleaned through undercover purchases of firearms and narcotics. So they're going to have video and audio of transactions. You know, oh, here's some guns. Guess what happens with a gun? It's a 5-year mandatory minimum on top of whatever the underlying conviction is. It's called 924C. And the issue with this is, this is going to be a document intensive case and a discovery intensive case. It's not going to just be talking, it's not going to just be witnesses, but they're going to have plenty of those too. So just when you think your brother next to you is your friend, all of a sudden he shows up on the witness stand because he's fucked if he doesn't. So the United States District for the Central District of California authorized multiple Title III wire and electronic interception.
Hey, Ovette. I don't see no picture, and I understand why. You probably an agent, right? So while you're saying David Austin was the name used in the Eddie Boy case, so 600 was right, Big U was rat himself. No, Ovette, you already got rid of him. Damn, you supposed to let me serve the nigga with the truth before we get his bitch ass up out of here. You know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, we're gonna get into all of that because obviously the feds who mad that Big U wasn't working for them, that he wasn't a puppet for them because he wouldn't have the mandated liaison that the grid program suggests, right? Allowed their confidential sources, agent provocateurs, to put Big U's life in danger, to put his family's life in danger by putting a snitch jacket on them that they have no problem or never combated till today. They were hoping it would be in their interest. They might have gave somebody a manslaughter if they would have knocked Big U down. One of these crash dummies. Oh, he's not right in the head. Let's give him a manslaughter. He'll be out in 3-4 years. He'll be in a mental institution. He was crazy to do that. Let's let him finish up, then we're going to get to the next video. I ain't even started cooking the rest yet.
Orders for telephones being used by certain subjects of the investigation, including Henley and some of these other guys. The court also authorized interception of audio and visual nonverbal conduct via closed-circuit TV through installation of video and audio bugs in a location. So what does that tell you?
Yeah, you're right, Mike D.
Remember what got John Gotti? There was a surreptitious recordings that they had the social club. Well, they went up above the social club that they had, and they were hanging out in this woman's apartment. And they put the recording devices in that apartment, and John Gotti is heard on the recording wanting to order a hit on somebody. So let me tell you something about the federal government. The federal government is patient, motivated, and competent. We're talking about, probably a 5-year investigation. No Jumper, which we were on No Jumper, or I was on, Michael and I were on No Jumper a while back. They released a statement. In addition to DJ Vlad, also.
Woo! Now they putting Vlad in it. Hip Hop Police docu-series. Oh, we finna flame these rat-loving pieces of shit, these PSYOP programs, and these mountaineers that's doing it. Hey, Yael, is you with me, brother? I know you at work. They've been on you. You know what I'm saying? If you with me, we got
conversation. Oh, we got a super chat. We got, what's his name? Dante Cobbins?
Degante, nigga, not Lamonte.
Lamonte. Hey, Lamonte is Degante, Damu Gante. I get what you're doing, Damu, but nah. Hey, man, $2. Hey, 10. Salute for the $10 super chat. Deuce and I pray for y'all protection and health. Family, I don't think people understand the risk y'all taking exposing these people. It's bigger than content. The content and y'all proving it every day. Hashtag reach and teach. Hey, man, listen.
Reach one, teach one.
Reach one, teach one. Hey, man, listen, brother. Anything and everything given to the Damu Kiwe Conversation team is highly appreciated. That is a blessing. That is strength. That is life to us. We appreciate you, brother. And blessings to you, your family, and your tribe.
Well, Degante, first and foremost, thank you for all of the support and the consistent support. And you 100% right. Our life is in danger. We are exposed to those who would hate the truth, those who have no problem with rats, those who give platforms to and promote rats. But this is just in me. This is just in Yael. You know how they say it's either in you or it's on you, right? It's in me and Yael. Yael done stood against his whole hood. 90% of his hood that was cool with supporting the rat. Even Roddy Rich was cool with supporting the rat and the rat family. They got no problems with it. So when niggas like us come around, where's the problem? Because we're the minority. We're the only ones with principles that's standing on principles, that got enough courage to let our nuts hang and let it be known. Lord knows I thought that the Crips would kill me by the time I was 18. People told me that through school, juvenile hall, YA. Then I made it out of YA. They told me I'd get life in the pen or be dead. It was many attempts on my life, many. Hundreds of shells have missed me. And it's not that I'm a gangster, and that's why they miss me. Because the Most High had a plan for me. He wasn't done with me.
Oh, praises, brother. Preach that.
They say the Most High protects fools and children.
Mm-hmm.
And I was a fool, and I was his child.
All praises.
The circumstances that I went through, going through federal indictments, state indictments, fighting against the laws, learning to understand the system and how it works, the judicial system and how it works and works against our people, helped formulate a feeling within me that kind of molded me to who I am today. I was made for this moment right now. I was made to bring this message to the people right now. So if these crackers think that they can put fear in me and my nigga, when we thought we would have been dead already, they could suck my dick, nigga. Fuck the law. Apologetically, nigga. I follow your rules and your laws for only as it's best for me to move forward. At any time, should I see that there's a problem with your laws, like Jim Crow, fuck your laws. Like slavery, fuck your laws. You understand what I'm saying? Oppressing our people, fuck your laws. You know what I'm saying? At that point, I don't give a fuck about your job. I don't respect or bow down and submit to be one of your subjects and slaves, one of the oppressed that just weighs down and revels at the boot of white supremacy as a victim. Nah, nigga, we combating white supremacy. We're combating these oppressive laws. We combating this overreaching government. And if I got to die for it and die for that cause so that my son experiences a much better future, so his kids that he has experience a better future, then at least my life symbolized and stood for something that wasn't destructive to my people. See, everybody always think about selfish gain, and that's what's smart to them. But the Bible talked about how hard it is for a rich man to make it into heaven. You familiar with that scripture, Yael?
Most definitely.
I want you to speak on that real quick.
It'd be harder for a rich man to make it into heaven than I believe it's a
donkey or a horse
to
push a needle through his eye.
Through his eye, yeah, man. And to elaborate on that, man, these people built themselves up off monetary gain, where they set their eyes up on the materialistics and ideologies of materialism from the worldly perspective of what you should have and what you need. And these people set their eyes upon high on these things where wrath and rust wither away these things. But your soul lasts forever in the eyes of the Most High. And the statement that Deuce made right now, it hit my heart. It hit my heart and my soul because we both thought the quote unquote opposition. He thought the Kiwes would unalive him. I thought the Kiwes, the Damus, and whoever would have unalived me. But because we hung up the bullshit politics and the programming and the mental programming of the community that was keeping us at bay and keeping us from connecting, we hung that politic up and picked up the righteous politic of the people. Now we have to watch out for our own people. We gotta watch out for our own people, Deuce. And that's the sad part. It ain't Deuce M's and the Brims that I gotta worry about. It ain't Melly Mel and the Tanners that I gotta worry about. It's niggas that I've been knowing my whole life that hate because rats influence them to do foul shit, and it's okay. It's okay. It's okay to leave foul politics in the hood where the hood ain't gonna do shit, but you get two brothers to be witnesses for the people. You want to kill them. You want to silence their voice because you are foul. You have unrighteous judgments pending against you. And the Most High says you will be judged first. You want to know why? Because your heart isn't right. These people wear badges of religion. They want to scream Christianity. They want to scream Islam. They want to scream all these things to hide behind foul politics, unrighteous judgments. You will not be hidden no longer. You will be exposed, whomever you are. When the paperwork comes across, Damu Kiwe conversation, I don't care who you are. I don't give a fuck if I've been knowing you for 20 years. Your ass snitch and you out here parading around like you got a crown. Guess what? Guess what? You get exposed and your ass is going down. You going down. Because it isn't right for the youth. It isn't right for the culture to be looking up somebody masquerading around as a liar and a federal informant like Al Sharpton, like the ones who infiltrated the communities and gave us dope and false pretenses of hope, where the scripture says if you don't teach truth, that there you lie on the street corners, going into the streets, parading around, doing mischievousness, not knowing truth and not knowing yourself. And these snitches, these people that do unrighteous judgments, they don't even know themselves. All they want to do is you want to tell on somebody to come home to keep doing the things that you told on somebody not to avoid going to jail. That's unrighteously. And I'm thankful for Deuce M's. I'm thankful for the whole team. I'm thankful for the paperwork that comes out, because guess what? You niggas get exposed, man. Now you got to live with this, and you got to make it right. And if you choose not to make it right, you got to live with it.
Lord,
Damu
thank you
Kiwe,
for
Conversations.
the Most High. I'd like to thank you. All praises to Allah for blessing me with the understanding that I am equipped with, so that I can see and understand what is going on with these peoples and how they are continuing to weaken our communities and extending their power and dominance over our people. We got a super chat, Yael, before we get into it. Can we hear that one? Oh, he might not be able to talk. Yaya Kids with the $20 super chat. Prayers and all praises to the Most High. Active Chucks with the active heels and the footprints. I think those are footprints. My eyes is getting bad. Hey, thank you, King. We appreciate all contributions. And thanks for the super chat. But yeah, so all you rats that get flamed up after this hip hop police docuseries is completed. You know, that's Vlad. We got him. We got Poetic Flacco. We got Academics. We got Adam 22. We got Ray Give. We got Big Chuck from Death of the Cow Chasers. The Budweiser told what's his name? Ghost. When we finish them, all of you rats, when we run your paperwork, y'all could go ahead and thank CS2 back, because I'm only going to stand that much harder. The line is drawn in the sand where we stand at, consistent. The most consistent on the net. The most consistent in Los Angeles. The most consistent in the United States. The Damu Kiwe Conversation boldly professes the most street credibility and as the voice of the culture, not just for podcasts, but for music. Hey, yo, y'all playing on them, what you call it. So what we gonna do, before we get back into the content, we finna turn up. It's been a minute. I'm finna play a song, run and make me some coffee. You know what I'm saying? But while y'all out here, I need y'all to enjoy this. Hit a like, share,
Deuce,
smoke your blunts. What up, bro?
you want to do the super chats real quick?
Oh, I just did one. How many do you see?
Oh, let me see. Which one you did? You did the always positive?
Nah, I didn't do always positive. Go ahead and get into that one, King.
Man, we got always positive with the $49.99 super chat. Real talk. You said, yeah, real talk. Stepping up like y'all doing. It's some real shit. Stay 100. Salute, salute, salute. Do Sims. Yael. Hashtag ETE. Exposing the exposers, man. Look, always positive, man. Anything and everything given to the Damu Kiwe Conversation team is highly appreciated. Salute to you, your family, and your tribe. Blessings, brother.
All right, well, we got this one. Let's get, that's the clean one. We ain't doing no clean.
We dirty.
Coffee, then we're going to get back into this. I am the needle. Oh, y'all didn't even hear the
Stay
song,
dangerous
huh?
and keep a weapon.
Hold on. My bad. My bad. My bad. I told you I went to my coffee. I thought y'all heard it. But now y'all gonna hear it again. Let's go.
Yeah. I'm a day one from my section. It ain't nothing you can tell, I stay dangerous and keep a weapon. Cause I'm a real one from my set. I'm a day one from my section. I'm off in T's, I was there in them trenches. I'm TTG, I was trained to go get it. Niggas that know me know I'm with the business. Don't go back and forth with no nigga like tennis. If you from the hood, why you acting all timid? Niggas rap cap and they gon' pretend. Live what I rap, rap what I live. You a day one, nigga. I'm a day one from my section. It ain't nothing you can tell, I stay dangerous and keep a weapon. Cause I'm a real one from my set. I'm a day one from my set.
I've been around and I done went hard. The circuit locals having meetings in his backyard. They don't know about the shit that I done been through. Facts. Niggas talking all that shit, but we don't know him. We don't know you. Facts. I put some money on my stones. They went to jail. I bought all his kid clothes. My nigga, like you say, we can't beef over no hoes. Every car I done drove, my day one then drove. That's facts.
I'm a day one from my section.
That's real.
It ain't nothing you can tell, blood. I stay dangerous and keep a weapon. Cause I'm a real one from my set. I'm a day one from my set.
Just got off the phone with my dog, he said the fish watch. Gotta watch the circle, you keep the streets guys. You know that they hate to see racks in your pocket. Chains for gold watches, Dickies, real flashy. Dickies, but it little I just got it from Rodeo. I could blow a check, but I much rather stack and lay low. Post up with a baddie, mold of mine like it's Play-Doh. And now she on my payroll, addicted to the Fago.
I'm a day one from my section. It ain't nothing you can tell. I stay dangerous and keep a weapon. Cause I'm a real one from my set. I'm a day one from my section.
Y'all make sure y'all go run that up. I know the numbers went down because we took an intermission, but we've been live for a long time, man. So put a little respect on our name. Get them likes up. We back like cook crack. And it's time that we bring y'all the facts. You know what I'm saying? So we're going to get rid of that. Now let's get into enough of that lawyer. Salute to that lawyer. We didn't want to use too much of his content. We don't know if he's a striker, you know what I'm saying? He could be a striker, you know what I'm saying? We don't want no strikers. Salute to that lawyer. Really appreciate his style. You know what I'm saying? Everybody that's on Instagram, y'all hit that like. And if y'all didn't know, we live on YouTube at Active Chucks. Hey, Stand on the Media. Shout out to Adults Reality TV. I put the link in the chat for you brothers. If y'all want to come up here while we cook, you know what I'm saying? But let's get to these niggas incriminating Big U and all these different crimes to put onto the mind state of Big U being capable of these crimes before he was ever even charged. Oh, man, I was trying to get to the super chat. I think we just missed another super chat. Yeah, the ones that use the good people shall get it first, Selena. Fact. It would be easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to get into heaven. Yes, that's exactly what I was talking about. Poverty pimps. Oh, that's what you think, poverty pimps? Love the passion, keep adding value to the mind, man. That's what we try to do. Aboriginal American power. Hey, listen, bro, we've been here. We've been the Aboriginal people of this earth. Celestial beings, the first Homo sapiens, God's people. Hands down. You can't argue against it. Our influence is across every continent. The original people, hue melanated, aboriginals, facts. Alhamdulillah, dream big. Salute to you, man. You know what I'm saying? Sagittarius Jones. Did y'all hear about the pastor pimp that told the people to lock the door? He said he needed 4,000 before they left. Marvin Sapp, the pimp. Coolest dude. Salute, man. 600 is the definition of it being on him and not in him. I don't even think it's on him. Like, when you look at him, niggas don't believe him. He looks and smells like a cop. Dudes, don't be surprised. Look back at your history. All black leaders and standing up, black kings, their downfall is not white people alone. It must be a black traitor. Just open your eye. Bro, I'm already numb to it, honestly. Like I said, I got some short-term and long-term goals. Shout out to Dose of Reality TV. My long-term goal economically is this mobile app. We already got that getting built. And that's going to take us economically to a place where it's no doubt about it who's the ones leading in the forefront of this economic revolution for economic independence among our people. But other than that, I've already reached all of my goals. You know what I'm saying? Everything I wanted to do, my movies, my documentaries are close to being finished and more consistent in the whole world, brother Craig. It's like the police without info. They can't make a case. Yeah, they don't need to make a case. They'll indict a ham sandwich. Y'all can't hear. Oh, yeah, y'all can hear. My bad, I was gone. Greenness, I don't know how to say. Free Big U. Hey, y'all make sure y'all subscribe if y'all ain't already did that. On the G and the C. We need our soldiers on the streets right now. Seems like they trying to take our influential, successful brothers out. Yeah, that's a fact. Regina, salute. Or dancing. Mike B, your eyes is wide open, ruled by. Start dancing. Selena, if y'all don't stop, Duke's bobbing his head and we can't hear shit. Hey, my bad. I wasn't muted up. I didn't hit the share for y'all to see. I can hear it. People on Clubhouse definitely heard it. But you guys were leaving because y'all couldn't hear nothing. These mother effers are telling more than Chucky wife did to her bride, May's sister, who was pregnant by Chucky brother, and her husband was right there with a chainsaw in her hand. Laugh out loud, scared to death right now. It's too late to be scared. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. And I don't F with loose coochie off the top, but free brick. I see. I don't wish jail. I don't wish jail on my worst enemies. Hey, nah, that's a fact, bro. Sections, beautiful black lady. Y'all go run that sections up for my brother Yael, man. Let him know how did we get here and when is the trial? Oh, you best believe it's going to be years before the trial comes. So let me talk about that before we get into those incriminating and implicating Big U in crimes and that kind of criminal behavior to make this feasible. That's something Big U could do. So
blessings, brother, blessings. Hey, Deuce, when you get a chance, yeah. I have a message for us.
Okay, we'll definitely get to it. Let me cut this part short. So the first is going to be the indictment. After the indictment is going to be discovery, tons of it. 4.5 years of wiretaps, evidence and statements from witnesses and cooperating informants and confidential informants. Everything that they have against them will have to be studied and prepared before trial. I don't expect the trial to start for at least 2 years, maybe a year and a half if we lucky. If Big U attorneys and them is pushing. But you also have pretrial motions to dismiss, which I'm expecting that they'll be filing motions to dismiss that homicide sooner rather than later. If Big U's gets off that gets that motion sustained, and they dismiss the murder charges, he might be eligible for a bail, which would be in his interest to drag it out even more longer than 18 months to 2 years. So we definitely got that. Let's see where we at. You can't dance without me, Selena. Niggas rap cap and they don't pretend. Live what I rap what I live. Yeah, that's a fact, man. Y'all had Yael over here turned up. I know how to get them turned up. All I got to do is talk about betrayal. Betrayal from your section. Listen, bro, that hurts the worst. You know what I'm saying? Because the emotional attachment, especially when you've done everything right. You know what I'm saying? But and still on what that same community taught you. It's selective politicking, it's dirty politicking. CS2 back is obviously the Jakes, and Luce definitely getting on the stand. Oh, yeah, that's a fact. All right, so I said that, Yael.
Oh, okay, man. Salute, brother. I was just waiting to make sure you got done to the bit and piece of the elaboration, brother. Appreciate it, man. We got a message. Big Draws and TD, man. TD, our brother, man, delivering the message. A salute to that brother. All praise to the Most High for him and everybody dealing with the Damu Kiwe Conversations team. We have a message. Just because the devil, the mountaineer, says panic, don't mean you should stop trusting the Most High. Boycott all platforms. Let me read that again. From Big Draws and TD. Boycott all platforms. Giving these dudes a voice or a space to tear down our people. Upcoming rappers only. Speak on the music. If they talk street talk, walk away from it. These people is not for us. They are against us. And that is the message sent from Big Draws to TD to the Damu Kiwe Conversations team. Our brother TD is always giving words of encouragement and wisdom. We appreciate you, brother. We appreciate and salute Big U. Free that brother. And again, this is the platform. Oh, I'm sorry. That is from TD himself. That is from TD himself. And we just appreciate the fact that we have outsiders that don't know about the platform, hearing about it, reaching out, tuning in, and they're appreciating and loving the content. Appreciate TD for being our brother and sending that message, man. Appreciate you, brother. And we want everybody to understand, we're going to redirect the traffic to the Damu Kiwe Conversations team, because all of these other platforms did no justice for us. Has did nothing for the people. If you go back and look at No Jumper, they are not edifying anything for the people. They're not helping the people. All they doing is exposing DJ Vlad, all these academics. Nothing has been done in righteousness for the people, edifying us in a righteous way, bringing us up, uplifting us, redirecting the mindsets of the youth. It's all been exploitation, and then information, dealing with hood politics, gang culture that none of these individuals have anything to do with. So again, let's boycott all these platforms. Let's stop supporting them. Let's walk away from all content that has nothing to do with edification, but yet uplift and expose the fraudulence behind individuals who exploit our community. Appreciate Du Sims and the whole team. Again, Damu Kiwe Conversations.
All right, let's get into this, because they was already telling the people that Big U was an extortionist before these charges was ever done. Not just the ones on No Jumper that they went and implicated Big U in, that, you know, Wack made sure he took loose on No Jumper and academics to implicate Big U in. But here it is, Gilly and his son being extorted by Big U.
Made to look innocent, but it's not.
Ladies and gentlemen, viewer discretion is advised. It's the mayor. Look, so WAC 100 is back at it again, y'all. It appears that he likes to rat in third party. For example, y'all remember Loose Cannon going on No Jumper, saying all these incriminating things about Big U. If they were true or not, it doesn't matter. He was trying to implicate Big U on charges, right? Now, WAC 100 is very much articulate, manipulative, and all the above when it comes to getting people to do his dirty work, okay? And we seen what happened on No Jumper with Loose Cannon, right? But now there's another person. This time it's someone from the 100 side that is out here trying to get Big U up out of here. They say they have exclusive content stating that Big U helped get Gilly and his son extorted in his hood, and that they have step-by-step details, a how-to on how Big U was able to achieve the alleged extortion. Now, this is very much incriminating, if true, if not true, all right? Very incriminating.
If true or if not true, someone else from the 100 side implicating Big U in extorting Gilly and his son. This is nasty work. I've talked to Gilly recently. Oh, it was Rico the Rat, Rose. Rico the Rat, Rose. Hey, hold on. We just got a cash app. Cash app. Let me read what it say. Anthony Eugene Reed Jr. Wait. Please let me see what they say. Hold on, they might have a message with their what you call it, $5 super chat. Oh, they didn't leave no message. But Anthony Eugene Reed Jr., man, thank you for the super chat. I mean, for the cash app, we appreciate it. But here goes WAC again, and the federal confidential sources making sure that people are looking at Big U as this extortionist. Muddy in the jury pool. What was the date when my boy Showface aired these niggas out? This was over a year ago, February 8th, 2024. So you're talking about 13, 14 months ago. The brother was already on it, saying that they're trying to get Big U.
This all has to do with WAC 100. In fact, he didn't even hesitate but to keep WAC 100's picture up there just to show.
And it all coming from WAC 100, just like this indictment was orchestrated in collaboration with WAC 100, the 100 side, and the exposers. Hit that like button. Let's start. We finna
has a lot of involvement in this content, okay? Listen, he's trying to rat in third party. In fact, WAC 100 might be the first person in world history to continuously rat in third party, okay? You say you're not CS2 back, but yet you continue to try to put out alleged incriminating evidence on Big U amongst other people that you do not like or get along with, champ. You dig? But it's crazy how you're going all out of your way to get other people to do your dirty work, knowing that there are consequences to this. You know, if I was smart, right, I would assume that you're trying to use these people as bait, because ultimately they're pretty much crash test dummies. And when I say crash test dummies, I mean literal crash test dummies, like what you see on commercials with vehicles being tested, not actual crash dummies that go out here trying to catch wreck. You understand what I'm saying? You're literally putting them out there as bait because you don't want to be held responsible or accountable if something happens as a result of them putting those allegations out there. if they are true at all. You dig? So now you can say, well, it wasn't me who said it. They said it. I just so happened to be, around them when they said it.
Man, salute to Showface News. Mopwack TV also. Look what Mopwack said. This is exactly what Showface is saying. Open source reporting is what they doing. That's how Wack and his media team is evading being outright listed as a federal operative. Hey, bro, that's as simple as it could get. They're doing it in our faces, claiming I'm just a blogger. I'm just a YouTuber. And that's how they evade being outright listed as an operative. Well, no, you guys are proxies for a federal confidential source and therefore proxies of the federal government. Let's finish this with Showface, man. Damn, this shit deep.
Don't hate the interviewer. You know what I'm saying? You trying to play that card. That's why you writing in third party, because you don't want to be held accountable for any type of action, and it may transpire as a result of these allegations being put on a prominent person's name in LA. All right? The big homie of the ruling 60s. You're trying to implicate him in multiple ways, right? Saying that he extorted Gilly and his son in his hood. We've never heard of this before, but all of a sudden this is a thing, right? This is supposed to be a thing now. Not only do I not believe this to be true at all, because I don't, but I believe that you might just be a cop, champ. I think you really are this confidential informant, champ. I'm just keeping it a beat. I'm not saying that you are, but I believe that you are. I'm not saying that you're actually that person. I'm not saying that you're definitely CS2 back. But me personally, I believe that you are that individually. I think, personally, my own opinion, I think that you are CS2 back. I think that you are a confidential informant, champ. Okay? You dig? You're talking about you're going to sue WorldStar and all this. You can't sue WorldStar for paperwork. Let's see the lawsuit happen. Let's see this lawsuit that you claim you're going to do in WorldStar. Let's see that happen. But what you're doing right now is disgusting work, champ. You claim to be Pyro and all this. What Pyro you know that's out here trying to implicate niggas? You let me know. You're the only one doing it, apparently. And people are out here thinking it's cool to do so, and you're setting people up for failure. I'm just saying. You are literally setting people up for failure, and it looks disgusting. I'm not gonna lie, bro. It looks truly disgusting what you're doing, and you're setting people up. You said, Big, you set up Gilly to get robbed in his hood, extorting Gilly, but let's be honest here. You're setting people up with this third-party rat thing you keep doing, from Loose Cannon to this person on the 100 side that you got promoting this, talking about this exclusive content. Let's just be real here. We all see through the nonsense game. But y'all let me know what y'all think about this in the comment. How disgusting is this behavior that Wack 100 is doing? Y'all let me know how y'all feel about it. But gang, it's the mayor, the one and only real New York mayor, F. Eric Adams. You rocking with the town favorite Showface News is Big Gotham. And you already know it's the town versus everybody at all times. Like the video, share the video, subscribe to Showface News now.
Hey, are you stuck at $3,000 to $10,000 per month in your custom furniture business? Listen, maybe you're skilled at
burnt them up, man. Salute to Showface News. I just added them for being wise enough and street smart enough to recognize a foul ball before everybody else got to see the results at the end. In hindsight, it's easy to see that these dudes was working informants. You know what I'm saying? It was easy, but it was people like us, Fam West TV, Scandalous Los Angeles TV, Stand on the Media, who started seeing this, District 13, who started seeing this and recognizing for what it was. So now let's go to another snitch, right? You know, y'all can see that, huh? Let's go to this rat. the Crip cop, and it's DNA on RW.
Just has no respect for dude. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy, but so y'all remember this? Man, it's 2025. Time go by fast. A couple of years ago, when Big U got picked up by the feds, and he was out the next day. Y'all remember that? Y'all remember when Brick Baby said
Mighty
that him and Big U got the same lawyer? And Brick Baby words was, "It's ugly for Cuz, bro. They want Cuz in jail." And they tied Cuz to a murder out there in Vegas. You remember that? Now, I didn't really know what he was talking about. He was like, yeah, they tied Cuz to a young nigga in Vegas. It's ugly for Cuz. They want Cuz in jail. I'm like, ooh. Wasn't really none of my business. I didn't really care. I'm like, you know, who knows what dude really got going on? Because I had been stopped messing with dude. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if he was talking about this year, last year, whenever. I'm just like, huh? So I looked it up. It was the kid, you know what I mean? And, you know, it's just a lot. You know what I'm saying? It's really a lot. It's a lot to talk about. What's up with it? What's up, Hector? It's a lot to talk about, and it's a lot of stuff that I do know that hasn't been made publicly. So I don't speak on stuff until it becomes public. You know what I mean? But anyway, yeah, dude was living with Big U, man. You know, he was a football player, you know, and he got killed. You know what I'm saying? And Big U said that he wasn't in Vegas at the time. You know, he didn't reach out to the family. He didn't go to the funeral. He didn't go to Nipsey funeral either. He didn't reach out to the Nipsey funeral either, bro. You know what I mean? Same thing. You know what I'm saying? So it's just crazy. But then as I'm doing my videos, y'all go watch my videos. I've been doing reels on Instagram. They've been kind of going up. And they're like, man, 600, you snitching. You doing a police job. I'm not in contact with no police, no detective. I'm not speaking on no information that's not already out there. If I get information, it's what the police already got. You know, they release information to the family, updates on the family.
I had stopped the thing, my bad. So thank y'all for letting me know that y'all couldn't hear me. So the Crip cop, we'll start back over. How do you know what the feds know and don't know? How do you know and why would you believe that the Federal Bureau of Investigation would put out information that could potentially compromise their investigation? That's not how they work. When they put out information about a case, it's strategically done to nab a suspect, help in the investigation, right? To stimulate conversation. Oh, we gonna go and find that. Let me see what they got. You don't speak on stuff until CS2 puts it on the internet. Well, they work as a team. Well, look, you don't do the snitching. I'm going to run the content on Clubhouse. When Ray Give puts it up, Death to the Clout Chaser, Clubhouse TV, The Answer, Clubhouse Shenanigans, all of these platforms puts it on YouTube, then you're free to do it. 600. These niggas is playing semantics to easily put snitch and lie snitch and dry snitch and wet snitch on people online. That's what's going on. He might as well just said it. So Wack is admitting that he's snitching and his intentions is doing it. I think that's worse than third party snitching. You know what I'm saying? Lord, I done went deaf. Jay Munoz, my bad. You know what I'm saying? Feds don't want the truth they about they rats out. Yeah, that's facts. Muted. Damn, Deucey, I forgot that we had muted. I had muted myself. You know what I'm saying? Y'all can hear me now, though, right? I know I don't want to listen to him. He got a nigga named Hector in his chat speaking to him. Flag on the play. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man, it definitely was. I thought Unc was going to run to further say he a monster. It's a narrative build-up. Hey, that's a fact. Dago, shout out to Dago. What up? Just tapping in. We on this busted Crip cop right now. That's a fact. Wack 100 got these dudes lining themselves up thinking he the real. Well, they knew all this shit before they gave them government contracts. All of them. Deuce, y'all need to put most of the charity videos and treats. We the OG Big U do good work and put it up so people can see this man is not how they putting him as to define his character, Deuce and Yael. Hey, you know what? We is going to do that. I'm supposed to be getting videos anyway. Oh, because I was muted up, man. I'm glad y'all can hear me now, right? Okay. Sure. Hey, get out of here. Go. You little spoiled ass. Go. That's my spoiled ass dog, baby Sky Blue. That's my baby girl. But she spoiled as hell. Y'all got the West looking real crazy. Thumbs down. Hey, Robert Bibbs, fuck your mama. How about that? Since you talk about we got the West looking bad, nigga. We ain't got the West looking nothing, nigga. 40 million people in California alone, not to mention Las Vegas, Portland, and Seattle. So for you to want to run a narrative about the West Coast based upon several rats that we're talking about, fuck your mama. You been a gangster hater, and that's the narrative you want to roll with. Nigga, I don't never make nothing look bad. Nigga, you don't see how good a nigga look. You don't see how good a nigga make it look. And I'm in the house. You don't hear how we articulate. You don't see how we decipher and peep how the feds come. You don't see how we push economic independence and stand against this fuck shit. Where is your resistance to this fuck shit? Huh? Oh, if you ain't part of the solution, you part of the problem, bro. Oh, yeah, Reggie thought he got us up off of him. We could walk and chew bubble gum. We going to be flaming this bitch ass up again, too. Pork butt.
To the family, you know what I'm saying?
But let's get into this.
I don't know nothing about that.
Call.
You know what I'm saying? I wasn't there. I didn't even know the kid was even missing. You know what I'm saying? I was on some whole other stuff. So you know what I'm saying? So I'm not in contact with no detectives now. I have no information for them.
It's still considered.
You know what I mean? I'm just letting the world know what's going on, because what these dudes will do, these dudes try to hide stuff. Just like when he went
to the West, not the West Coast,
and tries to hide it. You know what I mean? He tries to hide it, bro, from the people. He tries to fool the people. You know, he tries to lie to y'all. You know what I'm saying? Dude is not really like that. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not gonna say, you know what I'm saying, who did it, but you know, it's an ongoing investigation, bro. it's bad, homie. So, like I say, he was last seen with Big U. You know what I mean? So let me play something for y'all right quick. Because y'all be thinking that like I'll be making up stuff. You know what I'm saying? All this was on Clubhouse.
was tripping that it took 3 years. 4 years. 3 years. What DNA? It just made. So what? They was contacting Big U to come give up DNA and he wouldn't do it? Well, what had happened was when they was doing the investigation and they wanted to take their own DNA, he wouldn't give them his DNA. So they had to serve him a search warrant to get his DNA.
Damu Kiwe conversation. Let's go.
Everything we ever dreamed of.
My brother was killed in 22. So he probably wasn't. He had a dope trade for conspiracy. So when they tested my brother Neil.
So y'all be thinking I'll be just talking, making stuff up. So, you know, the detectives and investigation releasing information to the family, you know what I'm saying? The family released stuff to me and like that. You know, so that's how we got the information. You know what I'm saying? They told us a whole lot. We know a whole lot more. You know, but I refuse to go into them things, you know what I'm saying? Because they're just crossing lines and stuff like that. But it's a whole lot more that's been released to the family, you know? And so, dude, they've been trying to get his DNA. So we looked it up. They've been trying to get his DNA for a while now. He's been denying it. The feds came and got involved in the case. And they sent the search warrant. They had to get a warrant to get his DNA. When they got his DNA, it matched the DNA that was found under the dead body's fingernails. You know, so that's tied him to it, you know what I mean? And it's just, like I say, the details about it.
So they didn't want to mention that this was muddy in the jury pool, huh? I made a post about them and we talked about how this was muddy in the jury pool, impossible charges and allegations in this murder that they were alleging, right? So it's hard to tell cuz do a remix with, you know what I'm saying? But just think about it like this. This man, Whack 100, went on Clubhouse, had hundreds if not thousands of people on Clubhouse listening and believing this, sharing it everywhere. Then had his YouTube team of about 16 YouTubers push this narrative all over the net, while at the same time going to No Jumper that got 5 million subscribers and pushing this on the net, right? Then going to academics and pushing this on the net. It was so bad that even rat-ass Loose Coochie Cannon said that they were ratting. That's nasty. Let's go. We finna get into cooking these niggas, but I want y'all to hear the audio that he plays.
I'm not going to speak on the details because I want to respect the man's family, you know, his legacy, but it's a lot of disturbing details in it, you know, that I'm not even going to mention. And you could just use your brain to figure out whatever you want to figure out, but I won't be mentioning it. You know what I'm saying? So check this out. Also, you know, you got 8 witnesses. You have 8 people who've made statements in this case. 4 of those witnesses are from Rolling 60s, snitches. So we got 4 more snitches. You know what I'm saying? See, I don't really care about none of that stuff no more. That don't even affect me. But them dudes will be exposed just because, you know, just because. So you got 4 witnesses, 4 statements, 4 testimonies. People are trying to get immunity for this, right? They've all 4 have identified the shooter, and have identified the orchestrator of the shooter. You know, it's just crazy. You know what I'm saying? It's just crazy. So it's like I'm looking like, damn, like, so niggas is killing football players, but niggas ain't killing their enemies, huh? Niggas done came over there and killed their homies and robbed them and shot at them and chased them and beat up, but you ain't killing no enemies. You killing innocent football players, bro? That's crazy. You know what I'm saying? So with all that being said, homie, I don't want nothing to do with them dudes, bro. You know what I'm saying? You're okay with killing football players who don't gangbang. You can chill and be a rat and be around everybody comfortable.
Well, while we're talking about ratting, where and how did you come to the number of 8 people who are snitches? First, you know what the feds have and don't have. How do you know how many people are talking already? How did you get to that number? You and Wack seem to have a whole lot more information on this case that even Big U and his lawyers do. I talk to the legal team daily now. They have not told me that there was 8 people talking. So how are you getting this information, Crip Cop? You know what I'm saying? More lies, nasty work. But I want to get to this girl talking.
You can also be a high-risk sex offender.
And we don't want to hear that.
So I would be in jail.
When things are a mess, you can't make progress. And that's how Salesforce deployment felt before.
I know the mom is at the end. Let's go to the end.
Man. So for a fact, what I said. Yeah, this came to the set 4 years ago. In person, bro. But I ain't got nothing.
Well, this is what you gotta understand. Whenever something is online.
It's Rayshawn Williams' mother.
Okay, listen what I'm saying.
Damn. All these
this Friday.
Let's get to it. I had to go past all that mouth.
Whenever stuff is online, right? People.
My boy.
Hello?
I appreciate it.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, so what I was saying was when everything. Hello?
Yes.
Okay, no, it's my car. When everything is online, things get spread around online. So that's just whoever put things online first, that's who needs to get it. Now I haven't spoke to you in years. Am I wrong?
Everybody that's calling you, asking you the information, don't get them shit, bro. Dead ass. And I'm serious as fuck. This shit is starting to piss me the fuck off. So anybody that's hitting you up, asking you any information about my boy, and they don't have it.
No, nobody never asked me about him though.
So if they don't know nothing, it's none of their fucking business.
No, nobody never asked me nothing about him.
Don't even give up his name. If they don't know his government, leave it as is.
No, nobody never asked me that. I got you.
And I'm serious as fuck. This shit is starting to piss me off with everybody. And yeah, I said it. Fuck Big U.
Okay.
And this is Rayshawn Williams' mama.
So Rayshawn Williams' mama, this is supposed to be him, but I believe that it's a fake. It ain't even his mama. But if it is, she sounds like she's already convinced who it is, and that this claiming his blood was found, a Big U was found under her son, which is Cap. We got a super chat from MCMC. Big U is innocent and Rayshawn was not a kid. I'm tired of that false narrative. He was a grown young man. He is not a high school football player. No, this dude was, I think, 21 or 24, somewhere in between that. And condolences to his family. And I wish them the best in seeking justice for their family, however they seek justice. But thank you, MCMC, for the $5 super chat. That's definitely a point that needs to be stood on. They keep trying to seek compassion and empathy for this dude, which totally convicts Big U off the top because he's this innocent kid that went to that. We don't know what this kid was at 21 or 24 years old, but whatever it is, He wasn't a kid. He wasn't a high school football player. He was already doing whatever he was doing as a young adult. They going in online with this. It can't be no good. No good in court if it doesn't have evidence to back it. Well, they'll have a rat say anything.
Fuck Big U.
Live
Yeah,
stream.
I said it. And I want everybody to know how the fuck I feel. Fuck him. Fuck his kids and his wife. Yeah, I said it. Dead ass. And stop speaking up on my fucking boy. Period.
So, did you know I was live when you just called me? Did someone tell you?
I'm watching you right now. Yep.
Oh,
I'm watching.
Oh, so
and I'm listening.
Oh, okay. So since you on here, is there anything that you want people to hear or your side of the story?
I just want people to stop speaking up on my fucking son if they don't know what the fuck they talking about.
Okay. So what's going on? What's going on with all that stuff?
Don't nobody need to know nothing.
Has anybody
That's a
has
fact.
anybody told any lies?
I'm ready to talk.
Oh, okay, I got you. Has anybody told?
Nobody knows shit until I'm ready to talk. Period. And this is why I don't want nobody bringing up my son, because everybody is starting to piss me the
That
fuck
wasn't
off.
the family.
Has anybody told?
If they don't know the real business, stay up off my boy's name. And if they can't speak positive about my boy, keep my son name out your fucking mouth.
Okay. Is there anything that you want me to say?
That sound like
they might not
SKT.
comprehend by what you're saying, because I know, sometimes people.
No, long as they can hear my voice and he can hear me too. Fuck Big U. Yeah, I said it.
Healthy can be hard, but this is a party. Premier Protein, my ride.
Dead ass.
Oh yeah. So we're on the same page. You know what? I'm actually glad you.
This sounds fake.
Who up under him and who's celebrating him and who his motherfucking cheerleaders is. I don't give a fuck about none of that. Fuck him. And yes, the mother said it. Dead ass. I've been knowing that nigga too motherfucking long as well.
Oh, I'm gonna let you say some of it for when you speak, but I didn't know you knew him that long.
So motherfuckers want to speak up on my boy. If they want to speak up on my boy, tell them to get at his mama. Holla at me. Holla at me. They want some information. Holla at me.
Right.
Because motherfuckers keep speaking up and don't even know what the fuck they talking about. So if you don't know what the fuck you talking about, leave Rayshawn Williams' name out your fucking mouth. Period.
Wait, who ever said anything about Rayshawn Williams except allegedly her, which we still haven't found on TikTok or nothing, right? And CS2 back and the Crip Cop. So what are we talking about? Let me see what they said in the chat. They keep saying Sylvester was the driver and he telling, but you never know with these motherfuckers. Why she not saying his name? That don't sound like nobody mama. Right. Why would Rayshawn's mother go to the wackest 600 instead of the police? Make it make sense. The feds don't move like that. Archbishop Moore, you're right about that. Sound like she trying to make herself sound different. That's an oxymoron. She know he lied, but doesn't want him to say nothing to nobody about the information. I'm confused. They saying that's SKG. Damn, she dissing all of us. Dissing us online? Bro, anybody can diss you online. If you think that that's disrespectful because somebody said fuck you online because of what you believe, then you're going to have a million different phase lined up, bro. Why wouldn't she be saying her son's name? SKG. Stop. It's slime. Yeah, every word that came out of her mouth is a damn cuss word. I ain't heard so much cursing. Shut up, bitch. Is she supposed to be from New York? She drunk. Exactly, dudes. Bing bong. Only CS2 and 600 posted her voice at all. Bruh, dudes, cook, champ. Yeah, we on it. Is she from NE? Is she from New York? She sounds like a ghetto New Yorker. The accent sounds weird. That's not his mother speaking. Yeah, his mother's supposed to be a prostitute in Vegas. Same thing I thought. I'm hearing from a New York accent. Yeah, that's why he was supposed to have stayed with Big U and his son way when they were in high school, because she was out selling pussy. How she tell him not to tell nobody, but said, I want everybody to know, and she know she lied. That shit fake, gang. But I'm saying she talking about stop speaking up on her son. But who spoke up on her son? Like the fake FBI agent that called him about J Print, right? She don't sound like she from the West Coast, right? Little boy lived with Unc 3 years while she hoed in Vegas. Yeah, that's what I heard. His whole career, 3 years that young boy lived with Big U, and she was hoeing out in Vegas. That's what it sounded like. She was trying to sound like she was from New York. One thing I did notice is she said they wanted Big U DNA, but he refused. But if you're convicted of a felony, you have to give your DNA. This is what Wax said. So they have his DNA. Somebody's lying. No, they pulled Big U over, allegedly, pulled Big U over with a warrant in his Mercedes-Benz or one of his cars with a warrant asking for his DNA, with a warrant for his DNA, got his DNA, and the DNA came back as not a match. I think it was called inconclusive, which still means not a match. You know what I'm saying? Not a match. Because if it was a match, they'll be saying with a match, 99.9% chance. But they're on here talking about it was a match and that this DNA was found up under RW's fingernails. But the paperwork and the complaint says the DNA that they did take up off of RW was from his ankles. So this definitely sounds like a fraud, and they were trying to poison the jury pool off the top.
And that's what's pissing me the fuck off, even with the people in the goddamn comments saying they bullshit and don't even know what the fuck they talking about.
Right.
Ain't none of you motherfuckers walking in my motherfucking shoes. None of y'all.
Right. Right.
So if the fuck y'all don't know what I'm going through with this shit, I need everybody to keep their fucking mouth quiet.
Right. Okay.
And I can give a fuck about the comments. It's just that the people don't know what the fuck they talking about in the comments. If you gonna talk, speak facts.
Right.
If you don't know nothing, shut the fuck up.
Exactly. You know what? I'm so glad it's coming from you, because I'll be telling you.
Shut the fuck up. And I'm dead ass serious, bro. Dead ass. This shit got me hot and pissed. Pissed the fuck off. And I'm tired of people putting my son's name in their fucking mouth. I'm tired.
Right.
Chasing clout.
Yeah, that's what motherfuckers doing. And motherfuckers all up on that nigga dick, though. Don't even know facts about that fake ass nigga.
Big U.
Don't nobody know shit about that fake ass nigga. And yep, I'ma say it again. Fuck that nigga. Dead ass.
Right.
Dead ass.
Yeah, fuck her, bro. So.
Anybody got anything to say? Holla at Rayshawn Williams' mama.
Hey,
how about that?
Hell no. Luda Murray,
don't go to nobody else.
With other finance software, you tend to get stuck in the weeds. You miss the bigger picture. So one of the great things about Sage is...
So check this out.
Please don't.
Check this out.
Please don't.
Check this out, Mom. So I'll talk to your niece. I'm going to say this number.
You got my number. Holla at me when you get off this bullshit. When you get off your line, when you get off your broadcast doing what you doing, I need you to holla at me. And I'm going to say it again. Fuck Big U. And anybody else that's up under his belt. Fuck you too. How about that? Yeah, I said it.
All right, say no more. I'm about to hang this up and call you.
Goofy ass, right, Mike B.
So, you know what, man? Everything happens for.
So that's her claiming that the DNA was found used DNA was found up under her son's nails, which was cap. But look, let's talk about another thing. We talked about that the murder too long. Let's talk about the Meek Mills thing, because a lot been coming out. Even CS2 back to change his tune. Listen.
Snake ass, you know what he does? He goes sells the date to a promoter. So somebody called Meek to book him on that date. Meek took his bag, and because he was free for the kids, he said, yo, change the date. Big U goes into a panic. Why? Because he's doing some sleaze bag shit, and he just sold the date for the, to a promoter for some bread. So he's getting mad, saying, nah, you got to do this date. Meek like, nah, I ain't doing the date. I got to pick up a bag. Nigga, I got 6 figures over here. Go get this bag. I'm going to do this, and then I'll do your free date. You can't control a nigga giving you a free date. You get what I'm saying? So all that was a transfer of date. All this money shit and all this took a chain shit. Hey, bro, them Philly niggas come out here 15, 20 deep, bro. It's like we in Miami 15, 20 deep. You ain't taking nothing from us, bro. Point. This is Big U on the phone as Loose Cannon is saying, we robbed Meek Mill, which has been a lie. I told you that was a lie. Did I not? Sir, bro, it's a fucking lie. Nobody robbed Meek Mill. I told you that. That's cap. None of that never happened. Tiffy Bay was there. He ain't going for none of that. That nigga gonna come back on a Delta flight dead before he let a nigga just rob Meek Mill in front of him.
Wait.
Happen.
Did you say that to Loose when it was free?
Shit.
Did you say that
What?
to Loose? Did you tell Loose?
I told Loose that. That's cap.
So you told Loose,
it wasn't
I think
even
you're
about
lying.
no money. It wasn't even about no money. Look, Meek Mills told Big U, I'll give you a free day. He said, could you come perform for the kids? He said, cool, I'll come perform for the kids for free. The kids, right? Big U, with his slick ass, snake ass, you know what he does? He goes sells the date to a promoter. So somebody called Meek to book him on that date. Meek took his bag, and because he was free for the kids, he said, yo, change the date. Big U goes into a panic. Why? Because he's doing some sleaze bag shit, and he just sold the date for the, to a promoter for some bread. So he's getting mad, saying, nah, you got to do this date. Meek like, nah, I ain't doing the date. I got to pick up a bag. Nigga, I got 6 figures over here.
So that
do this, and then I'll do your free date. You can't control a nigga giving you a free date. You get what I'm saying? So all that was a transfer of date. All this money shit and all this took a chain shit. Hey, bro, them Philly niggas come out here 15, 20 deep, bro.
So, first, it's the murder thing. They lied about that. The federal government still indicted Big U on that and filed a complaint on it, these investigators. Next thing, make it real hard to get bail when they believe and you're being accused of killing a 21-year-old dude and leaving him in a ditch off the 15 freeway in Vegas. Then you got cited in the complaint that Meek Mills and Rick Ross were kidnapped, held hostage, and extorted, extorted to make Rick Ross pay $50,000. Rick Ross, Meek Mills, all of them have said that this is bullshit. Even Meek Mills' right-hand man, who's from the streets, been in jail before, and as the confidential source to back say, will come back dead on a plane before he allowed Meek Mills to get extorted. And now the confidential source even admits it, but yet Big U is still indicted on this charge. I wonder how much credibility this indictment gonna have at the end of it. They're gonna destroy Big U's reputation. This is nasty work. Let's see what else we got. So that was on the actual one of the actual extortion allegations. And that was nasty work. Let's get into this about Adam Graham Mason, right? His lying ass, we boycotting No Jumper. You know what I'm saying? We don't even care what he say since he's over there supporting these lying motherfuckers. Fuck No Jumper. And if you own No Jumper and you fuck with No Jumper, fuck you too. How about that?
But this is the thing that my lawyer comes back to me with.
Nobody.
She said the feds were interested in one thing and one thing only. Because in my head, I'm thinking they're going to want copies of the podcasts that Brick or Luce were on. They're going to want to make sure that there wasn't anything in those podcasts that was edited out. Now, anybody who knows me and No Jumper knows that we really don't like to edit things out. So the only stuff we're editing out is if it's like a 4-alarm fire, like, yo, we need to take this out. So I don't think there's ever been something that Brick or Luce told us that they needed us to edit out. But the one thing that the feds wanted was the cease and desist from Big U to No Jumper, asking us to take down the episode in which Luce Cannon first made the explosive statements that suggested that Big U had previous knowledge of Nipsey Hussle's death.
So now here we go again. Right? Now they went and got, it wasn't bad enough to get his own to come smear his name on this campaign. They went and got a mountaineer, nigga. Adam Grand Mason, nigga. The Grand Master of the new Ku Klux Klan, nigga. The nigga killers. You know what I'm saying? Nigga, the Cucamonga nigga killers. You know what I'm saying? They went and got him to go online and lie like he just talked to the feds yesterday about this No Jumper beatdown, robbery, stripping, etc. First and foremost, that's a damn lie. This isn't the first time that you've been contacted by and or talked to the federal investigators. You own this $5 million facility. You bought this $5 million facility, right? On top of that, you were there and admit that you were told whack 100 that these two dudes were out front or in the lobby, wherever they were at, before you were leaving. Oh, I'm leaving though. I didn't know what was going on. I told Wack that these two dudes were here and they were here for him and Loose Coochie and all of them. And Wack said, well, let's go outside. And once they went outside and they talked, well, y'all know what happened after that, right? Well, if you didn't know what happened, I'm going to go ahead and play the audio. Let me go to my Gmail. Hit that like button, share, tell a friend. Hey, we cooking, bro. We really cooking. The least y'all can do is go ahead and share it, right? All right, let's go like this. Hold on, my man. We're going to start that again. Sky, don't start that.
Wax said, nephew, let's make an example. And that's what we did.
Wax said, nephew, let's make an example. And that's what we did. One more again. See, Adam's playing as if he doesn't know what's going on. But I can guarantee you that the feds talked to him before this indictment came down and they locked up Loose Coochie Cannon. They're not just going to file a complaint against Loose Coochie Cannon to get him detained and then drop an indictment, and then they talked to Adam yesterday. They've been talk to Adam about what happened up in No Jumper. They been wanted and went and retrieved all master recordings of the date of that incident of the No Jumper beatdown. They also want to know everybody that Adam seen before he left that was placed at the scene of that crime. Oh, believe that. So all them niggas over there that fuck with CS2 back got immunity on some cases. I don't know if he got immunity on this case. Maybe his handlers is fighting to stop him from getting it, from getting locked up. But I don't know if he got immunity on this case. But I doubt that Wax crew got immunity on this case. I doubt if Glitter got immunity on this case. I doubt if the people's taking watches and going through these dudes' pockets and stripping them naked got immunity on this case. And y'all believe that somebody that looks like him with the name Adam Grand Mason didn't give you up? He's not a street nigga. If these street niggas giving you up, what you think the slave master gonna do to you? He made a post on YouTube that he'll have on a red Nike jogging suit on if the feds watching. Then they pick him up the same day. No, bro, they didn't pick him up that day. Respectfully, Mike B. The complaint's already out. They even have an amount of money that was taken up off of the victims. How did they get the amount of money taken up off the victims unless they talk to the victims? Or they talk to the people who took the money up off the victims. Or they talk to Wack who told them, oh yeah, my boys told me they got $5,000. Oh, all of these dudes have been either targeted for investigation and questioning by the authorities, and they already telling, oh, it's more people going to be coming in this superseding indictment. Believe that, but I don't believe shit that devil was talking about. Adam told on wife for obstruction of justice when he said she lied like he wasn't home when they tried to subpoena him. That's what I said. He wouldn't know. Not only that, you better believe they already had Title III warrants to have that building bugged. Oh, bro, they been had the building bug. Dukes just showing love. Salute, Johnny Blaze. Appreciate the support. If CS2 don't get picked up in Loose Lips case, then you really know he working loose implements. Man, I can't know he working no more. Bro, I've never been more convinced that a nigga was a federal informant in my life than CS2 back. He a rat, laugh out loud, just like y'all. He a rat like us. AT, let me tell you something real quick. Go ahead and subscribe from the Swoop Tube, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? We got something for you. I'm going to call y'all back. Go ahead and show them out the door. I'm back. My team won. Well, I hope so. Let's go ahead and go like this. So since y'all heard that, what y'all think Loose Cannon's going to say when in court? What is Wack going to say when the police come question him? I got immunity. Blood, call my handler. I'm telling you, Darren Dupree, he'll tell you, I was undercover. We had the place bugged. That's what he's going to say. You know what I'm saying? Believe that. But anyway, I want to get to Veggie Wrong. CS2 back. This one we played CS Reggie against CS2 back. They were beefing behind some inner shit, and we took advantage of it. Let's go. Shout out Scandalous TV.
I swear to God.
Scandalous TV, Scandalous Los Angeles.
Shout out to Scandalous Los Angeles. Scandalous Los Angeles. I just waited till we come in.
Shout out to Scandalous Los Angeles TV.
Point and shoot.
No, you the truth. Scandalous Los Angeles. Hey, you my favorite.
Scandalous don't even know. I was really depressed until he did that shit with, playing with my family.
We'll be exposures. Oh, what? Side clip, nigga.
Shout out to all them dudes, man. Scandalous TV, I'm gonna give you a shout out, Scandalous TV. This is 600. The best to do it and get away with it. Hey, make sure y'all shout out Scandalous TV. Like, share, and subscribe. See y'all soon. Let's get it.
Scandalous Los Angeles TV. Some motherfucking loot.
Great work, Los Angeles Scandalous TV. Great work, Scandalous Los Angeles. Shout out to Scandalous Los Angeles TV. He is the fucking GOAT.
We even got the most scandalous hater in here.
I got you. You did your job, bro. You did 60 diss videos against me. So you got it.
Scandalous Los Angeles TV.
Expose these nice ass niggas that think they somebody's.
Shout out to Scandalous Los Angeles, man. We finna jump into this content without no further ado or don'ts, man. 3, 2, 1.
Hey, what's up? We live for all the out there. What's up? Y'all want to be famous? Here you go.
Welcome back to Scandalous Los Angeles TV, where we expose the exposers. Looks like the bully from Baltimore caught CS2 back slipping like a bad transmission again. For some reason, Porky can't seem to get his chunky ass off the ropes. His chicken shit team of rainbow rat exposers have been completely broken and dismantled, leaving Porky with no one to shield him from the continuous assault being launched against him. The other day, Reggie Wright let all of us know that only 2 people's names were changed in Greg Kading's entire movie. The 2 people whose names were changed was Stutterbox and good old-fashioned CS2 back. He also made sure to let us know that even his real name, Reggie Wright, was not changed in the movie. So the bully from Baltimore went on Clubhouse and asked Porky, "Why is Reggie implying that you're a rat?" And that's when all the lies began.
Hey, Wack, what's up? Reggie implying you're a rat.
Oh, he got another dude.
Uh-oh. That's a solid question. It's a solid question.
You're damn right it's a solid question. It's the kind of question we can't get shit out of Luck Chuck to ask him.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
I'm convinced B-Mo will be following.
I heard the nigga Reggie White was talking to Do Sims, and he said he had to ask around. He said he had to ask around about you being a wreck because they only changed 2 names in that video, in the movie.
Play the content.
Okay, let me just tell you this. Just notice. I won't say it again. There's only 2 people's names will change. Reggie Wright name wouldn't change.
They said they changed your name and they changed Stutterbox's name. You know what movie I'm talking about?
I'm not in the movie. I'm just a truck driver that got pulled off.
I want you guys to always notice the way CS2 back plays dumb when his back's against the ropes. CS2 back knows all about what Reggie said. Reggie already told us that Wack sent him a text message asking him, "Is this how we're doing each other now?"
So when Wack called you about the video Scandalous put out, what did he say to you? No, he ain't called me yet. He just like, this how we doing it now? Or something like that, but that's all. Oh, wait, he texted you that, or he just? Yeah, he just texted me, he just wanted, is that how you doing, is that how we doing each other now? Yeah, I didn't know what he was talking about till my boy Bob Gotti said that to me.
Now that you guys know that CS2 back is well aware what Reggie said, let's listen to him play stupid and watch the way he answers questions with confused questions of his own.
Hey, real quick. Hey, Phil White, no, he's not a Paru. He been ducking Big Messy and that put off, dead homies. Since you want to be smart, he's not a Paru. He's pending a put off right now, nigga.
Zone, which is a typical move of Porky's when he finds himself trapped in a corner.
That's what I'm saying. I ain't understand it either.
They don't even call a name, and they don't even call the truck driver a name.
Alonzo Zoe Scott. Alonzo Zoe Scott. Alonzo Zoe Scott.
No, they changed 2 names. They only changed the names of the niggas who read it. They changed Stutterbox's name and they changed your name.
But look, how you know it's their names? Or they
what are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about, bro?
Porky knows exactly what the Baltimore bully is talking about. Porky is the one who told us he was in this movie. You're gonna hear him admit in this audio that he's watched this movie hundreds of times. He knows exactly where he's being spoken of and when he's being portrayed. The oblivious act that he's putting on right now is clearly an admission of guilt.
Reggie White said it.
I'm not a character in the movie, nigga. I'm the
Reggie White getting that clout, that old clickbait.
Yeah, but
Reggie White said he had to start asking around because when he seen the movie, they only changed 2 names. Your name and Stutterbox's name.
Okay, so what was the truck driver's name in the movie?
What's this truck driver's name? 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 What's this truck driver's name?
Alonzo Zoe Scott. Alonzo Zoe Scott. Alonzo Zoe Scott. Criminal history is minor, but he has been linked to the Bloods, which arguably links him to Suge.
There's nothing. I forget what they changed it to.
I never heard him ask his name. They pulled him up. He had about a 30-second roll.
No.
Let's get on, man. Hey, look.
Look in the beginning.
He don't even know. Hey, bro, he ain't from LA. He don't know everybody who told on that shit.
I'm telling you what the nigga Reggie said. He from LA. I'm not.
Reggie is never going to insinuate that. You're lying.
Come on, you ain't heard that even all over the internet. You been paying attention?
Cat, it's in the chat. The speedy shit.
Okay, I'm gonna
A nigga don't want to talk about that.
There's nothing
That's
to talk
what make it
about.
suspicious. It make it suspicious when you don't want to talk about this shit.
Bro,
man.
the truck driver in the movie didn't have a name. He just got pulled over for 30 seconds.
All of us should be used to Porky's tactics at this point. Why does Porky insist that the truck driver didn't have a name in the movie? Remember when him and Beast were on Clubhouse screaming at Brick, saying his name Whack was not in the paperwork? When we all know that in the last paragraph of the paperwork, it says the Whack Boy. Now he's lying, saying the truck driver in the movie didn't have a name. This shows you that CS2 Back really is CS2 Back, and Greg Kading went out of his way to protect him. Now you guys understand why Greg Kading spoke so highly of Porky in his book.
The Stutterbox character was a real character, acted and interacted.
He had a name. He had a name.
Okay, then go get it.
If you watch the movie, the nigga said
I've seen the movie a million times. I've seen the movie a million times. I've seen the movie a million times. And if you go look at the book,
Reggie said you're the truck driver that they're talking about.
If you go read the book, dummy.
I hope you guys notice the way CS2 Back is trying to steer us clear away from the movie and direct us to Greg's book. He was the one who told us that he was the truck driver in the movie. For some reason, he doesn't want to talk about the movie anymore. It's all about the book now. Remember when Whack started getting ahead of himself, thinking that he was bigger than the guy who put him on?
And I told him, he ran, started laughing. He's like, wait, man, I'm just trying to help him. I said, well, bro, what you mean you trying to help him? You the one lined the nigga up. You know this Reds don't fuck with me, as he know I know. You know what I'm saying? He bagged up.
Whack is admitting or claiming that Reggie and blaming that Reggie is the one that lined Suge up, and with Tanisha Swan claiming that Suge told her he wanted Biggie hit and gave her the money so that she could pay Poochie, and Poochie knocked down the notorious B.I.G. But what Whack ain't telling you is that CS2 Back is also the first person that told the feds Poochie unalived the notorious B.I.G. They all corroborated each other's information as cooperating witnesses and sources for the feds and the Joint Task Force. One thing I want y'all to understand, you don't provide reliable information on big cases and the feds get out of your life. You're now a reliable source, and they're going to continue to utilize you in further cases. Let's go.
You know what I'm saying? He don't try to do too much defending. But if he do too much defending, then he want to defend himself.
He said Reggie was going to have to defend himself. Well, it looks like it's time for Porky to start defending his own self. All thanks to Reggie.
Me, my name, my face.
I don't give a fuck about
everything.
The book. I'm talking about what your boy Reggie
The book
said.
is about the movie, dummy. What you talking about? The book is
you the
make
dummy because you hanging with a nigga who calling you a rat. Reggie calling you a rat. How
Reggie
you
never
this?
will call me a rat, dummy.
Reggie said they only changed two
Hey,
people's
yo,
names.
listen,
Yours
you
and
been
Stutter.
trying for
Why
3
would they
years.
change? Why would they change your name?
Play the content.
Hey,
I'm asking you.
Hey, look, you know
Play
when
the
you
content.
no, when you accuse somebody of that, you really got to
Stupid ass.
I'm not accusing them. Pay attention. Reggie is. Pay attention. You gotta pay
Reggie
attention.
never say nothing like that.
Y'all niggas be missing
that man that he said it about.
Yeah.
Reggie would never say no
exactly.
shit
I'm
like that.
asking the man.
What are you talking about, bro?
But
Y'all watched the nigga tell for 9 months.
Play the content.
Play the
When I
content,
talk,
bro.
when I
Play the
talked to you the last
content.
time, you co-signed Reggie. So
That's
I'm
my
wondering
friend. I
why,
still co-sign.
why would Reggie lie on you like
Play the
that?
content.
Play the content. Word. We want to hear that. Play the
I don't
content.
play content.
Yeah,
I'm
we
not
don't
the only
believe
person in the
you,
room who
nigga.
know about
You
this.
gotta
Come
play
on.
that.
Nigga about here following me around the app all week. Like, a Baltimore nigga telling me about what happened over here.
You can't just ask a question and not have no reason for your question.
Shout out to the Baltimore Bully for another flawless victory. You punched up CS2 back, Mayweather style, for the entire duration of the fight. You from Baltimore, though. You were supposed to slide this nigga, Tank Davis style. He had his chin out there begging for you to take him out of his misery. Every time he asked you to play the content, he was begging you to put him to sleep. Next time you get Fatback trapped in that corner, please have the content ready so you can knock his fat ass out. You see the way all his clubhouse minions act like they had no clue that Reggie exposed Porky. They work harder to protect CS2 back than Greg Kading himself, so you can't give him no wiggle room.
Now it's just like,
Did you not hear what I said? Did
I
you
heard what
hear
you
what I
said,
said?
but let me land, bro. Let me land, bro.
Reggie Wright
So
said it.
look, let me land, bro. I heard you said you heard it from somebody.
Play the content.
But if you heard it, that means you have access to hearing it again, bro. But by you saying that you don't, but by you saying that you're not going
if my word not good enough, you can go look it up yourself. I never lie.
Okay,
But by
I
you not
never
being able
lie.
to provide that, bro, you should have never even brought it
If you
up.
don't believe me, just Google it. It's been all over the internet. I don't know how y'all niggas missed it.
Hey, Cat.
I don't know how y'all niggas missed it.
Hey, Cat.
But we can hear it right now.
Yeah, play the content.
So great, nigga. Like, all you got.
Nigga, I don't know where it's at.
Hey, Wack, you be playing like you ain't did nothing, man.
I don't, nigga. I don't know what you talking about. Me.
You need to talk to your boy Reggie then. You ain't that plugged in.
I don't have to talk to Reggie. That's my friend. I don't got to question my friend.
Whack 100. Oh, yeah. You talking that free KPD stuff? This may what break me and Whack 100 up. That's being homies.
My friend.
This the thing, though. Look,
Okay, what about that other cop? What about that other cop that said you lied about the FBI?
Hey, Reggie said him trying to bail out Keefe D would break him and his friendship up with his son, CS2 back, who he put in the game, who was moving drugs for him, allegedly, right? In this truck. He wasn't moving drugs for Suge. Suge didn't sell drugs. Reggie was the one caught and convicted of selling drugs out of state, out of town, etc. Right? But it's kind of coincidental that he gets angry about Wack trying to bail out Keefe D when he's a suspect in the Tupac murder investigation officially. Right now, has been named by the defense as a suspect in the Tupac murder investigation. And he was upset that Wack wasn't allowing Keefe D to rot in jail and bite the bullet to close that investigation. This is nasty work.
Yeah, I owing you a favor.
Why you couldn't tell
What's the
us
other
what
cop
you
that you
heard
brought
and
on here?
said, though? Tell us what you heard all this.
That nigga said you lied about the FBI owe you a favor. You ain't do none of that shit.
I never said that.
You just
I never said the FBI owed me a favor, bro.
Oh my God! Hey, Wack, cut it out, though.
Slow down. Okay, slow down.
Are you saying you never said the FBI owed you a favor and you called it in for the main street?
I never said the FBI owed me. Know why? Because the FBI was never on me.
CS2 back said the FBI was never on him, but all of us know that CS2 back did say that Stutterbox brought an FBI agent to him that was asking him about kilos of cocaine. CS2 back knows exactly what the Baltimore bully is referring to. But CS2 back doesn't want to answer the question about Greg Kading calling him a liar. So he's looking for any and every way possible to wiggle out of answering it.
That was LAPD.
So why did you go talk to the FBI and you seen them? You seen the girl in FBI jackets. You said this.
Because
on,
you gotta pay attention to what
you say.
Let me break it down. Yo, Cat, he talking about box when he had that shit going on, right? Nigga, LAPD.
No, that's not what he's talking about. But this is the way Porky spins the convo somewhere else, to evade a question he doesn't want to answer. The question was, what's up with the cop who said Porky was lying? Notice the way Porky did the dash away from that question.
LAPD was working in conjunction with the feds on the Biggie Smalls case, right?
Right.
LAPD is what raided my home, not FBI. But the office, slow down.
LAPD is who raided my home, not the FBI. Y'all remember that. But he says they're looking for he came in on the Suge side of the investigation. Remember that Detective Michael Coet and Paul Fournier, the sheriffs, were the ones who had the paperwork that talked with Mark Stevens, interviewed Mark Stevens, and interviewed the victim Stutterbox in this failed extortion against Shaquille O'Neal and Mark Stevens, all deriving from the Main Street Mafia Crip case. So we finna leave this video here. Hey, shout out Scandalous Los Angeles TV, the GOAT. Me and him been working on this for a minute, but we finna get into that case, and then we'll go into the guns. We definitely got it. We definitely about to start cooking. Let's go. Oh, this is nasty work. We gonna go back to right after Reggie Planet. Right after Reggie Planet, Whack 100 around Death Row. Suge was in jail. Remember that, right? This is how Whack 100 gets into the game. Mark Stevens and DJ K-Slay put Whack 100 in the game. We got the interview with Mark Stevens. This is the second time we talk with Mark Stevens. Hold on, let me go ahead and put y'all up on game about this one. What was the name of that one? I think this is it. Yeah, this seems to be it. Let's see where we at. All right, let's go. Damn. Bear with me, hit that like button. Share, we cooking, man. We cooking, man. We got the content. All right. And we gonna clip this shit up.
All right, we good.
And that's how they got tight. It was a security issue at first. He was
we got to back up a little more.
And Wack
This
even
is
brought
good.
up first. He was his two-rate game. All right. Hey, Mark, can you hear me? Yeah, I can. Can y'all hear me? Yes, sir. Yeah, we can hear you. Mark Stevens. Yes, sir.
Hey, it sound kind of muffled.
No, that's how it sounds. Trust me.
Okay, go ahead.
He claimed that DJ, what's the brother name? Rest in peace. K-Slay. K-Slay was still fucking with him while he was dead, and that they were putting Nick D and YZ and all of them wrong. And I told him, bro, you a fucking lying. K-Slay wasn't even fucking with you at the time of his death, bro. K-Slay was being managed by whole other people. Why is he trying to push false narrative? He's like, well, you don't know nothing. You don't even know. I said, listen, bro. So he said, well, look at this. He showed a PCR that showed that Certified messages that they own with Mark right now. Susie was talking to that effect. He said, so you talk. I said, so you admit that I talked to Mark Stevens this morning? Yeah, I already know that. Well, listen, bro. What I do also understand is that he wasn't managing him like the time. You're lying about that. You try to steal the rights to take you can well, not the rights, but you try to receive royalties off the state you cannot when they own 50% of the record and so does Ranger. He denies that. Can you clarify how that went first? Yeah, we did a joint venture, Knockout and Deja 34 records. We did a joint venture. And
so this is the deal which with Deja 34 investigation began. The Main Street Crips already under investigation for moving work, flocking niggas' houses, out of state, Title III wiretaps already going. While that's going on with the Main Street Crips, this deal goes down with Deja 34 record label with Shaquille O'Neal, Mark Stevens, Ray J, Suge Knight, Whack 100, Stutterbox. Stutterbox brought Ray J to the deal. Whack 100 was already planted around Suge, then planted on the same block as Stutterbox by the feds. This deal supposed to go down with Koch Records. Alan Grunblatt at Koch Records tells Mark Stevens, we're not doing the deal until you take care of whatever issues that Suge has with Ray J. He has some kind of deal with Ray J. We're not doing the deal till you do that. Whack hooks him up. Listen.
I own 50% of the album. He owns 50% of the album. Ray J. Ray J. I think I'm saying Ray J to get ownership of it. All right, so Ray J apparently had some dealings with Sound with Death Row and Suge. And long story short, Stutterbox brought me to Ray J. When I went to Ray J, I took him right to Alan Grunblatt and Koch Records. They informed me they couldn't touch him because it was the politics with Suge and Death Row.
So Stutterbox took Mark Stevens to Ray J. Stutterbox is expecting a percentage of royalties for as a A&R off of the records, off of the royalties, off of the publishing. That was supposed to be what was promised to Stutterbox. Now, Alan Grunblatt is telling him, no, he can't do it because of the Suge shit. Listen.
It had to be clarified first. And
I had to clarify that with Death Row Records before that Koch would do the deal.
It had to be paid before they was willing to move forward. Why? Call Suge to set up a meeting for me. I met Suge probably 3 times.
Whack set up a call to Suge Knight so that Mark Stevens could pay whatever debt was owed for Ray J and get him a release from that contract or agreement that he had with Suge, right? It was really no deal with Ray J. Suge got a check out of Mark Stevens and them playing like they had him under a deal, and Koch Records went along with it because in return, Suge was allowing them to do the admin, which is collections of royalties for the Tupac catalog. So let's get into it. He met with him 3 times. After Wack plug him, put him on the phone with him, Mark Steven meets with Suge 3 times to discuss this Ray J thing.
The last time we met, we was in Vegas. We went to the Patton Mayweather fight, and then that night we smoked cigars. We went to the suite and we hammered out a deal. And
the 3rd time they met, they went to the Patton Mayweather fight, smoked cigars, hammered out a deal, and for a joint venture deal,
we did the deal where he released them from everything, and he was able to sign with Koch, Deja 34, and do the joint venture with Knockout.
So Knockout is Ray J's label. They got a joint venture with Koch Records and Deja 34. It was done the night of the Hatton fight. Let's go.
Right. And at this time and period, y'all was still kosher with back when Honey Cash Jones. Y'all hadn't came about for the information of his involvement in competition for 2 back, which is incorrect. Well, correct, because I was the one who
Summit Healthcare serves a 3,000 square mile area.
put Wack with Ray J and Koch because I wanted somebody to look over him while he was on the West Coast and he had to deliver this album. And because Ray J, he was claiming blood, I put him with Wack, and that's how they got tight. It was a security issue at first. He was his security. And Wack even brought him to New York. He brought him to my hometown. He took him several places, but he was his security. And then after my album was done.
So Mark Steven makes it clear I put Wack in the game for making that call for to Suge for me to get Ray J. I made him security. So his people talk about he was the truck driver for Suge. He never got paid at Death Row. He was never on payroll at Death Row, an executive, anything. He hung around, gathered intel, and waited till Suge came out, and he's a plant. From there, Mark Steven puts him in the game, and for him, putting Suge on the phone so that he could set up the meeting for the Ray J thing, he rewarded him with a security job, not publishing, not an A&R job, security job, nasty work. This is how Wack 100 is involved with the Main Street Mafia Crip case. Not because he's a Crip, but because the Crips were outsourced on this indictment. After this deal goes wrong, we're going to get into it. Let's go.
And we didn't have any more dealing. I guess that's when he started managing Ray J.
So Wack started managing them after.
Real quick, and at the time of...
Yeah.
Could we pause the audio? Tiny Drop, is that you that just came in? Hello? Let that play. I think Tiny Draws in Goop. Pull up front CEO. And he didn't want to come up. Okay. Hey, in the audio so far, Mark Stevens is talking about Wack 100 at first was put up under, he did hook up a deal where Mark Stevens could talk to Suge to get Ray J out of his deal with Death Row. He had to pay money to get that. Wack 100 did set him up with Suge. He met with Suge several times, paid the money, and got the contract. The lawyer said the lawyer name, got the contract signed, and he even says that he had some more problems with Suge after they did the deal or whatever. Suge tried to double back,
but at that point,
make him pay him more money for Ray J.
Wack 100 was just a security because he was a Damu. They put him in that position for linking him up.
So this is the man that we talking about. He was the help. This nigga ain't no CEO. He started managing him after the conclusion of the deal with the Sexy Can-I record. Let's get back into the audio. Stats, you with me?
Yeah, I'm with you. I gotta get the action point on.
Bear with us. Hey, share the motherfucking room. Whack, you wanted the clout, nigga. We gonna give you the clout. We gonna make your bitch ass famous. One of the most famous rats that ever did it. Hip hop police, nigga. And my been calling them hip hop police. That's crazy. Only one.
All right, we good.
And that's how they got tight. It was a security issue at first. He was his security. And Wack even brought him to New York. He brought him to my hometown. He took him several places. But he was his security. And then after my album was done and we didn't have any more dealing, I guess that's when he started managing Ray J.
Okay. So that's the only thing with that. And at the time of DJ K-Slay's demise, rest in peace to the brother.
Don't shoot him, though.
He was not
y'all back.
fucking with Wack 100, right?
Man, rest in peace to the homie, man, K-Slay. K-Slay was actually writing a book. He was writing a book. And, you know, in the book, he was telling all the real, you know, and it was funny because he used to call me because he, you know, he used to be like, yo, you hear all these lies being told, and I said, yeah, bro, but you know, I wasn't on the internet game like that. You know what I'm saying? I was doing other things. I got invitations, you know, to sit down and talk.
I'm gonna call. Don't worry about it.
What took place, but I never did. But you know, Slay was real pissed at that shit in his last days because he felt like dude was just, you know, he was portraying something and a role that he really wasn't. He didn't come in the game like that. You know, who put him in the game was me and K Slay. That's who put him in the game. And he was security for Ray J. That's how it started out. He was security.
Okay, and you own the Sexy Can-I record 50%, and Ray J owns 50%, right?
Yes, sir.
And once they started returning publishing after the new law passed with the DMCA and all of that, at some point did Black 100 try to go claim royalties on a record that you hold the intellectual property to?
No, let me tell you what happened, man. When it was time for royalties to start being dispersed on the album, you know, I didn't even know, you know, I get a call from Wack because he told me that some money was owed to K Slay. Because I did an album with K Slay too. So he said, yo, man, you know, I know you got a royalty check, but some of that money belongs to K Slay. Now, you got to factor in, first of all, I talk to Slay all the time. I didn't know where he had got this misinformation from, right? But I do know he had a relationship with cops. So long story short, I called Slay. I said, look, homie, if I owe you anything, it ain't nothing to pay, you know, but let's go ahead and wait for the royalties, all the paperwork to come, and we're going to see what's owed to who. Long story short, I didn't owe anybody. But what it did show me was, and to this day, Wack has never called and said, yo, man, it was my bad. I had misinformation. You know, that was your royalty check that you were supposed to get off the Sexy Can-I. You know, he always just put himself in the middle of something and throw a rock and hide his hand.
But that nigga put his... So, okay,
he's
so
a
you was cool
middleman
with him from the beginning, even negotiated on some business, As he
I met him with Stutterbox. I met him with the homie Stutterbox. That's how I first came to meet Wack, was through the homie Stutterbox, right? When I met him, dude was driving trucks, seemed to be cool. Box was like, yo, this was his neighbor across the street. He seemed to be cool. When Stutterbox defected, when he defected, Wack picked up the phone and was basically being the interim, the middleman. Because he was telling me Stutterbox was defected. And I was like, okay. But my whole thing is, if he defected, why are you fucking with him?
So not only did Wack, after the one album deal with Deja 34 was up by Ray J with the Sexy Cannot single, right? I think that went gold or platinum, right? Wack tried to double back and say, hey, I guess Ray J kept Wack on from a security and made him his manager, right? And he said, hey, look, you still owe Ray J some royalties from the Sexy Canna album. Also, the album you did with DJ K-Slay, you owe. He like, man, I talk to K-Slay every day. I don't know where that came from, but look, let's wait till the royalty check come back and it show us what's what, and then we'll go from there, right? The nigga, it comes back. Mark Stevens said that none of the royalties owed were supposed to be going to K-Slay or to Ray J on neither one of the albums. That's their business dispute, but now there's a business dispute between Mark Stevens and Stutterbox, and then there's a business dispute between, because they cut him out of the Ray J deal, they gave him cash and some change where he's already in Rolls Royces. He wanted publishing as for bringing Ray J to the table, which Mark Stevens just admitted he did do, right? So now it's an issue. He feel like he getting played, and Wack is trying to backdoor and get some royalties up out of Shaq and Mark Stevens. So let's go to Sexy Can I? Let's see who brought that out. All right. Single Sexy Can I? All right. Boom. I think I can show y'all this now. Hit that like button, share, man. We up in here cooking. I could be eating right now, man. Show a little bit of love and respect. The Cash App is at the bottom of the ticker. If y'all appreciate the time brother putting in, you know what I'm saying? Boom. Ray J, Sexy Can I featuring Young Bird. Oh, y'all still can't see. My bad. All right, here we go. So this is on Wikipedia. Sexy Can I featuring Young Bird, single by Ray J featuring Young Bird from the album All I Feel and Look What You Made Me, I guess made me do. January 8th, 2008. Genre, R&B. Length, 324. Label, Knockout. That's Ray J label. Deja 34. That's Shaq and Mark Stevens label. Epic Koch, which is Entertainment One today. And yeah, Peak Position. You got UK, you got Canada, you got the US. It peaked at, in the Hot 100, it peaked at number 3. US Pop Airways, number 2. US Rhythmatic, number 1. This thing in Canada peaked at 8. UK peaked at 80, peaked at number 8. So internationally, this was a big record. Certifications, it is gold in Canada, platinum in New Zealand, platinum in the United States, RIAA and gold also in the United States. Hey, look, man, they did they shit. They put together a plan, but you got disgruntled people like Whack 100, Stutterbox, who feel a certain kind of way. We're going to stop sharing that. And so Mark Stevens was not lying about a joint venture. He was not lying about Whack 100 getting his start as security for Ray J. He was a blood. He needed somebody to look out for it. Whack and Ray J were there. So now this is the Deja 34 investigation, right? This is the Deja 34 investigation, and it starts with we can close that out. Let's see where we at. So remind you, Whack 100. Oh, we finna get into this content. Oh, this is gonna be nasty work. Close this out, and then we're gonna get to the actual paperwork. Y'all wanted to cook. I promised y'all we was gonna cook, and we finna cook these clowns, right? So for us to really be able to do this, we gotta get into the paperwork, and so that y'all can see Whack is lying, and we're gonna play audio where he said he went and talked to the feds and all of this other stuff. Jay Jonah, got my pops in the building. Y'all know what's going down. So, mind you, Stutterbox was the one that knew Shaq. Stutterbox was the one that was hanging around Shaq. And then he's upset about this money being cut out of this Ray J deal when he's supposed to be owed publishing. If you believe him, Ray J confirmed Stutterbox's story that he was promised that he would be getting publishing off of those records, and they gave him chump change, so he has a problem. So now here comes the investigation of the Main Street Crips. Let's get into it. Hey, when them niggas talk about these clowns on the internet talk about they destroyed the exposers, tell them niggas stop claiming work they ain't put in. You know what I'm saying? When them niggas talk about that they the ones that expose Whack 100, make sure y'all go check the history and tell them it's been documented. That was the Damu and Kiwe conversations. County of Los Angeles Sheriff's Department. So, date January 12th, 2009. This is when the sheriffs come, right? These are the Main Street Crips who were alleged to have participated in kidnapping. Oh, y'all can't even see this, huh? Damn, my bad. I thought I was showing y'all the work. Let's see what they talking about. 1-800 City. I met K and I saw something and I couldn't jack, bro. Saw it with my own eye. Oh, K-Slay, yeah. Real shit, Mike B just kicked him and praised him. 2 Capone, what's up, baby? Do Sims stay on their heads, champ. You already know. Didn't the civil RICO against Whack Ray J and his mom just get updated? I got to check that out. If y'all got an update, send it to me. That's something else. Salute, Deuce, Yael. Thank y'all for the content and the backstory. Yeah, we going to get into the backstory. You know what I'm saying? Because nobody understood this the way and broke it down the way Deuce Sims did. It was so journalistic. We interviewed the victim, Stutterbox, and he was the victim. You see, kidnapping, 207, PC robbery, 211. He was robbed and kidnapped from the Pink Dot on Sunset, forced to drive his Rolls Royce to South Central. And these were the people being investigated in relations to it. You got it happened February 11th, 2008. This is when it happened, but the date that this was filed and after investigation was almost a year, 11 months later in 2009. Suspect 1, Ladell Rawls, aka Dale Dog Wood, Pat Rat, D-Lo, SK, Lil West, 50 Cent. These are the suspects, and the victim is Robert Ross. Do y'all get what's going on now? This is how this all began with CS2 back. But he was already working. They just didn't know it, right? So let's go back to this. That was page 1. Here, page 2. On February 10th, 2008, victim Robert Ross was kidnapped from the parking lot of the Pink Dot, a business located on Sunset Boulevard in the city of West Hollywood. He was ordered at gunpoint to enter his vehicle and drive to 127 East 104th Street, Los Angeles. Hey, when they tell y'all that the paperwork Due Sims brought with the additional 14 pages was fraudulent, or the CS2 back paperwork was fraudulent, this is what y'all tell them. There goes the docket number. Here goes the address where Stutterbox was taken. So how did I get the address if I wasn't from Main Street, didn't know nothing about this case till recently? How would I get this and the name of the police that are involved in this investigation? Once at that location, he was assaulted and robbed of his jewelry and money. After being allowed to leave the location, Ross drove to the Los Angeles Police Department 77 Division to report the crime. Just so y'all know, Robert Ross was already working at the time of this crime for Detective Dupree, who was working with the Joint Task Force, and Greg Caden. We know this because in the book, it admits that he called Darren Dupree, who advised him to drive to the local police department and report the crime. LAPD notified West Hollywood Sheriff Station of the crime, which initiated in their jurisdiction, and they dispatched the radio car to take the first report. LAPD Detective Mark Arenas assumed the investigation from West Hollywood Sheriff Station due to his involvement. The LAPD was involved in an ongoing federal investigation involving the Main Street Crips. In February 12, 2008, Detective Mark Arenas and Christian Maravich interviewed victim Ross and showed him a series of six-packs. So Mark Arenas and Christian Maravich interviewed victim Ross and showed him a series of six-packs containing the suspects involved in the kidnap, robbery, and assault. Hold on. Let me show y'all something real quick. Let me stop sharing this. So Stutterbox is cooperating. He's a cooperating witness, right? From the get-go, Darren Dupree tell him what to do, and that's what he do. But Detective Maravich, let me show y'all a picture of him. We want to put faces to these detectives so it's so real that they can't deny it, right? We want y'all to be able to know that we've done our research on all of these police. Detective Maravich. Here he goes right here. Oh, yeah, we going to tell a story. We going to tell it the right way. You understand? This is Detective Maravich right here. Robbery, homicide. He's at Tam Burgers, who would also work the case, the homicide investigation in the Terry Carter. But Stutterbox then went to the station and he done picked these dudes that was involved from Main Street Crips and allegedly kidnapping him, torturing him, robbing him, all of this stuff about this sex tape. And And he picked him out in a 6-pack. He been working, but he's a cooperating witness on this case. So let's go ahead and get back to the work. Let's go. So these are the name of the dudes who were in there. After the 6-pack was shown, the case was reassigned to the Los Angeles Sheriff Department, Major Crime Bureau, Detective Marcelo Quintero. The investigation was delayed. So they give it to Detective Marcelo Quintero, but they put it on delay due to the ongoing federal investigation and wiretap case involving several of the suspects that were involved in the kidnap robbery. So the LAPD and feds are already, and the sheriffs are already investigating the Main Street. So they put the Deja 34 investigation on hold. That's why it wasn't filed until January 2009. On July 16, 2008, investigators Fournier and Coet spoke with Detective Quintero. Remember, he was the one leading the investigation once he got delayed. Regarding the above case, investigators told Detective Quintero that they were assigned to a task force with the Los Angeles Police Department, and they were involved in the Main Street Crip investigation. So now the joint task force, sheriffs that on the joint task force, Fournier and Detective Coet, tell Quintero, hey, look, bro, we working with the task force with the LAPD, and they involved in the Main Street Crip investigation. The investigators, Coet and Fournier, requested the case be reassigned to them. Hey, give us that case. And their request was granted. You can see that right there. After reviewing the case, investigators formulated a plan to speak with suspects involved with the kidnapping, robbery, and assault of victim Ross. The purpose of this plan was to stimulate conversation on the wiretap. This is exactly what WAC 100, the Joint Task Force, and the feds just did when they released fake evidence that Big U DNA was found under the nails of RW's body. This was the purpose of their plan. When they release information, it's with a plan. Investigators Paul Fournier and Michael Coet interviewed victim Robert Ross at the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Homicide Bureau. Investigators Fournier and Coet explained to Ross that they would now be handling the case and would like to obtain a detailed statement regarding the event. So now you got them finna interview Stutterbox. But I want y'all to see Detective who might detect the lead detectives of this case is. Because remember, WAC 100 was telling y'all that Greg Caden was the lead detective on this case, but that was cap. Let's get these likes up, man. We over here cooking. It's going on 5 hours, nigga. We just getting started to bake these niggas. I told y'all I was going to tell y'all a story, right? And in this story, you got a whole bunch of facts that we're finna bring to light. So, oh, there go the paperwork. Let's stop sharing that, right? I know y'all can hear me reading it, but I was sharing it to y'all, but we'll go back and share it later. Let's go right here, right? All right. Yeah. All right, let me share this. Hit that like button, share. We got 300 people in the chat. We done kept 300 this whole time. We need to get it up to 400. Let's go, man. I'm going to share this with y'all as soon as this commercial's over. Hit that like button. Hit that like button. Let's go. All right, now I can share this with y'all. Bam. Let's go.
He's completely right because I was caught up in the middle of all that.
Stutterbox said you in my paperwork on Wiretap, right?
So
The lead
Stutterbox
investigator of
confirmed
the
that
case.
was
That's him on that
included in his
TV.
paperwork.
On the Main Street.
On the Main Street case.
Which he wasn't charged. But this guy is saying the only person that was arrested
was Cash Jones.
If Greg's credibility hurts the findings of the entire task force or not?
Well, first of all, there were no arrests made other than Cash Jones.
But when you get to discovery, was part of that.
So the lead investigator on the Main Street case, who also was working on a joint task force, him and his partner, Paul Fournier. Paul Fournier is the head lead. He was senior to Detective Michael Coet. But as we get back to this paperwork, the lead investigator on the Main Street investigation and the Deja 34 investigation is saying that WAC 100 was the only one arrested. This is nasty work, right? So now, Detective Coet and Fournier go interview Robert Ross. Ross stated that on February 10th, 2008, he drove to the West Hollywood area to meet some friends at the Pink Dot located on Sunset Boulevard. He estimated that he arrived at the location around 10 p.m. He parked his vehicle in the driveway to the location, then got out and began talking with an acquaintance only known as H. Approximately 10 to 20 minutes later, Ross recognized a member of the Main Street Crips gang known to him as Wood, real name James Harbin. So he implicates seeing Wood in Hollywood. Pull his truck up next to the location and stop. Harbin exited the vehicle and walked across the street and began pissing in the bushes. Harbin got back into his truck, drove 1 block away, pulled over and stopped. Approximately 3 to 4 minutes later, 3 other vehicles pulled up next to Harbin. All the vehicles then made a U-turn and drove back to the Pink Dot. Harbin parked his truck behind Ross's vehicle, which prevented him from leaving. Harbin exited his truck, approached Ross, and told him that Dog, real name Liddell Ross, wanted to see him. Ross explained that Dell Dog is the shot caller leader of the Main Street Crip gang. Harbin told Ross all the homies are strapped, meaning they all had guns on them. If we wanted to kill you, we could kill you. Ross recognized D-Lo, Pat Rat, and SK, all Main Street Crip gang members at the location. There were other young members from the gang who he did not recognize. Ross could see that they were all armed. Harbin called Ross on his cell phone and told him, we got him. Ross heard Ross say, if he tries to get away, y'all do him. Ross understood this to mean if he tries to escape, to kill him. Harbin handed Ross his phone, and he spoke with Ross, telling him that he didn't want to go back to the neighborhood because he was scared for his life. Oh, Robert Ross was scared. Stutterbox was scared for his life. Nasty work, right? So, he says Ross told him that he had no choice, and he said, I knew I'd get you. He then told Ross to get a phone back to Harbin. Harbin told Ross to get inside his car and that he would ride with him back to the neighborhood. Wingate got in the back seat of Ross's vehicle. However, Harbin told him to get out and go back in the vehicle he came in. Ross drove his vehicle back toward the neighborhood as instructed, with Harbin riding in the passenger seat, armed with a handgun. Deion Hawkins. Oh, y'all can't even see the paperwork. Damn. But it's all right. Hit that like button. I'm reading it to y'all anyway. Once arriving in the neighborhood, Harbin told Ross to park in the driveway next door to Rawls' house. This house belonged to fellow Main Street Crip gang member named Big Herb. Robert Ross is implicating everybody, nigga. Ross was instructed to get out of his car. Harbin escorted Ross to Rawls' house, where he was waiting out front. Also at the location was Deion Hawkins, D-Lo, Marlon Hunt, Pat Rat, and Ross's cousin, Eddie Hill, Lil West. His own cousin's there. Y'all, you know you done fucked up, right? Rouse acknowledged Harbin and Hawkins for their successful job. Harbin then left the location. Rouse had Hawkins move Ross's car from Herb's driveway to the rear of Rawls' house where it could not be seen. Rouse. Also, if this was fake paperwork, how will we know who lived next door to Dale Dog and the address? But yeah, back to what I was saying. This is so detailed. Ross, Hills, and Hunt then began striking Ross about his head and body with clenched fists. Ross escorted Ross through a side gate leading up to the entrance to the house. He told Hill and Hunt to remain out front and be a lookout. Ross estimated that he was on the front porch of the house for 1 hour. During this time, Ross told him, "I've been waiting to get my hands on your ass." And he hit Ross over the head and in the face with a .45 caliber pistol. The force from being struck with the gun caused his bottom lip to split open and caused contusions to his head and body. At approximately 1 hour after arriving, Rouse escorted Ross to a converted music studio located in the rear of the house. Rouse struck Ross a few more times and then took his diamond necklace, a Rolex watch, and a pair of 1-carat diamond earrings from his person. Ross also removed $15,000 cash from Ross's pocket. Ross explained that he had this money to purchase a vehicle the following day. During the assault, Ross told Ross, "Mark and Shaq know who the real boss is now," and said, "Why shouldn't I kill you right now?" Ross then demanded the videotape and $100,000. Ross explained that this kidnapping and assault was the result of a business deal gone bad, and Shaquille O'Neal's belief that Ross had a sex tape of him, O'Neal, with a woman who was not his wife, and that Ross was having an affair with his wife, Shani. He said that near the end of 2007, he befriended a rap artist named Ray J. Ross negotiated with a music recording executive named Mark Stevens, whose business is located in Atlanta, Georgia. Stevens is partnered with NBA player Shaquille O'Neal, who funded the company. During the negotiations, Stevens agreed to pay a percentage from the profits to Ross if Ray J signed with Koch Entertainment, which is based in New York. In November 2007, Ross flew with Ray J to New York to meet with Alan Koch, and meaning Alan Grunblatt, Koch, and Mark Stevens regarding a recording contract. A few weeks later, Ross met with Stevens regarding his contract and the recording contract for Ray J. During this meeting, Stevens let Ross know that he would not be receiving any money for his involvement in the project and that there was only one contract, and that was for Ray J. Ray J refused to sign the contract at that time, and the deal was held back for approximately 3 weeks. Ultimately, Ross convinced Ray J that he should sign the contract anyway and that he would deal with his own contract issues later. During the next few weeks, Ross continued to request his money from Mark Stevens. Stevens made it clear he was to get nothing. Ross also talked to Shaquille O'Neal in hopes that he would agree to pay the money owed. During this period of time, O'Neal apparently was going through marital discord and had his wife followed by private investigators. O'Neal received photographs of his wife having lunch with Ross. He became angry and got a message to Ross that their business was done and to stay away from his wife. Ross, who was still upset over the fact he was owed money, had a friend named Cash Jones. deliver a message to Mark Stevens and Shaquille O'Neal. Jones told them that Ross had a videotape of O'Neal having sex with a woman inside of Ross's home in July 2007. So in July 2007, Shaq is allegedly fucking a bitch in Stutterbox's house. He claims that he got the videotape, and he sends Whack 100, Cash Jones in the paperwork. Robert Ross is implicating Cash Jones in a blackmail and extortion conspiracy to extort Shaquille O'Neal and Mark Stevens. So Stevens, who had been to Ross's home, knew that he had surveillance cameras throughout his home and that O'Neal had, in fact, been there. Ross told investigators Fournier and Coet. This is the investigators that Robert Ross Stutterbox implicated Whack 100 in the extortion and blackmail plots to. The lead investigators of the Main Street Crips. And these lead investigators were also a part of the joint task force that raided Whack 100's house, his truck, his Range Rover, and Whack 100 CS2 back was caught. He said that the footage has since been recorded over by later surveillance. Ross was adamant that he was just bluffing, hopes that he would get the money that was owed to him. Now, the kidnapping and robbery at the Pink Dot of Stutterbox took place approximately 2 weeks after Cash Jones delivered the message to Mark Stevens and Shaquille O'Neal. That's one overt act. Remember that lawyer was talking about the Big U case and how it takes an overt act as part of the conspiracy. 2 or more people come together with an objective. So anyway, Detective Coet Fournier interview all of these other dudes. They dry snitching on each other. And then he ends up interviewing Mark Stevens. Okay, here we go. Okay, this is the interview. Let's see what it say. On August 26, 2008, investigators placed a call to Mark Stevens' place of business, Deja 34 in the A. No one answered the phone, and investigators left a message on his voicemail. The message was as follows and was tape recorded on our end. Yes, hello. This is Detective Fournier with the Los Angeles County Sheriff Department Homicide Bureau. This call is for Mark Stevens. Mr. Stevens, if you could return my call, I am investigating a robbery kidnap that occurred back in February of this year, 2008. Your name came up. I have some questions. You can reach me at, and there goes the number, right? So on September 11th, that was August 26th. On September 11th, 2008, investigators interviewed Ray J. So they interviewed Mark Stevens. They interviewed Stutterbox about this deal gone bad and this kidnapping. And they interviewed Ray J, right? So Norwood is the rapper who Robert Ross introduced Mark Stevens to facilitate a recording contract with Koch Entertainment. Norwood told investigators that he and Ross are neighbors and became friends. He learned that Ross had connections in the music industry and inquired about making a contact regarding a record deal. Ross introduced Norwood to Mark Stevens, the co-owner of the Deja 34 record label. So Ray J confirmed he's the one. Box is the one that introduced them to Mark Stevens. In November 2007, Ross traveled with Norwood to New York to meet with Mark Stevens at Koch Entertainment. Stevens made it clear that Ross would receive his fair cut a percentage from sales if Norwood was to sign with Koch Entertainment. So Ray J said Mark Stevens told Box he would get some publishing for putting this together. After weeks passed, Box learned that he would not be compensated for his involvement in the signing of Ray J. Koch Entertainment became impatient and threatened to call the deal off. Ross told Norwood to go ahead and sign the contract and that he would deal with his own issues with Stevens. It was Norwood's belief that Ross was not treated fairly and should have been compensated for his role in the project, especially after Stevens told him he would be compensated. Norwood told investigators that he acknowledged Ross on his latest album cover by writing Box, thanks for putting this whole deal together. So Ray J is saying that Mark Stevens did some cruddy shit and cut Stutterbox out of the deal, out the Ray J deal with Koch Records, Deja 34, and Knockout. So on September 17th, a week after that, 6 days after they talked to Ray J, investigators interviewed Mark Stevens at the LA County Sheriff's Homicide Bureau. Also present during that interview was Mr. Stevens' attorney, Nicholas Tonsich. Investigators asked Stevens how he first learned of the kidnap investigation regarding Robert Ross. Stevens said after investigators left a message saying they wanted to talk to him regarding the kidnap and assault investigation occurring in Los Angeles. He deducted that Ross was the victim. He believed this because several months ago, he received a phone call from Ross's brother and recording artist Ray J telling him Ross had been beaten up. Stevens later said he received calls from Ross' brother and Cash Jones. Stevens claimed no knowledge of a kidnapping. Stevens told investigators that he is the business partner and longtime friend of Shaquille O'Neal. Together, they own a recording company called Deja 34 Enterprises. They have known Robert Ross for the past 4 to 5 years. Ross was well known in the Los Angeles area and knew a lot of recording artists. When artists would be looking for a recording contract, they would contact Ross, who would broker the deal. During the latter part of 2007, Ross introduced the recording artist Ray J to Mark Stevens. So now Mark Stevens confirmed that Stutterbox brought Ray J and introduced him to him. Ross flew with Ray J to New York to meet the executives from Koch Entertainment. Ray J signed a recording contract with Koch Entertainment, and Box was paid $20,000 for a finder's fee by Deja 34. According to Stevens, Ross thought he should have been paid a percentage of the total deal and was not happy with the amount he received. Stevens said there was no contract for Ross's involvement in the deal and felt he was adequately compensated. Hey, Mark Stevens, that sounds cruddy as hell, bro. During the same period of time, O'Neal and Stevens felt Ross was causing too much bad publicity for them because he had been arrested for possession of firearms and was dropping O'Neal's name to police when stopped for a traffic violation. O'Neal and Stevens therefore made the decision to sever all ties with Ross. So now Ross ain't got no action in hollering at them and doing business with them. Within the next couple months, Stevens received a voicemail message from Ross stating, "I need to talk to you, man. The big fella, he's slipping. He's making a lot of mistakes." Soon after, Stevens received a call from Cash Jones. Jones told him that Ross had a videotape of Shaquille O'Neal having sex with a woman, not his wife, at Ross's home, and that Ross could take the tape to TMZ and get a lot of money. Investigators asked Stevens if Ross, Jones, or anyone else ever demanded money in exchange for the tape. Stevens said no, and he felt that this was an attempt for Ross to get back in contact with O'Neal. Investigators asked Stevens where he was during the evening of February 10th, 2008. He first said he was in Las Vegas when he received the phone calls from Ross's brother and Cash Jones telling him about Ross being assaulted. So now, not only did Whack 100 call and tell them about the sex tape and TMZ paying a lot of money, Whack was also the one that called and told him that Stutterbox was kidnapped and beaten. Stevens later said he thought he was in New Orleans on the night of the incident. However, he would have to check his calendar when he returned home in Atlanta. Investigators then asked him about other stuff, but in any event, they asked him, let me see, you wait until your relationship sours, so you already have a motive for having this information, whether you use it as an ace card to get money or whatever. Investigators found this statement interesting because it is exactly how Robert Ross said it happened. Ross brought some girls to his house with O'Neal. Ross left his house for a period of time. He returned home and checked his surveillance footage and found O'Neal having sex with the woman. Now, on September 23rd, investigators interviewed Shaquille O'Neal in a locker room at the Gallon Center in Los Angeles. Also present during that interview was Mr. O'Neal's attorney, Nicholas Tonsett. So Shaq and Mark Stevens got the same attorney. Investigators asked O'Neal if he knew why he was being interviewed. O'Neal said that he believed it had something to do with Robert Ross kidnapping, robbery, and assault. We asked O'Neal what his relationship with the victim Ross. So they go into that, and that's pretty much the paperwork that's necessary. But you gotta suspect that DJ K-Slay, the drama king, who was signed to Deja 34, also was interviewed. And then you gotta assume that Cash Jones was also interviewed. You understand what I'm saying? They're gonna do an investigation, just like the investigation on Big U right now. Just like the investigation on Loose Coochie Cannon and the assault at No Jumper. They are doing the investigation. They're going to talk and find out everybody who was there, everybody who was involved, and then they're going to come to their conclusion, and there will be charges filed in the No Jumper case. Was Whack 100 responsible? Obviously, Loose Cannon snitched him out. But will Whack 100 be charged? Nah, because this is where he became CS2 back. So, we finna get into this video. I'm finna take me a snap. Let me get into this right now. But I'm glad that y'all was able to see what was going on in this case and how it relates to Whack 100. So next time y'all on the floor with him and he says, I ain't from Main Street. The fuck y'all putting me with some Crips? I'm a Blood. Well, Ray J was a Piru. They interviewed him. Shaq's not a Crip. They interviewed him. Mark Stevens, a sports agent. They interviewed him. So you being a Blood precludes you from being interviewed when you're Ray J's security guard at the time. I would think you would be the first one that they interviewed. You're now the Reggie Wright Jr. of Deja 34, the liaison between the cops and the streets and the artists. Nasty work, bro. This is some nasty work. So we gonna get into the paperwork, part 2 of the documentary that we put together. Let me show y'all this. I see y'all held them and got up out of there. Hey, listen, we cooking, man. At least y'all can do is hit that like button, show a little bit of respect, you know what I'm saying, and support for us, for niggas working this hard. You know what I'm saying? But we got you. We got the work. Let's go.
Yo, it's stuff for the Cloud Chaser TV, man. Previously in part 1, we found out from Robert Ross, also known as Stutterbox, a Main Street Mafia Crip and Whack 100's neighbor, that Whack 100 or CS2 Back got his house raided for getting caught on a wiretap on a conspiracy to commit murder.
What is it exactly you want to clear out? And I air it out, clear it out, however it got to go.
On the video, when you said something about conspiracy to murder, what actually did you hear on audio of WAC 100 that the feds had, but haven't charged him for conspiring to murder?
His house got raided because he was on the wiretap.
Yeah, put the link in the chat. I might not get to it now,
gave
but I'll
dog my
get to it
address, homie. If I get killed, whoever gave him the address gonna get conspiracy to murder. But if I don't get killed, they just get conspiracy to attempted murder because they shot up my Rolls Royce, put 17 holes in my Rolls Royce.
Let's play Stutterbox talking to WAC. This is what I'm trying to figure out, though, Box. Help me understand this, because me and you both know that whole case was your thing. What is Mark saying I had to do with the case, bro?
Like, listen, in the paperwork, it said you tried to call Dog, remember?
I tried to
and he
call
won't take
Dog.
your call. And I said it to you. He said he didn't talk to you. He wouldn't take your call. Dog said he was cool. He didn't want to talk to you in the paperwork.
Mark
That's what
tried
you said
to
is going off of what
that whole Main Street shit, that was your play. I had nothing to do with it. I was a victim.
Because they said when Dog called you, his phone was hit. That's how they got on your line.
No.
And you play. That's what they say, what?
No.
As you can see by now in this first part, Stutterbox clearly implicates WAC 100 into this case, not only in an interview with Deuce M's and Stats 280, but also right to WAC's face on the recorded phone call. In part 2 of this video, let's take a look at the actual paperwork from the case, which exposes WAC 100 as a confidential source in the Main Street Mafia Crips case.
We're gonna get into the paperwork. The paperwork is a transcript of a wiretap. And once I get into this paperwork, you're gonna understand that BAT was one of the names that the feds used for confidential source number 2. So BAT, WAC also says CS2. That CS2, for those who don't understand law, is code word for confidential source. But once I get into this paperwork, you're gonna understand that BAT was one of the names that the feds used for confidential source number 2. So Tiny Draws told that nigga, you on paperwork, nigga. Yo, what's up, BAT? What's up, BAT? And didn't nobody understand why he was calling him BAT.
You lying. Are you dumb or something?
How young back?
Go ask
How
your
young back?
uncle if he didn't see my daughter.
How young back? Let's talk about a little back.
Who's back? I don't know.
You know who back is.
I don't know.
You know
who that
exactly who back is, nigga.
I don't know who that nigga is.
You know exactly who back is. Stop playing
I
these
don't
games,
know
nigga.
who that nigga is.
You know about Marky Mark. You know about Stutterbox. You know about Dale Dog back. Stop playing these games, nnigga. Stop playing these weird ass games, nigga.
Yeah,
stop playing these games, nigga.
Hold on, what Stutterbox got to do with something?
Yeah, you.
Hey, what Stutterbox?
Man, put that on Pyro.
But
Put that on Pyro. That's gonna be another story we gonna talk about
hey,
later.
What Stutterbox got to do with something?
I'm talking about that paperwork, nigga. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
You saying I'm on paperwork?
Bro, am I lying? Put that on Pyro, you not.
Wax on paperwork?
Put that on Pyro, you not.
Put that on 6-0 wax on paperwork.
Crip, nigga, you on paperwork. Put that on Pyro, you not.
Put that on.
Man, put that on Pyro that you not on that case.
Produce it.
Put that on Pyro that you not on that case.
You know I'm the one got told on,
Put that on Pyro, you didn't make statement.
So Tiny Draws said that the nigga name was back and that he was on paperwork. Well, the paperwork is a transcript of a wiretap, and it's from Dale from Main Street Mafia case, rest in peace. So we goes to the first page, and it has the session 18202. This is the wiretap, date and time 8/5/2008 through 9/22/38 to 9/29/39. Duration, so 7 minutes, 1 second. This is the feds breakdown. Dale tells Stevens that your boy, Box, referring to Stutterbox, we can all agree to that, right? Went south. Back wants Dale's phone number. Back needs to talk to Dale. It's important. Back what? Right? But it also says CS2. Back. CS2, for those who don't understand law, is code word for confidential source. number 2.
At some point, you get a phone call from Whack 100, Cash Jones. What did he contact you concerning?
He wanted to reach out to Dell Dog, rest in peace. I got the whole transcript, of the whole wiretap. Lawyers that was involved, they was able to get the discovery.
But when you get the discovery, was part of that the actual wiretap? Do you see your conversation with Cash Jones in them transcripts?
Paperwork, they put him as back. B-A-C-K. I kept asking the lawyer, like, who the fuck is, I ain't talked to no back. And they said, nah, that's Whack. But they put him as back because he a blood.
Was this back also referred as confidential source number 2?
Yes, sir.
So you get into it. Dale talks about Box incident and Back wanting to talk to Dale. Whack wanted to talk to Dale Dog. Mafia talk and someone talking too much. Box with a question mark. Sound like Back, which is Whack, has info on Stutterbox and talking about phone lines being compromised. So Whack is wanting to talk to Dale Dog, so he goes through the Mafia's talk, who we gonna use as Mafia talk for this, not to involve nobody else, right? He's already involved. We tell Mafia talk, look, I need to talk to Dale Dog. That nigga Stutterbox went bad. Well, Whack knows Stutterbox because that's his neighbor. In fact, that's how Whack even know Dale Dog. So the only way you would know that the wires is tapped, and the only way that you would know that Stutterbox had went bad, nigga, is if you done went and talked to them people. Whack admitted that he did go talk to them people on the 64th floor.
Raided my motherfucking crib, didn't find nothing. Cut my wife up, searching, going through everything. They ain't found nothing. When I went down to the federal building, my attorney to get my shit they took out of my office, every bitch was on that floor with FBI flak jackets on. That's the first thing I saw. I'm like, damn.
It goes into saying Box punked the gang. 2 messages on Mark's phone. Mark is involved on the gang business and operations. Duke. Back is calling on another line to Mark. It says, hit me about 3 times. He want me to give you a number, so I'm calling to clear with you first before. So Dale Dog was like, I'm cool on that, brother. Right? Nigga, he don't even want Whack to know his number. So the nigga Mafia, he come back and say, oh, okay, you don't want? All right, so you don't want to do no hollering, all right. He said, what's up with you though, man? Dale Dog changed the subject. So the dude Mafia style say, what we'll talk, man, you know, I just need to know, man, you when I talk to Back, which is Whack 100, I'm just gonna tell that nigga, man, oh man, well, you know, homie, you been on the phone with dude, and you know, like basically you been on the phone with Stutterbox, and you know, like, you know what? I'm saying you right, man. No telling what lies he told a nigga on the phone. You know what I'm saying? So they already own Stutterbox and Whack 100. And then also this Dale Dog. And then when you call the dude, you make the dude talk about certain stuff on the horn, you know? You know that's what they got going on. He talking about Stutterbox and Whack 100 got that going on. I ain't got no time for this dude. So then Mafia style say, I mean, you know that's good information. See, now I know how to, like I said, I ain't helping the Whack boy in a minute. The Whack boy in a minute. You know what I'm saying? He called me out of the blue yesterday. Not yesterday, yeah, last night. Left me 2 messages. And this morning. And I just need to know how to play it cool. You know what I'm saying? Nigga probably said, man, nigga going to jail, you know? Laugh. The nigga got to laugh. So that's the first page. Hold on, we ain't finished. We got some more shit that's gonna talk about that. Or confidential source number 2, aka Whack 100. Go to the next page with other leaders of the Lawrence Gang organization. CS2 is able to provide limited information regarding violent assaults committed by the mainstream Mafia Crip, including shootings, burglaries, and murders. Confidential source 2 is unwilling to testify in court against members of mainstream Mafia Crip because confidential source 2 is fearful of retaliation against confidential source 2, and or confidential source to family. Tiny Draws called that nigga back because he already had seen this, bro. That nigga wasn't capping, and he knew he could stand on that. WAC 100 is confidential source number 2.
They put him as back. B-A-C-K. I kept asking the lawyer, like, I ain't talked to no back. And they said, nah, that's whack. But they put him as back because he a blood.
They say that he provided reliable information previously. The nigga say confidential source number 2 has provided reliable historical information concerning the mainstream mafia organization. However, confidential source 2 is only aware of certain aspects regarding the organization's criminal activity and narcotic distribution network. So he only know a little bit about how they move and work. Confidential source 2 has no knowledge or information regarding the methods in which narcotics are being transported to the Los Angeles area and distributed to mainstream mafia Crip gang members. Additionally, confidential source 2 is unable to provide information regarding the narcotic customers, flows of narcotic proceeds, and methods that they are using to launder their narcotic proceeds. Confidential source 2 is only able to identify a limited number of mainstream mafia Crip gang members. Confidential source 2 is unable to provide specific information regarding the organization's extortion activities, methods of monetary collections and distribution of proceeds, because he ain't from Main Street. He only was dealing with the nigga Stutterbox. This nigga WAC 100 been on paperwork. Confidential source number 2, aka back, aka WAC 100. He was the one calling the Main Street trying to get in contact with Del Dog, saying that Stutterbox told him. When WAC asked for the number, he refused. He told the homie, nah, nigga, this nigga been on the phone with him, nigga, that's how I met him through that nigga. If Stutterbox, and he could be a rat and all that, that don't mean he lying about WAC 100 being on a wiretap talking about conspiracy to murder. That holds the same exact time as murder, a life sentence. And if that's what you on wiretap for, and if that's what they came for you for, then how you out of jail?
Coming up in part 3, Deuce M's and Stats 280 speak exclusively with the last key remaining character in this case. And the person WAC 100 directly calls on the wiretap, according to the paperwork. Money Mark Stevens. In this bombshell interview, Shaq's business manager, Mark Stevens, exposes WAC 100.
That was me reading Michael Clay,
the former death row affiliate,
who is Mac Menace,
Blood, as a confidential informant for the FBI, with detailed corroborating evidence and paperwork that leaves no doubt that WAC 100 is in fact confidential source number 2, or CS2 back.
Hey, look. Stop. I mean, they saying that they the ones that exposed WAC. They the ones that did all of that. Niggas trying to claim the stripes we earned, man. Y'all heard who was breaking down that paperwork. The first time we heard CS2 back, or back period, relating to WAC 100 was Tiny Draws. Tiny Draws said it, and we went and got to work and exposed it. And that was me breaking it down. You know what I'm saying? Bro, you really been riding for Big U. I don't know who did what, but I respect you standing by your people. Oh, yeah, man. You know what I'm saying? CS2 back is real. I didn't have a definition of confidential source on paper. That's deep. Degante, yo, I tell my niggas I'm glad we escaped that charge. Michael Clay. Deuce, run that video real quick I sent you earlier. No, we're not doing all that. We already got what we doing, bro. So, we're going to get into, oh, yeah, we finna cook. So, CS2 back, WAC 100 goes to the 64th floor. You know what I'm saying? He goes to the 64th floor. Y'all want to know how that sounded? Y'all want to know how that looked? Let's get into the content, man. Because the content is content. You know what I'm saying? The content is content. Oh, let's go ahead and go like this. We're going to get into this whole video, right? Y'all wanted to cut? Money, this was in the Cloud Monster room too. T100.
Book and movie, murder rap, where you got Stutterbox in there, you got him in there, you got Suge in there, and they thought Wack was moving weight when it was actually a legitimate load. But anyway, let's get to the clip. We'll react to it. Appreciate you tuning in.
Hey, Ludamari, yo ass really be trolling, bro. You be giving these niggas clout that don't deserve nothing. Tell Bullis Gotti, am I lying about the trainee what was her name? Mother. The trainee mother was his name that exposed him, the back channels and all of that, him talk about baby oil and agreeing to allow the trainee to do him. Like they was swapping out through the tech DMs. Nigga, it was nasty work. Ask him about that. But as far as the gun case, what you call it, I got the paperwork. And we done already exposed that. So he can argue with the internet, bro. You can't argue about these police loving, rat loving ass, bitch ass niggas. That nigga thought he got he's a mark, bro, a victim. Why is you even giving him credibility, bro? You got to be able to discern the real from the fake, brother. Let's go.
Then I had another nigga call me today, nigga named Stutterbox, but he a blood, right? So we was talking about the Crip Stutterbox who did all the telling. So they didn't went on YouTube and put the clip up, but they put the blood nigga's picture up. So he like, Wack, the niggas talking about I'm a snitch, man. I said, bro, man, I don't know where they got your picture from, nigga. You know you got one of them street niggas that ain't never, he don't leave the house. How they find your picture anyway? I said, bro, that got to be somebody that know you.
Man, I done had all kind of niggas trying to solicit me that video. I'm like, bro, I don't want to see that shit.
No, but you know, this was crazy. I'm trying to find it.
Yeah.
Ain't no way, dude, bro, listen. When you know you didn't voluntarily told on 7 people and it's documented, right?
Yeah.
It's a movie by it. There's no way that you got anything to say about anybody.
Man, that's a fact.
So I've been looking for what they talking about.
You chilling with the answer?
I know the nigga. That nigga ain't that type of nigga. He don't sit down and do interviews and he didn't do that kind of show. He went bad. He damn sure ain't gonna do it now. That ain't him.
Yeah, that nigga, I guess it looked like a live or something he did. He went live and I guess they started uploading it to YouTube from his Instagram or something like that.
Yeah, I gotta go find. He wants some money. Send me a text. At least once a month.
Yeah.
I know the nigga.
Nah, see, I don't even. That might not be the same person, then, man.
Bro, listen. You ever watch Unsolved?
Yeah.
Okay. The nigga from Uncle Jerome.
Yeah.
Snowfall.
Yeah. Oh,
you
yeah.
Remember
Yeah.
the scene
Yeah.
where Uncle Jerome pulled up in the Rolls Royce?
Yeah.
And he went into police and started telling about a nigga that's moving dope on the trucks.
Yeah.
And remember they went and showed him putting a tracker on the truck and they pulled the nigga over and all he had was magazines in the back?
Yeah.
Uncle Jerome is Stutterbox and the nigga in the truck is Wack. That really happened.
Man.
It's a book. Actually, nigga, look. I'll PTR. It's a book called Murder Rap by Greg Kading. So you go to the chapter called Stutterbox. You're gonna see a picture of me, him, Suge. The police that all these snitches work for, when he retired, he exposed them all. Keefe D from Compton, Crip. He exposed all his informants.
No, he didn't. He didn't expose
that's
you.
The picture in the book of my
protected
PTR.
you.
That's that one. That's that my brother. Me, Suge, and that Stutterbox to the left. Right?
Yeah.
So if you go to the chapter called Stutterbox, they gonna break down everything he did. And like, yeah, out of nowhere, he came in, gave us this man's name, told us he had a trucking company. If you want to get the Suge, you got to go through him. He moving cocaine and dope from here to there. They spent $300,000-$400,000 nigga with wires, tracking devices, all kind of shit. They came into my crib.
You chilling with the answer?
I lost a dog that day. My dog Wacko, one of my bulls. When they hit the back gate, he locked on the nigga. They had to shoot the nigga like 7-8 times.
Man.
Kill him. He came in, cuffed my wife. It was like 40 agents, my nigga, and couldn't find shit. Had to walk up out of here. He sent them. He had a moment. They thought they were gonna find something in the house. He didn't find nothing. I still didn't know what time it was. Let me tell you what I knew what time it was. So when they come in, they hit my home office. They was searching about 18 minutes. When they got to the home office, dude called the search off. Because one of the reasons why they went in front of the judge, they filed some shit called living beyond my means, which kind of supported their probable cause along with their.
So where's that paperwork, living beyond your means, that you say they got from the judge? Why don't you go bring that? You say you don't got none of your paperwork. Why don't you go get that paperwork? Matter of fact, living beyond your means. Let's see why they got the search warrant. The search warrant was served April 25th, 2008. And we need a copy of it. They don't want to give us a copy of it, but we gonna put in the Freedom of Information Act and get it. Let's go.
Confidential informant that they paying. He's a reliable source. So they watching the lifestyle. So when he come into the crib and he hit the home office, he sees, well, actually, let me rewind. On paper, Cash Jones make 30, 40,000 a year. That's it. As a Social Security number, I don't make no money. So they looking at everything and they like, this don't add up. But what they failed to do was run everything. So when they hit that home office and they seen all these different corporations and they seen these cars under this corporation, these houses under this corporation, this under this, he then knew everything was justified on my side, right? Because like even today, I haven't had a personal bank account 15, 16 years. Everything I do is up under a corp. I don't give a fuck. When I get gas, it's up under a corp. Whatever I do is I'm operating up under a corporation. So they take my files, uncuff my wife. They take her. She had 2 guns, legal guns in her name in the crib. They take those. Call my attorney. We go down to the federal building off of Wilshire and Sepulveda, whatever that shit is down there. Now, this one I knew what time it was.
So him and his attorney go to the federal building on Wilshire to pick up his stuff. Remember, this is what he said.
When I go up to the 50th or 60th floor, nigga, we come out the elevator, nigga, ain't nothing but FBI flak jackets walking around.
Now, remember earlier when he said it was the LAPD, it wasn't the feds, but you told this story where you went up to the federal headquarters and seen nothing but FBI flap jackets.
Around this. About 2 months, maybe about a month or 2 prior to this happening at my crib, Stutterbox invited
me. And 2 months prior, Stutterbox tried to line him up with a drug deal with a pretty broad who was a fed.
Me to this spot called Stevie's on the Strip, soul food restaurant. So when I get there, it's 2 females there. It's 2 females there, right? Now, most people move a certain way. I'm really an eyeball type of nigga. Whack don't do, I ain't off into. So when I get there, it's him, it's 2 chicks at the table. I sit at the table. What up, Box? What you need me for? Oh, man, nigga, just, get you out the house, nigga, hang out a little bit. 2 women, 2 of my homegirls, this, that, and that. Right. I said, oh, okay, yeah, how y'all doing? About 5 minutes, he said, I'm finna go to the bathroom. When he go to the bathroom, the chick start popping. She telling me she from New Orleans. She came out here to meet with this nigga, this bitch ass nigga, and answer his phone. She come out here every month to buy 5 keys, all this shit, right? So when she talking, I'm looking at the bitch, right? Bitch bad. So when Box come back, I tell him I gotta go to the bathroom. So I make my way to the bathroom. Instead of making the left, I make a hard right to valet. I get on up out of there.
You chilling with the answer?
Right? When I got to the 60th floor, T-Money, guess who I saw the FBI flak jacket? The bitch.
That's crazy.
Right?
So I say, damn, that's the same bitch. So by now my antennas go up like, damn. I'm saying this nigga box with a fed and don't even know it. This one I still ain't know what time it is, right? So we get into the conference room. They got like 7, 8 feds.
So he gets to FBI headquarters to the 60th floor, even though it's only like 17 floors at that building. And he gets into the conference room. Can we get hashtag the upper conference room in the chat? This nigga is in a conference room conferencing with the FBI's in Flapjacket. Hashtag upper conference. Oh, that's nasty. The upper conference room. This is nasty work. So look.
Whoever they little leader is, whatever y'all call him, I'm sitting down, me and my attorney. My attorney going crazy. So we get into the conference room. They got like 7, 8 feds.
They got 7 or 8 feds in the conference room when he get there.
Whoever they little leader is, whatever y'all call him, I'm sitting down, me and my attorney going crazy. We filed a lawsuit, harassment. Y'all embarrassed my client. He lives in a gated community. He can't live there anymore. Homeowners Association is filing complaints against him because you guys came the way you came. His neighbors are frowning upon him. All this shit. We playing for the bag, right? So dude says, well, we still got your client on 2 different situations.
Okay.
Like, is that right? We'll put.
So let's take it right there. So now they done raided your house 2 days before you went to that building, right? On April 25th, they raided your house. On April 27th, when you say you're going to get your property, which makes me believe that Detective Kiwe was not lying when he said that you got arrested. You didn't bailed out. It took you a day and a half before you bailed out, and you and your lawyer immediately go up there to go talk to these people. You get up here to talk to these people, to debrief, to proffer, right? And it's 6 to 8 feds up there, and the leader tells you and your attorney in here that we got your client on 2 things in the upper conference room. This is after your house is raided.
For the bag, right? So dude says, well, we still got your client on 2 different situations. He like, is that right? We'll put him on the table. We walking out of here, right? So first situation, he said, well, we found firearms in the house. He's an ex-con convicted felon. He can't be around firearms, right? So I stopped my.
How many firearms? He can't be around firearms. We found firearms in the house. One more time for the people in the back. Multiple firearms. Not one, but multiple.
Like, is that right? We'll put him on the table. We walking out of here, right? So first situation, he said, well, we found firearms in the house. He's an ex-con convicted felon. He can't be around firearms, right? So I stopped my attorney. I said, well, you ain't found no firearms in my house. He said, yes, we did. These firearms and such and such. I said, well, I ain't never seen them firearms in my life. He said, well, they registered to your wife. I said, well, what they got to do with me? He said, well, that's your wife. I said, okay, well, what they got to do with me? He said, well, you live in a home. I said, you can't prove I live in that home. Right? What, you got some cars that's registered to a corporation? Matter of fact, I said, can I go in my back pocket? I pull my wallet out. I slide my wallet. What's this? That's where I live. I've been a resident of Oklahoma since 2003. I got 13 houses on my portfolio. Which one you gonna put me in?
Which one they gonna put them in? Hold on. So that's the first thing, the gun charge. So we gonna stop sharing real quick, and we gonna go ahead and share something else. Which one they gonna put you in? ACS 2 back. They only had to put you in the one they found the guns, where they found your wife and your kids. Here it goes right here. Public records by NetroOnline.com. This the address that they had to do. Signed, appeared This was in 2016. Cash McElroy Jones signature of the notary of public. This is the deed to the house. While you say you lived in Oklahoma, well, they knew that you lived here. They knew you and your wife. If you look at the paperwork, anybody who wants this, tap in. This is the deed to the house. Cash M. Jones, name all over it. Not a company, not a corporation. Cash M. Jones. Registered in your name. You want the address? Cash M. Jones, 41700 Faris Street, Lancaster, California, 93536. This was the house, the grant deed, computed on full value of the interest, parcel number, Cash M. Jones. This conveyance confirms community property interest, which was purchased with community fund, some shit, community sum. Cash M. Jones and Kimberly M. Jones, husband and wife, as the tenants, live-in tenants. So how was you able to get off a gun, guns, plural, multiple guns found in a house where you're ex-felon and it has your name all over the deed of the house? And, oh, we got more. You know what I'm saying? Appraisal. And mind you, this is since April 1st, 2005. This is April 1st, 2005. The appraisal paperwork, this one say June 9th, 2004. So I really want to see how you believe that you were going to go up to the upper room and make us believe that you went to the upper room after they done found these guns, plural, in your house and you're ex-felon. This is probably why they had Kimberly Jones handcuffed. That's called constructive possession, aiding and abetting the constructive possession of firearms to a felon. And we could get into that, but you could Google that. It's real easy. Matter of fact, before we go into the thing, I want to make sure y'all see that. Can a spouse who aids and abets in the constructive possession of firearms to their spouse be charged? Let's see what they say. Oh, wow. Whoop-de-doo. Let's see what we got. Oh, we've been cooking, man. We've been cooking, man. They do not like that. Hit that like button, man. Yes, a spouse who knowingly aids and abets their spouse constructive possession of a firearm can be charged with a crime. So Kimberly Jones could be charged with a crime, potentially as an accomplice to the felon in possession offense. Under aiding and abetting law, USC subsection 2A, anyone who aids and abets a felon in possession of firearm can be charged as an accomplice to the felon in possession offense. Constructive possession. Constructive possession means having awareness, you know where it's at, and control over an item in an area you have access to, even if you don't physically hold it. So if a spouse knowingly allows their partner who is a felon to have access to a firearm, they could be charged with aiding and abetting the felon's firearm. And that house is and was in CS2 Back's name. Let's see what the chat's saying. He would lie to anyone that was listening. What person says FBI flat jackets? Get the fuck out of here. Since when can a felon be around firearm? I just read it, Q. They can't do it, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? Hold on, let me show y'all, because maybe y'all wasn't seeing the screen. You know what I'm saying? Let me show y'all the screen. You know, hearing it and seeing it is two different things. You know what I'm saying? OTG Yael is in the building. We cooking, Yael, going on 6.5 hours. But look, yes, a spouse who knowingly aids and abets their spouse's constructive possession of firearm can be charged with a crime potentially as an accomplice to the felon in possession. And constructive possession means having awareness, knowing where it's at, and control over an item in an area you have access to, even if you don't physically hold the gun. That's still sufficient enough to get aiding and abetting. That's why Kim was doing it. So I just exposed the address that was raided by the Joint Task Force when CS2 back was arrested for these firearms. He was arrested. He went to jail. He went to the 60th floor, which isn't just really the 60th floor. And that's where they told him, we got you for these guns. And he explained, I got 12 houses. Which one you gonna put me in? Well, the one we seen you walk out of today where your wife lives at, and it's in both of you and your wife's name, and your kids live there. So we know you're going to return to your kids and your wife. We had the trucking company book you the night before for a load because we were told by the rat that your house is like Fort Knott up in your house. Oh, it's like Fort Knott up in his house? Yes, like Fort Knott up in his house. Speaking of guns, we will be getting into the guns, but it's almost 11, so we ain't gonna go that long. But we definitely finna cook this. This nigga was double talking in that interview. He said that he lived there in another interview. Yeah, that's why he went to get his property and files that was taken from that address. He's trying to be like Birdman for Cash Money. Shit funny how he got to explain so much in detail about this and about the Texas gun case. He is definitely CS2 back. Yeah, got him again. Easy. Y'all see it? I can't imagine Wack going to jail in today's time. Kate, and you don't know your wife is strapped? Yeah, sure. The feds provided him. He was supposed to slang him. He was working. Hey, Angry Bear, I really believe that, bro. Bruh, the Fed run everything. They got the best sources, the best resources, guns in the house and car, and he somehow beat both. Come on, bro. Dude had too many gun cases to be a felon or been to the 4-yard at 16. What's good, chat? Keith McCulley, what's up? Hey, they going crazy in the chat. Facts, 2 separate incidents, and he got off as a felon. Nah. Money making Manhattan in the building. Shout out to Uptown Manhattan, Harlem World. He act as if he is above the law. You going to jail, bro. 24-hour paperwork party. Keep up this great content. You heard? All right, Cinema, Contrast, New York City. Y'all make sure y'all subscribe if y'all ain't already subscribed. Hit that MF like button. My brother Deuce is cooking. Salute 100 slime ball. I couldn't stay on my auntie when I got out on wide parole and juvenile probation because my auntie was on probation, was a probation officer, had firearms. They denied my stay there. Oh, yeah, that's nasty work. So back to the video. I like to hear him just, put his foot in his mouth because the more he talk, the more we're able to expose his lies. We never really expose him. We just point to the facts where he exposed himself. Let's go.
I'm a truck driver. So
I'm
putting some guns on me that's in the California.
Guns, plural, on me.
The residents, but yet I pay Oklahoma state taxes.
So y'all gonna put a gun on me that's in California, even though I'm paying Oklahoma taxes? This nigga is holding trial in the upper conference room with 6 to 8 FBI flak jackets, nigga. That's not where you hold your trial at, my nigga. You down here doing a whole lot of talking and explaining because they got your black ass. You know what happened. They told you this is what we got, and you gonna work with us or your ass going to jail.
Help me understand it.
Next.
Let that go. Second thing
they let that go.
They press play. Wiretap.
Hey, wait. How police put a 1 if you don't believe that the FBI, federal authorities, I think they was the DEA is who Detective Greg Caden and them badge supposed to say it. But the federal authorities, sheriffs, the task force, they were deputized feds. If y'all really believe they just let that go, like he just said, they let that go. Listen. They let that go.
State taxes, help me understand it. Let that go.
Hit a 1.
Second thing they had against me. They press play. Wiretap. This is why I know when I hear certain wiretaps was conspiracy, how they get you. They got me on the phone. Said, yeah. All right, what you got?
Then they tell them they got on
where's
the
coming
wiretap
from? Down by National City, down by
Wack, you said they played this audio for you. Then we need to hear that. Bring that audio. We want to hear what they said they got you on wiretap. And I'm willing to bet $100 to a bowl of shit that they got this nigga talking to that New Orleans FBI lady in a flap jacket, finna serve her some 5 keys so that because he trying to do whatever he can to get close and hit that pretty thing.
Tijuana, Mexico, yeah. All right. It's gonna be kind of heavy, but it'll pay you 23,000 one way. Where it's going? Seattle area, Seattle, Bellevue, Tacoma, multiple stops. Get it to them before they close. And I was you straight. All right, no problem. I'll be down there to get it.
You chilling with the answers?
So they turned off the thing. They like, well, our confidential informant is saying you moving drugs for Suge Knight. I said, moving drugs for Suge Knight. Now, me personally, I've never heard.
Now, they said they got him on a wiretap, and their CI is told them that he moving drugs for Suge Knight. Let's go. Deuce putting in that work. The upper conference room, Alonzo, the truck driver. Exactly. He moving drugs in that, exactly. Can that be considered tax fraud? Frank M1 holler. Oh, yeah, everybody know he's full of shit. Yeah, they wasn't letting that go, my nigga.
Suge involved in
unless you gave them
cocaine, drug dealing, none of that shit. So I'm looking at it like they crazy because I know what recording they got. I said, well, can I make a phone call in front of you on speakerphone? Yeah.
Oh, he goes to trial again in the upper
room. What up,
room.
Wack? Hey, we got something cooking down by Mexico. Yeah. Talking about National City. Yeah, what you got? He said, yeah, we got 6. I said, what it pay? It ain't that what you used to, but you can get 17, 18, 17. He said, but it's light. It ain't that heavy. How much weight we talking? 71, 72,000 pounds. All right, cool. I said, yo, who am I talking to again? He said, this is BMW Distribution, Auto Logistics. All right, thanks. I said, you stupid motherfucker, what you listening to is me getting a load of cars going from one.
So you think that they didn't know who you was talking about? The feds didn't know who was on both sides before they raid your house, tell you they got you on wiretaps. The feds make controlled buys, bro. They know everything by the time they come get you, nigga. On a drug deal, nigga, they sent that bitch at you, nigga, and that's who was on the other end. And you explaining, no, that was the trucking company people. Can I call them? You're misunderstanding what we were talking about. Nigga, explain that to the judge, nigga. That's what they gonna tell you.
One place to another. What is you talking about?
But look,
now his superiors is looking at him like he crazy.
Now his superiors looking at him like he crazy. That's nasty work, man. But that's CS2 back for you. You know what I'm saying? He always has some morass of false lies. Like Greg Caden was the lead investigator on that case. Like, oh man, Greg admitting the FBI sent Stutterbox. So not only was he working with Darren Dupree, the FBI sent Stutterbox who gave them information about Suge Knight and gave Wack up. They went after Wack to get leverage on Suge. So Box gave them Wack. Hey man, that's the nigga that got information on the Biggie murder. And we gonna get to that real quick. And then we almost done, man, for today. Tomorrow we'll be cooking on these guns and shit. Here's Wack claiming that there was only one gun. Nasty work. Let's get into this. Because we just heard multiple guns. But here he is claiming that there was only one gun.
And found 6 guns. The police officer said right here.
He referring to the police now that he brought to Clubhouse saying that it was 130 gun.
I'm listening to these bozos. They said they kicked in my door and found 6 guns. The police officer said right here on the floor, did you find anything in my house? Yeah, we found 1 gun. That was your wife's.
There you go, guys. Wack does it again.
So Wack claiming it was 1 gun when we just proved that it was multiple guns. Nasty work, man. Nasty work. That's just another one of his lies about this crime. Who lies about crimes, right? Let's see what else he lied about. Let's get to this. Yeah, let them know where they at.
Man, y'all in one of the hottest lives on YouTube, one of the dopest rooms on Clubhouse. Deuce M's the Don, Yael the Kiwe pop star, Damu Kiwe, conversations.
So when Wack is telling y'all that he ain't from Main Street, how we just gonna give him a name? No, CS2 Back was who was referred to in the thing, and we're talking about the Deja 34 investigation, where the Main Streets were later outsourced to kidnap and beat up and rob Stutterbox. But Wack is the one that said he hid out the dude that killed Del Dog from Main Street. Listen.
Running point, my nigga, like it's what it is. I said, bro, put it up. You can get up out of here on Power Road. You got to remember, he running set. So when I did him like that in front of his homies and Tony Muhammad, he hated me ever since. We ain't never had a kind word for each other. So I don't know what the fuck this bozo or what you at Del Dog. Hey, the Main Streets is gonna be like, dog, what is you talking about? Them niggas never got along. The nigga that killed Del Dog, they all know I'm the nigga that hit him. Del Dog knew I was a nigga that was keeping Stutterbox right. And he started hating me from day one when he came up there for a death row meeting, and I wouldn't let him in with his tool, and I made him go put it up. He looked at everybody. They said, homie, here's what it is. He said, Wack running point, my nigga, like it's what it is. I said, bro, put it up. You can get up out of here on Power Road. You got to remember, he running set. So when I did him like in front of his homies and Tony Muhammad, he hated me ever since. We ain't never had a kind word for each other. So I don't know what the fuck this bozo or what you at Del Dog. Hey, the Main Streets is going to be like, dog, what is you talking about? Them niggas never got along. The nigga that killed Del Dog, they all know I'm the nigga that hit him.
The nigga that unalived Del Dog, they all know I'm the one that hit him. Who is? I thought you didn't know no Main Street. Thought you wasn't from Main Street. Thought how we putting you on the Main Street case? No, you put yourself on the Deja 34 investigation. You were a part of Deja 34 as Ray J's security, and they also talked to you and questioned you about relations to what was going on after your man, who you was riding for, Stutterbox, was kidnapped and robbed after your man, who you conspired with to extort Shaquille O'Neal and Mark Stevens, said implicated you in going to go and telling them that Stutterbox has this sex tape of Shaquille O'Neal. This is how you got implicated and involved in all of this. You did it. You could blame everybody else. They found these guns. That's clear. They got you on wiretap. That's clear. Now, what I'm thinking is the wiretap for the drugs, which is a mandatory 5 years in the feds for wiretap. I'm thinking of drugs, but Stutterbox saying you got caught for conspiracy to unalive, and basically you dropped the low on Box, right? So with all that being said, CS2 back, whack 100. We know that's you. You said that we played with the paperwork. Well, that's the easiest shit in the world. You lying, saying it was only one gun. You say you got nothing to do with it. Then you lie and say you orchestrated with Mark Stevens to put Greg Caden on the stand, exposing Stutterbox as a rat. So this Paru freed the Crips. Y'all remember that? Yeah, that was on Bond First. You know what I'm saying? Stutterbox say you set him up, but you tell him whack. But Stutterbox told you, whack, none of your homies know where I live. And you said no one ever knew that but him. So how did they get the drop, whack? Let me play that just so y'all don't think I'm putting words in people's mouth.
Ones knew that. So he was moving around with Shaq at the time.
Look.
They got going on. Nobody never knew that but us. We the only ones knew that. So he was moving around with Shaq at the time. All-Star Weekend, Papa, actually, no, before that, he hit me. Hey, homie, they got going on. Nobody never knew that but us. We the only ones knew that. So he was moving around with Shaq at the time. All-Star Weekend, Papa, actually, no, before that, he hit me. Hey, homie, they got going on. Nobody never knew that but us. We the only ones knew that. So he was moving around with Shaq at the time. All-Star Weekend, Papa, actually, no, before that, he hit me. Hey, homie, they got going on. Nobody never knew that but us. We the only ones knew that. So he was moving.
So if Stutterbox, if you and Stutterbox is the only ones that knew where y'all lived at, then who dropped the low on Box when they made an attempt shooting up his Rolls Royce with him and his wife in there? Then Wax say that we went and created some fake work and added some back shit to it. We just showed that. Let me play this and then we finna end this because it'll be 7 hours straight in 13 minutes, nigga. That's how long we put this work in today. You know what I'm saying? Let's go. Oh, y'all still can't see it. Let me make sure y'all can see this. 7 hours for the set. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Y'all think it's a game. Let's go.
These niggas went and created some fake work and added some back shit. Nigga, if you don't see that, use a bozo. I'm done talking about that shit. These niggas went and created some fake work and added some.
We went and created some fake work and added some back shit. So y'all want me to show that that's a lie? We gonna get the person that he claims, the BB gun bandit, Foxy Neela, whack talking loud. Y'all, Foxy, you close. Let me go ahead and show y'all this. We're gonna go to Scandalous Los Angeles TV. This is how you expose CS2 back real quick. So after Scandalous see me talk, jump on Facebook Messenger and holler at Greg Caden, he decided to ask Greg Caden for an interview. In that interview, Greg Kading makes it clear that Wack was the one that's on the phone call, and that the paperwork, he asked him, doesn't the paperwork say CS2 back? Well, obviously, for the paperwork to say CS2 back that this officer seen, then how is it fake and made up by me if this detective is telling you, and he was spinning, he was lying, but you know what the GOAT do anyway. So we gonna play this and then we out of here. Let's go, man. Scandalous Los Angeles TV. Hit that like button, man. Show a little bit of love. It'll be 7 hours by the time we finish.
You guys hear what Greg Kading has to say about CS2 back. You're going to hear Greg attempt to shield his confidential source, but you're also going to hear him place Wack directly in the CS2 driver's seat. I'll interject a little throughout the interview, just to point out a few things. Other than that, I'm going to just let it play. Tell me in the comment section what you think. Now, Greg, this isn't about you. This is about Wack. I understand you have to do what you got to do, but if he can bring you on Clubhouse to tell us all that stuff, I feel I should be able to ask some questions so the people can be informed. So again, this has nothing to do with you. This is about Wack.
Yeah, I get it. No, and again, I'm not trying to get in the middle of whatever bullshit is going on between Wack and whatever bullshit's going on with Starbucks. I don't give a fuck about that beef. Whatever it is, they'll figure it out. I'm just going to tell you investigatively, we would have listed Wack, Cash Jones, in our paperwork. He would have been like target 1, and his phone would have been target 1. And so when we were looking at him, we used particular language in our paperwork. So if we're writing the wiretap affidavit for his phone, we would say Cash Jones, also known as Wack. You were utilizing target number, whatever, which would be his phone. I think it was some 661 phone number. And that's just the language. Nowhere within the paperwork related to the investigation of Cash Jones, was he ever mentioned as a CS or an informant? Because he wasn't.
Okay. Now, Greg, we're talking about the case Stutterbox had against Shaquille O'Neal and the 7 Main Street Crips. When Wack brought you on Clubhouse, he asked you what would he have been referred to as in the paperwork.
And then in your paperwork, I don't know. How was I referred to? Was I referred to Wack, Cash Jones? They have this Back name. I don't know who the fuck Back is. I don't know. I know I've never had that moniker, but I don't know. Maybe it was some coded shit. Or how did you recall referring to me through all the paperwork when you guys were like listening in on my wiretaps? So like saying, okay, this is Wack, this is Cash Jones on the wiretap. What was I referred to in your because I've never looked over that paperwork, never had a need to. What was I referred to?
If Wack had nothing to do with Del Dog, Shaq, or any of the Main Street Crips, why would his name be being referred to in the paperwork at all?
So again, this is completely different investigation. We have to be real careful that we don't cross over these ideas, because when I said he would have been mentioned in the paperwork, if we're talking about Cash Jones's case, then we may have mentioned a CS, which would have been Stutterbox, saying these things about Cash that we investigated. There's that. Now, if Cash is asking me if his name was in the Main Street case, no, it wasn't. Now, if Cash is asking me if his name was in the Main Street case, no, it wasn't.
So we all know that Greg is not being truthful when he says that. We can clearly see Wack's government name, Cash Jones, all in this case. Hey, Christopher Loves Boys, this shows you why you can't believe everything the police say. This also shows you that the police are protecting Wack, as they would any other confidential informant that's in good standing with them, unlike Stutterbox. But I want you to hear what Greg says right after he said Wack was not in the Main Street case at all.
There was no mention of cash in the Main Street case. There was no mention of cash in the Main Street case other than when he's trying to get a hold of Mark Stevens and in order to tell him that Box has been compromised.
Yeah, and that's what the wiretap transcript said CS2 back, or Wack, was calling Del Dog to do. Not Del Dog, but Mark Stevens.
See what you just did, though?
Yeah, I said Del Dog.
You said CS2 Wack. It doesn't say that, does it?
Yes, it does.
Doesn't it say CS2 back?
He heard Scandalous say CS2 Wack, and he said, "You see what you did? You see what you did?" He said, "What I do?" Say, "You said CS2 back." He said, "No, you didn't." He said, "You said CS2 Wack." And he said, "This is Greg Caden asking Scandalous. Doesn't the paperwork say CS2 back?" Just let's make sure y'all heard that again.
You said CS2 Wack. It doesn't say that, does it?
Yes, it does.
Doesn't it say CS2 back?
Yes, it says CS2 back.
Okay, well, do you know what you just said?
What did I say?
CS2 Wack.
I meant CS2 back.
Because in your mind, and bear with me, no offense here, but I think you...
So they both agree that the paperwork says CS2 back. The police, who was the lead detective of the Joint Task Force, a deputized federal agent, agrees and admits that the paperwork says CS2 back. So the people on the call is Mark Stevens, after being called by CS2 back, contacts Del Dog to see if he's interested in talking to CS2 back. Well, Del Dog denied that, but let's go.
We've already come to the conclusion that back is Wack, and that's why that's such an easy mistake to make.
Well, the reason I think Wack is CS2 back is because that's who Mark Stevens said he was talking to.
Nobody's disputing that. Nobody's disputing that Mark Stevens is saying that Wack is who he was talking to.
But he's saying that that's back. He is saying that back is Wack.
How does Mark Stevens put that together? Show me how Mark Stevens has anything to substantiate that back is Wack.
In the paperwork they put him as back, BACK, and I kept asking the lawyer, like, who the fuck is? I ain't talked to no back, and they said, nah, that's Wack, but they put him as back because he a blood, so it's back. I said, oh, okay.
And was this back also referred as confidential source number 2?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so no offense to Mark, he doesn't know any better. But when we're writing official police reports, we don't play the game. We don't change language or change spelling because we are, part of the gang culture. We're not going to put Wack. We're going to put back because he's a blood, not a crip, and we don't. That's not how we operate. We don't. That's gang shit. We don't write as gangsters. We write as police officers and try to be as specific as possible.
Greg is saying they try to be as specific as possible, and that they don't do things like that. But we're all looking at a wiretap transcript where they did exactly that. They put a person named Back in the paperwork, and no one knows who Back is.
We don't change things in order to... So if Mark Stevens is thinking that, oh man, the cops just put this in there this way because he's a blood and not a crip, it's not how it works.
I hear you, Greg. But even without them doing that, the conversation with Mark Stevens and Del Dog did actually take place. And Mark Stevens is saying the person who called him looking for Del Dog's phone number was Wack. Mark said he doesn't know anyone named Back. So why would they put some fake person that Mark has never ever talked to in the transcripts?
No, I get that. See, we are totally in agreement. The conversation is Wack, obviously. The conversation is Wack, obviously. But this explanation...
So he's saying the conversation is whack, obviously.
Of whack being back, that doesn't, there's nothing to substantiate that other than.
Now I'm going to pause right here because I want to make sure you guys didn't miss what just happened. I told Greg that Mark Stevens said he doesn't know anyone named Back. So I asked Greg why would they put somebody in the paperwork that Mark Stevens doesn't know and has never ever spoken to in his life. I'm going to play it again so you can hear how he evades my question. I hear you, Greg, but even without them doing that, the conversation with Mark Stevens and Del Dog did actually take place. And Mark Stevens is saying the person who called him looking for Del Dog's phone number was whack. Mark said he doesn't know anyone named Back. So why would they put some fake person that Mark has never ever talked to in the transcripts?
No, I get that. See, we are totally in agreement. The conversation is whack, obviously. The conversation is whack, obviously. But this explanation of whack being back, that doesn't, there's nothing to substantiate that other than a misunderstanding of how the police write reports or a misunderstanding of a lawyer. Because I'm telling you, and I don't know how much more I can emphasize this, Cash Jones was not an informant on the Main Street case.
I'm with you on that. But you're agreeing that in the transcripts we have, it's
on the Main Street case.
Whack that Mark and Del are talking about in the conversation they're having, right?
Yes. And I think Whack admits that. And I think Whack admits that. But that this whole thing with Back, it would have just been CS2, typically just left alone, CS2, because the investigators all know who CS2 is.
The investigators all know who CS2 is. I thought we added CS2 back. Let's get these 5 more likes, man, because we almost finished and we cooked for y'all 7 hours today. Show a little bit of appreciation.
But in a wiretap, aren't they supposed to type exactly what they hear the person say?
But that's not what you're reading. You're not reading. Pardon me, I'm getting. So the conversation is there. You can see the conversation, right?
Right. And they're using his name as they're talking. The boy back wants your phone number. The person who transcribed the wiretap is typing that Mark is saying back, but Mark is saying that he was not saying back. He was saying whack. And you already agreed that these guys are talking about whack right here, but it's just using the name back until the last paragraph. In the last paragraph, Mark Stevens actually says the whack boy.
Okay, so he's talking about whack. There is no back. That's all I can tell you.
So there you have it. Greg Kading says Del Dog and Mark Stevens are talking about whack in the wiretap transcripts, and at the same time he is saying whack isn't back. He said there is no back. When I asked him why would they put the name of some fake person in the paperwork, who Mark Stevens didn't know, he didn't answer me. Hey, somebody hit Compton Rick Rock up and tell him that he should remix that Ain't No Bumpton joint. Tell him to name the remix Ain't No Back. Because Greg Kading said there's no back. If Greg is saying there is no back, but the conversation being had in the wiretap is about whack, then this shouldn't read CS2 back. It should actually say CS2 whack. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. And if you enjoyed the content, please hit the like button and subscribe button, and don't forget to hit the bell to receive notifications in the future.
Hey, listen, man. Shout out to my boy, Scandalous Los Angeles TV. Man, Greg was spinning like a motherfucker, protecting whack. Hey, my boy Mike B said, man, he had to do Greg Kading a real solid because he really going to bat for CS2 back like we all stupid. Bro, he helped Greg Kading close his books and convinced with the evidence saying that Poochie did it. So now that Poochie did it, they can't prove it. Poochie's dead, saying Suge orchestrated it. They get Tanisha Swan to corroborate what Wax said, and Reggie Wright brings Tanisha Swan to the feds to corroborate what Wax said. Now they're able to show that evidence to Biggie Mom and convince her not to refile the $400 million lawsuit against the city of Los Angeles and the LAPD, which would have bankrupted the city of Los Angeles. This is the reason that they put Greg Caden on and started the joint task force on the Biggie Smalls murder investigation, was to undermine the $400 million lawsuit. That gave them what they needed to get off that. They make Wack look like a hero, and they don't have to pay that. They convince Biggie mom to leave the lawsuit alone, not refile it after the hung jury. That's what's going on, man. You know what I'm saying? Don't want to blow his cover, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Lamonte trying to be like me so bad, doing 7-hour streams like I do 10-hour streams in my UFC live reaction show. Salute Kiwe and Damu's in here, ABC A Street. Hey, bro, I didn't know you do that long shit. It just happened like that today. That's why we started early, man. But look, he like, Kid the barber, like, get him. We got him, bro. He's done. He cooked. Stick a fork in him. You know what I'm saying? They said you was cooking. Yael, take us out, man. Let them know where they was at, man.
Man, listen, y'all done sat through 7 hours of streaming, man. Edifying this content, edifying what's going on. Salute to Big U. Free that brother. Free all the innocent and incarcerated brothers that's been lied, snitched on. Hey, if you affected by it, man, salute. Man, you was on one of the hottest lives on YouTube, man. Salute to everybody that tapped in. If you was on Clubhouse right now, make sure you shared the content. Salute to the Goose. Salute to everybody on stage. Salute to the chat. Y'all know that's where it's at, man. One of the hottest YouTubes, one of the hottest Clubhouses on Clubhouse right now, man. Dope is live on YouTube right now. Salute to the chat. You already know that's where it's at. Salute to the Blue Rich Mob that was on their job. And salute to the new subscribers, man. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe to the content. Man, you can set through 7 hours with Deuce M's, the Don, Yael, the Kiwe pop star, the most authentic voices of the culture and the West Coast. Damu Kiwe. Conversations.
Free Big U. We out.